The story starts with the players of the Kill Squad who are enjoying their tea time at their base in the mountains. Suddenly, the earth begins rumbling. Hyunsung feels that something weird is going to happen. Suddenly, the other player, Kim Hana, tells them that an Imugi is approaching their base quickly. Imugi is a giant snake-like creature that is in the process of becoming a dragon. She tells her fellows to prepare for combat as the world's first legendary rank monster ever appears. After that, Imugi comes there, and all the players have been affected by the mental skill fear of Imugi. She tells her fellows to calm down and get into battle positions. Then suddenly, they perfectly resisted the Imugi's fear skill. This is the Kill Squad, comprised of only the top players. Player Hyunsung is a level 1 player. He participated in this raid when he awakened a year ago. Meanwhile, he uses his magic knife and jumps to kill the Imugi. Earlier, Hyunsung worked at a construction site when he was 27. Until 3 years ago, he was an average college student. Things changed when his father developed an incurable illness called Manner reflux syndrome. Man reflux syndrome is an illness that appeared 19 years ago after the dimensional gate opened. Humanity faced significant change after the opening of the dimensional gate. The most important change was that people awakened and obtained magic power. However, the dimensional gate was both a blessing and a curse to humanity. The monster from another world through the gate inflicted unimaginable damage on humankind. Due to this, incurable diseases like Manner reflux syndrome were born. But the players that awakened thanks to magic power resolved problems one by one, and incredible boons started flowing in, utilizing magic stones and items dropped from hunting monsters. Thanks to that, players and people in related fields accumulated massive wealth. However, the dimensional gate was nothing but a curse to Hyunsung. The suppressant for his father's illness is the magic stone of a rare rank monster. Because of that, the suppressant was incredibly expensive. His mother started working 2 jobs, and his sitter used her wedding funds and worked part-time after her office day job. Hyunsung knows that it could not be helped that they were short on money. He says he would not have to worry about stuff like if he could awaken, and then he could break giant boulders with his fist and jump around buildings. He wishes he could become a player. After finishing his work, he comes to his Gasiwan. He is tired and feels like he is going to die. He is still thinking about becoming a player. He knows players make so much money that the average person can't even fathom it. However, the mechanism of becoming a player is still a mystery for him, and the chance of awakening is no different than that of winning the lottery. He thinks that there is no way he can become a player, but he wants to awaken. Hyunsung always wanted to become a player, but now he desperately wants to become one. He thinks if all they needed was desperately wanting it, humanity would be players by now. After that, he gets up and goes to take a shower. Suddenly, he feels something strange. A status window appears in front of him. He is notified that he has awakened. Hyunsung was shocked. Then he closes his eyes and wishes that he gets some good stats. The status window shows that he is a level 1 player, and his base stats are below 10. He gets disappointed and says this is luck dependent but way too harsh, as he needs more skills. He starts crying and says his stat total should be above 40, even if he is cursed. Then he starts calculations in his mind and says that if other players average 50 stats total, then why his only 18? Hyunsung knows he only gets 5 unallocated stat points per level up. He needs to level up 6 or 7 times to have the same stats as an average level 1 player. He also thinks that he doesn't even have 1 or 2 active and passive skills that most people get. Even if someone has low stats, he can be treated like a king in part if his skills are good. He also thinks that typically, players advance into a rank, dealer, or healer type during their first class advancement. Hyunsung knows that Kim Hana, who got carried by high-level players at a young age thanks to her buff skill and finished her first and second class advanced quickly, is different. She is one of the few buffers in the world, and in South Korea, she is the only buffer. On the other hand, many players cannot escape the low levels as insignificant beings. However, they even receive decent stats and skills at the start. Hyunsung had never heard of a player without skills in the last 19 years. He is still confused about his stats window. Suddenly, he sees a unique skill that can be purchased or sold. He presses sell and sees that there are so many items for sale. Hyunsung finds it attractive. Now he is curious about the points and thinks it might work like video game currency as it's common. Afterward, he sees that there is also a legendary rank. He believes that currently, the highest item rank known to the public is heroic rank, yet there is a legendary rank. He opened the legendary rank, but there is no item for sale in this rank. He gets notified that buyers of average rank do not purchase the items. He is also informed that to become a rare rank after he awakens as a player, he needs to accumulate over 10 billion points. Hyunsung was shocked as he needed 10 billion points for a rare rank. Some items are above legendary rank. Suddenly, he notices that there is also a skill elixir. In Legends, elixirs are known as a medicine that can cure any illness. He thinks if he can get it, he will cure his father's illness. He also feels that he should get it now. After some time, he lies on his bed and continues exploring his stats window. Then, he finds that a stat-raising potion is also present. Hyunsung thinks he can become a considerable cheat character if he continuously boosts his stats and skills with this unique skill. He thinks he has to pick well strategically. After that, he swallowed a magic stone. Changes happened in his body. Hyunsung can feel that his strength is raised by 1, but he feels like he is overflowing with strength. He says he should first use points to become stronger. Firstly, he has to register in the seller window at the price of 9 billion points. Suddenly, he gets a notification that he has to put an item he wants to sell into the registry window. When the item is sold, a 20% commission fee will be deducted from the sale price. Hyunsung was shocked to see this. He guesses it can't be helped, so he should start by building his foundations. After that, he purchased crude strength, raising medicine's normal rank. The next day, he goes to the player association. The receptionist at the player registry window asks him what brings him here. He replies that he came to register as a player because he awakened. The receptionist looks shocked and asks him again. She tells him that he might have made a mistake. There has not been anyone his age who has awakened. The oldest awakening age known is 58. Hyunsung asks her what she means by that. Then he sees him in a mirror and gets shocked as he looks old. Hyunsung is in a state of dementia. He is numb. Suddenly, a boy comes near and asks him if he is okay. Meanwhile, Hyunsung thinks that nothing is free in this world. He sees his stats window and finds that there are 49,950,874 points. He is shocked to see his life expectancy decreasing. He comes back to his Kasiwan. He is calculating his life expectancy, which is only a year and a half remaining. He knows that now he needs to increase his points somehow. After that, he took his gaming mobile and thought he should sell it as it would work fine. He gets notified that he must raise his selling product on the register screen. There is a fee of 20% if the product is sold. He does the same, and suddenly, his mobile gaming device disappears. After that, he sees his selling item, and its attributes are shown in the stats window. Hyunsung gets happy as it works. He thinks the specs will sell for 50,000 to 60,000 on an online secondhand store if the specs are like this. He writes down the selling price of the item. He smiles and says it still has over 40 games, so there is no way it will go up because the price is too high. After that, he registered the item. Hyunsung thinks that he should put up something else. On the other side, a lady is buying the items. She gets bored as always. Only the exact items register daily. She bought almost everything. She says they should get a bit more competitive sometimes and pay for a game of chicken with each other, since that is how the market economy survives. Suddenly, she receives a notification that a new rank item has been registered. She gets excited as she wants to buy it. On the other hand, Hyunsung is happy as his wrinkles are disappearing. He says he was right about the points being his life expectancy, and he can regain those lost points. He almost sold everything that was on his table. On the other hand, there is another lady with white hair. She bought some of his items and now doesn't know about the object. She holds a wristwatch and says it seems this is quite valuable. Suddenly, an SMS comes on his mobile. She doesn't get the message. Instantly, she opened a front camera and was shocked to see her reflection. She thinks it might be a magic cast on it to turn it into a mirror. She uses different filters to capture her photos. Meanwhile, the demonic-looking lady looks angry on the other side as she can't buy all the items. She angrily says that she will never forgive the one who buys them. Then, she sees the items and thinks about what these things are used for. He can't feel any magic in the item. She is on the gaming mobile and starts playing the games. She keeps losing the game and gets angry. Conversely, in the city, Hyun-sung is roaming around. He is notified that objects not owned by the seller cannot be registered as for sale items. He comes to the place where he keeps his old stuff. After that, he registered a broken fan for sale. Hyun-sung thinks it might work, or maybe it is based on the system's decision. The next day, at Kasiwon, he is doing some exercises. Suddenly, he gets a notification that a complaint has been registered against him from a white flower buyer who had bought a product from him. If complaints continuously accumulate under his name, his seller rank may decrease, or he might be forced to close his business. Hyun-sung is shocked after reading this. He is worried now and thinks he must quickly lower the price. Suddenly, he gets a message that all registered items are sold. He smiles and says he got scared because he thought no one would buy them. He decides that now he will raise the prices a bit more. In an instant, he gets another notification that from a total of 0 items, 14 of the items have received complaints. His business will be suspended for 3 days as punishment, so he needs to settle the complaints within a week. If he fails, his business may be penalized for 3 months. After that, he reads the complaints about his items. The person who complained against him got angry because he was not replying. Hyun-sung got worried because it was real. After some time, he sat down and thought his business would be suspended for 3 days starting today. He says he will put up the old model smartphone again and sell a mobile magic stone charger as soon as the suspension is lifted. He thinks that the customers should be players like him with unique skills. If they are buying old model electronics, they do not come from Earth. He says they may be aliens who live on a planet with worse technology than theirs. Hyun-sung believes that the products with high technological value will be good, so he decided that he should buy some electronic equipment. But he can't buy them right now because of a shortage of money. He gets sad. He thinks that he should sell a skill book. He starts thinking about it. After that, he took out his jacket and went away somewhere. He went to the construction site, worked hard, and earned enough money to buy some items to sell. 3 days later, his business suspension time ended. He is ready to put some stuff up. Suddenly, he gets a warning notification again. He gets a complaint about all the 20 items that he sold. Hyun-sung gets worried as the complaint was submitted to all of them. After that, he starts reading the complaints. He gets mad because he is getting demanding customers. He angrily says he could sell what they want if they waited a moment. His business is again suspended for 3 days. He decides now that he will not let that happen. Hyun-sung goes to the construction site again and works there to make money to buy things. 3 days later, he gets all the items that can sell. He is ready to sell the batteries. Hyun-sung thinks that someone who buys a bunch of junk in bulk to complain about it will buy this. However, he is curious about the lifespan of the batteries. Suddenly, he notifies that his business suspension is over. Now, he can place items for sale once again. After uploading, he gets the notification that all his items are sold. The complaints about the items have been resolved. Hyun-sung gets happy. He sees that his stats window points also increased. He is glad that he finally succeeds. After that, he decides that he should start his player registration. After some time, he comes to the Players Academy. To be issued a player registration card, one has to take a mandatory 3-week course at the academy, also called the training school. If someone fails the test, they reteach him until he passes. If they keep failing, they don't even issue the player registration card to them. Just because someone awakens doesn't mean he becomes a player who hunts in dungeons. Hyun-sung also did his training and finally passed the test. 3 weeks later, the girl comes near him and asks if he can go to the party with her and her friends. He replies that he wants to go home right away for personal reasons. He apologizes and walks away. The next day, he came to the academy. The receptionist issues his card. Hyun-sung is happy as he finally did it. He thinks now he can sell a skill book, and if he starts hunting, he can earn the fees to cure his father. After some time, he comes to the equipment rental place. He rents out some equipment. The salesman thanks him for shopping at his place. He tells him that additional charges will be added if he exceeds the rental period, so please be mindful. Hyun-sung rents armor and a sword. They are expensive, but he has to rent them because they won't let him into a dungeon if his equipment is shabby. He also knows that he has to pay fees for entering a dungeon, which is 200,000 won per hour. After coming to the dungeon, he hears someone looking for a healer and tanker for their group. Hyunsung learns that the demand for tankers and healers is high for the lowest ranked dungeons. After that, he comes to the recommended Horned Rabbit dungeon for levels 1 to 5. He finds it best as the risk of dying is low. He sees his stats window. Hyunsung now has many skills and strengths. He can join any party with these stats, but he thinks there is no need to do so. Today's objective is to hunt the horned rabbits independently and pretend he found the skilled expert he bought beforehand. After that, he comes to the gate of the dungeon. The guard asks him if he has any party members with him. Hyunsung says yes and enters the dungeon. He thinks they must think he is a reckless guy who goes to dungeons alone. Even high-level players don't hunt solo all that often. The standard is to hunt monsters as a party. He thinks that reality is not a game, as he can die in an instant or receive a permanent wound. One has to divide the danger by recruiting allies to hunt with him. On the other hand, the safety guard at the dungeon says that Hyunsung is going off on his own. His fellow replies that someone like him has to be on the verge of death to realize he is in over his head. On the other side, Hyunsung enters the dungeon. He silently steps forward. Suddenly, he sees the players trying to fight with the giant horned rabbit. He gets shocked to see it and says that it is not a rabbit but a friggin' beast. Suddenly, the rabbit attacks the player. His fellows alert the other that they have to be ready for this. Those who have been newly awakened receive education for 3 weeks. Hyunsung discovers they were ordinary people who had gone to school or work not long ago. People like these can't hunt a monster, ideally. Meanwhile, the players are getting injured while fighting with the beast. Hyunsung thinks he looked down on the dungeon too much because it was the lowest rank. There are so many players fighting with the horned rabbit. They stab their sword into his body. Finally, they succeed in hunting the horned rabbit. Hyunsung finds that the fight takes a while. The other parties also take 8 minutes to defeat the opponent. He sees that the safety guards are not concerned about the players. Hyunsung thinks they don't care unless a party is about to be wiped out. He says there is no need to watch out for them. He sees his stats window and says these stats should be enough for a solo play. After that, he goes deep within the Horned Rabbit dungeon. Other players are appreciating each other. Seoul Guild Team 1's assistant manager and healer, Kim Jisoo, are also in the dungeon. Kim Jisoo tells Unnai she should cheer up as it will appear soon. She thanks her for saying this to her. The other player tells them that if the horned rabbit seems while they are on duty, they will do whatever it takes to capture it alive. Unnai tells them that they can do so. The guy tells her that their skills will be more than enough. Unnai looks worried and tells them it's a problem because it is not appearing. Jisoo tells her that they will surely get it within a few days. Unnai is worried. She asks why the 4th class advancement condition had to be the Horned Rabbit Chief. She says it doesn't matter how weak the monster is when it doesn't appear. She angrily says that when the horned rabbit appears, she will kill it in a second. After some time, they both are roaming in the dungeon. Jisoo tells her that she heard a rumor that the leader of Team 3 and the youngest support Team 2 were in the supply warehouse. Suddenly, they see Hyunsung. Unnai tells her she will act like she didn't see him, but that person seems to have come here alone. Jisoo tells her that maybe he lost his party members. She replies that he doesn't think that because he has no wound and is also using stealth. They both are curious about why he comes here alone. Suddenly, Unnai notices the rental logo. Now she gets it that he is a newbie here. Unnai says he might be trying to hunt alone because he is an assassin. Meanwhile, Hyunsung is going near the horned rabbit to kill him. Unnai says that he is an idiot for going alone to hunt. She says that even if he uses a skill, he needs to be at least level 35 to kill it with a single strike. They are looking shocked as Hyunsung stands near the rabbit. Meanwhile, he thinks there is no other way, so he has to get used to it as it is for his dad, mom, and Nuna. Then, he hunts the rabbit by stabbing his sword in the rabbit's chest. He is slightly worried as he has hunted many but has not received a single item. Jisoo tells Unnai that he is not a newbie. The law of 20 levels states that when one hunts a monster at a higher level, one can get an average amount of experience points and items. But when hunting a monster that is 20 levels lower than they can't gain any experience points. The probability of magic power in the monster's corpse changing into magic stones and items goes down, and no items appear in a monster that is 20 levels lower. Suddenly, Unnai speaks up and tells Jisoo that this is his first hunt. She asks Unnai what she thinks about the guy. She replies that she is not too sure either. Meanwhile, Hyunsung is hunting the monsters one after another. Jisoo tells Unnai that they have to watch him a little bit more. Unnai agrees with her. On the other hand, Hyunsung uses his sudden ambush skill to hunt the monsters. Suddenly, he gets the magic stone after hunting the monster. He collects the 5 magic stones. He gets happy. He watches his stats window and sees that his level still needs to be upgraded. He is curious about this. Hyunsung thinks that even if he was hunting with a party, he should have leveled up by now with this many monsters. He says there is no experience bar here like in games. Even so, he should be able to finish up in an hour. Around 5 hours later, he finds it weird as his level is still 1. He is worried because it usually takes a day or 2 to level up. Meanwhile, both girls are observing him. Hyunsung is a little bit worried. He thinks he has earned 100,005,000 points in the past 10 days of selling electronics. But he believes he would be making 100 points for 1 kill from hunting. He says, "Let's be optimistic as this is okay." Suddenly, a horned rabbit appears and will attack him, but Hyunsung kills him without even seeing him. After that, he gets up and starts killing the horned rabbit individually. He cut the necks of rabbits in 1 strike. Suddenly, he gets a notification that he has an unbelievable achievement. He gets the title of Horned Rabbit Hunter. Hyunsung is surprised. Now, he can grow to a rare rank. He says he saw the extra stat given on the internet when getting a remarkable achievement. He says, but it is something that everyone can get. Usually, one can level up before hunting 300, so they don't get it. But he is happy as he can grow to a rare rank. Meanwhile, Unnai smiles and says he caught the first big fish. She thinks while watching him that he cut the windpipe of the horned rabbit in 1 stroke. If it was once or twice, it could have been luck. However, it's not. Even surrounded by multiple, he hunted them in 1 stroke each. She made her decision to bring him in. Conversely, after killing the rabbits, Hyunsung collects the magic stone. He says he should go a little deeper this time. Suddenly, Unnai and Jisoo come there. Hyunsung is shocked to see the players. He is curious about them as they have tailored and have high-grade equipment. Suddenly, Jisoo tells him there is no need to be on guard as they are safety officers. Hyunsung is shocked as he thinks the safety officers are not inside the dungeon. He also told them there was no safety officer present, and they didn't have IDs. Jisoo tells him that they were tasked to protect the inside of the dimensional gate and were on their way out. She also tells him that they were using a hiding skill so he would not have sensed their presence. Meanwhile, Hyunsung thinks about the hiding type skill, as he doesn't even hear their breathing. Jisoo tells him that is how they see him hunting. She also tells him she was intrigued because his skill was far too good for hunting horned rabbits. After that, she asks him his level. Meanwhile, Hyunsung thinks about his level 1 and 270 total stats as nothing good can come out of being found out. Then, he asks them if he has any obligation to tell them about his level. Unnai replies to him that, of course, he is not obligated. They are just curious. She tells him that she is the part of the Seowu Guild. Hyunsung is shocked. Seowu Guild is a large-scale guild that the Seowu Group sponsors, and it is one of the largest enterprises everyone in Korea knows about. Unnai says she will help him enter the Seowu Guild if he confirms his status window. Hyunsung is worried because he is in a situation where he should be cautious. He thinks he has a penalty where he is unable to level up. He also believes that a level 1 player having high stats and this many skills will be suspicious. But his level won't increase even if he hunts. Suddenly, he speaks up and tells them he has no thoughts of joining a guild, so he walks away. They both are shocked. Suddenly, Unnai comes forward and stops him. She asks him if he knows about the Seowu Guild. He replies that he does know about it. She asks him then why he is not joining the guild. Hyunsung tells her that he doesn't like being affiliated with something. He doesn't feel like he needs to join a guild. Unnai asks him if he has any connections with another guild. Hyunsung tells her he is not affiliated with any guild because he has no plans to join a guild. The ladies are surprised. After that, Unnai gives him a card and tells him he can call them here if he decides to join a guild. She tells him that he will be treated well if he has skills. He takes the card, tells her he will think about it, and then walks away. Suddenly, Unnai asks him if he plans to exit the dungeon and how they can go together. she thinks he would avoid many annoying things. Hyun-sung didn't accept the offer and went away. Eun-nae tells Jisoo that he is rude. She replies that he will regret that in the future. She tells her that they have to go out quickly. On the other side, Hyun-sung comes out of the dungeon. He thinks he should be careful as they are a different class. He turns back and believes that the ladies have not come out yet. After some time, Hyun-sung sits in the taxi to go somewhere. After some time, he tells the driver to go to the nearby Blood Fox dungeon. The driver says to him that it looks like he graduated from the Horned Rabbit dungeon. He congratulates him. He also tells him he transports many players, so he knows the route well. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung thinks increasing the level and points in another dungeon is possible. After some time, he goes to the Blood Fox dungeon. He finds the atmosphere is pretty similar to the Horned Rabbit dungeon. He takes the card from the security officer to enter the dungeon. Later, he sees that the players are fighting with the Blood Fox. Again, the security officers are sleeping. He comes to the Blood Fox dungeon's lowest floor. He uses his stealth skill and starts hunting. He cut the neck of the Blood Fox in one strike. Hyun-sung knows he will get 180 points for hunting each Blood Fox. He kills both foxes in seconds. Suddenly, there are so many Blood Foxes coming there. He thinks he should start hunting seriously. 2 hours later, he killed almost 300 Blood Foxes. Then he gets the notification of unbelievable achievement. He gets the title of Blood Fox Hunter as a reward. He says this is within expectations. After that, he looked at his status window. The strength increased this time. Hyun-sung thinks each title seems different. Suddenly, so many Blood Foxes came there. He was not scared of them and said he should start his second experiment. 7 hours later, he killed all the Blood Foxes. This time, he got the title of Blood Fox Predator Rare Rank. Hyun-sung is happy that his rank has increased. His strength stat increased by 1 more. Now, he can grow to a heroic rank. After that, he sits for some time to rest. He says that tomorrow, he will need to come back. He collects all the magic stones. His bag is almost filled with them. After that, he took out the skill book from his bag. He wants to use it, but is notified that he already knows it, so the skill book cannot be used. Hyun-sung says he would not have bought it if he knew it would be like that. After that, he registers the book for sale. After some time, he comes out of the dungeon. The officer tells him to put items obtained, including magic stones, into the right basket. Hyun-sung puts the bag and book in the basket. The officer is shocked to see many magic stones and a rare rank skill book. The officer tells him that there has never been a case where a rare rank skill book appeared from here. Hyun-sung asks him if there is any problem. After that, he comes to the player academy to sell the items. The receptionist tells him that the price of these magic stones is a total of 840,000 won. He also tells him they will contact him once the registered skill books are sold. Hyun-sung is very happy as he can make about 1,000,000 won a day. He thinks being a player is the best. The next day, he sits outside the dungeon and enjoys his meal. He says he should get a motel room somewhere nearby as it takes way too long to go back and forth from here and the Gasiwan. After finishing his meal, he says he will finally upgrade his title. Then he comes to the dungeon and kills 5,000 of Blood Foxes. After this, he gets the notification that he achieved the heroic rank. He gets the title of Blood Fox Massacre, which is a heroic rank. He also notifies that he is the first person to attain a heroic rank achievement and gets the title of First Heroic Achievement Attainer as a reward. Hyun-sung is surprised. He thinks it means that other people have achieved a rare achievement, but he is the one who has a heroic achievement. Then he sees his status window and gets happy as his stats increase by 100. He thinks it's because of the title of heroic rank. Hyun-sung's strength has also increased by 4. Now, he can grow to legendary rank. He thinks now he might be able to achieve his first legendary rank. But that is enough for today. He says he will come back tomorrow. He goes to the unmanned motel Blood Fox dungeon branch 10 days later. He again starts hunting the Blood Foxes. He achieved the legendary rank now as he killed 10,000 Blood Foxes. He gets the first legendary rank achievement reward. After that, he sits down and says he thought he would die from being tired, but it was possible. Then he sees his status window. He is shocked as all his stats have increased by 40. He gets happy. Then he reads that he cannot grow anymore. He wishes he could have gotten more out of it. After that, he gets up and says there are more hunting grounds where he can hunt. Hyun-sung again goes to the horned rabbit dungeon to hunt rabbits. He hunts many rabbits. He thinks now that his bare hands are enough for horned rabbits. After some time, he comes to the gag motel. He gets the notification from the player auction house that his items for auction have been sold. He says he must go to the auction house anyway since he is getting a lot of money today. After coming to the player auction house, the receptionist gives him the letter of the total cash and tells him to sign it. Hyun-sung is shocked to see the tax amount. He thinks that they take a disgusting amount of money. He decided to stop selling skill books with points. After coming outside, he feels that he needs to hunt diligently. He could go to the lowest ranking dungeon and get a 10 million won profit within 10 days, counting only magic stones. He thinks it is not impossible to raise his monthly profit to 1 billion. He also thinks that the points are gathering quite well, and if this trend continues, he can purchase the elixir faster than expected. While waiting for the bus at a bus stand, he decides to get new clothes since he didn't buy any after his father collapsed. His mother and sister also had no free time to do the thing for themselves. On the other side, his mom ends her shift and goes home. Suddenly, Hyun-sung comes there and calls her mom. She is shocked to see him. He hugs his mom. His mother asks him what he is doing here. He replies that he came to see her. Hyun-sung tells her that he wants to eat dinner with her. Her mom tells him she can't go home now because she must work at the restaurant. She gives him money and tells him to go home and order some jjajangmyeon. She also tells him that she will cook something delicious for breakfast tomorrow. Hyun-sung tells her mom that she didn't eat dinner either, so if she is going to eat, then eat together. She smiles that she can eat at the restaurant where she works, so he should go in and eat first. He tells his mom that he will help her with her work. Then he tells her mom that he wants to share something with her. He tells her that he is awakened. His mother is shocked. Hyun-sung shows her his player card and tells her he has become a player, so he came here to tell her she could stop working at the restaurant. His mother is worried and tells him that it is a dangerous job. Hyun-sung tells her there is no need to worry as he always prioritizes his safety, so she should stop working there. His mother says she can't do that because being a player doesn't mean he will make money. She also tells him that she heard that he has to spend more money when starting. He replies that it is true, but he hits a jackpot. Then he shows her a letter. Her mother is shocked that he has $1 billion in money. Hyun-sung tells her he found and sold a rare rank skill book while hunting. He also tells her that he thinks that with this money, she would not have to worry about dad's hospital bills and could repay the debts immediately. He also tells her mother that she should live comfortably now. His mother says to him and starts crying. Hyun-sung is shocked to see this. He tells his mother that if it had not been for his mother and father, how would he have been born and grown up healthy like this? He also tells his mom that she should get some rest and take care of her father herself. After that, they come to the restaurant. Hyun-sung helps his mom with her work. Then he comes home. Nuna is shocked to see him. He tells her to be relaxed as if something good had happened. Then, he tells her that he is awakened. She is surprised. Hyun-sung also tells her that he hit the jackpot. Nuna was shocked to see the letter of transactions for 1 billion. She asks him if it is accurate. He replied that it was real, so don't worry too much. She doesn't have to have a hard time anymore. He also tells her that he will take care of everything now. Nuna starts crying. Her mother consoles her. After that, at night, they all sleep. The next day, Hyun-sung tells her sister he is going out. She says he is okay with staying here as there are dungeons everywhere. Her sister asks him when he will come back. He replies that he will be back when she gets off work. After that, he sees her off and walks away. After some time, Hyun-sung's mother waits for him at the hospital. She is worried as he hasn't come there yet. Suddenly, Hyun-sung tells her there is a lot of traffic, so he must run over there. After that, they come to meet his father. He is looking sad. He tells his father that he will cure him. 10 days later, he again goes to the Horned Rabbit dungeon and kills almost 10,000 horned rabbits by himself. He gets the title of Horned Rabbit Slayer Legendary Rack as a reward. He sees the time and says he can still hunt for another 6 hours. After that, he goes to another dungeon. He is shocked as there is not a single player there. Hyun-sung comes to a vampire bat dungeon, recommended for players of levels 10 to 15. He heard they are the size of a regular bat and live in a colony. A beginner would have a hard time dealing with them. He says it will be easier to hunt them properly with the help of a guild or a high-level player. After that, he comes into the dungeon. He uses his sheath skills. He again sees that the security officers are chilling. Then he sees the vampire bats. He says he should begin the mass hunting now. He made a shield around him. He can feel a black wave heading towards him. The vampire bats are coming towards him. Hyun-sung uses his fireball skills. He feels difficulty using 2 skills at once. Even so, it's a neat trick, especially for a dungeon like this that is filled with tiny monsters like this. He uses the fireball to its limit and then throws it at the vampire balls. A blast happens there. He saves himself under the shield. He gets happy. Then he again throws the fireball at them. A loud explosion occurred again. He gets the rare rank achievement as he hunts 300 high-level vampire bat monsters. He gets the title of Vampire Bat Predator rare rank. Hyun-sung says he can get the legendary rank title if it goes well when he leaves here. Now, he wants the magic stones he got after hunting the vampire bats. But suddenly, he notices that a sword has appeared. Hyun-sung is shocked to see this. The mana in the air fused, and then the sword appeared. He holds the sword. It's a vampiric blade of rare rank. He is notified that the user's and the man's health can be recovered by absorbing the blood of the damaged target. Hyun-sung says it's good as there is only a single effect, but that effect is worth at least 2 effects. But more importantly, he could get another one. Even normal monsters can drop a rare item when a large number is killed at once. Then he thinks what will happen if he kills several rare monsters at once. 1 week later, he hunts so many vampire bat monsters. He gets the magic stones. Hyun-sung thinks that maybe he underestimated this as the mana in the air doesn't fuse easily. There is only one other time the mana fused after the vampire blade. Then he gets that vampire bat cape of rare rank. This item is tough and durable and doesn't tear easily. He says it's a rare rank in just name, so he should stop this. He thinks he should go to another dungeon and get more titles. A few days later, he meets his mother. She asks him if using that much money at once to buy a house is okay. She also tells him that she knows that he has plenty of expenses himself. Hyun-sung replies that she doesn't have to worry as he will make sure not to go overboard. After that, they come to the property office. The officer welcomes them. Hyun-sung tells him that they just spoke on the phone. He replies that he knows them as they want the 1 sq ft apartment. His mother is still a little bit worried. He tells her it is fine as they should all have their rooms. 1 week later, they came to the apartment. Nuna is shocked to see the apartment as it is so big. She is happy. He tells her he will let her move into an even bigger place later. Nuna replies that it is enough for them. After some time, they enjoy their meal. Nuna tells her mother that they should give their neighbors rice cakes tomorrow. She tells her that it is a good idea for them to meet their new neighbors. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung thinks that it is nice. Next time, he wants Dad to be here with them. He is going to make sure that happens. After that, he comes to the Crimson Rat dungeon, which is recommended for levels 8 to 10. He is fighting with the Crimson Rats. They are very fast in attack, but Hyun-sung saves himself and jumps in time. Then, he cuts them into pieces with a sword. He is happy and says let's grind out another title. Then, he uses a fireball and kills the rats. After some time, he comes to the auction house to sell the red magic stones he got after hunting the Crimson Rats. After that, he is going to him. Suddenly, a lady comes there and stops her. He is shocked to see her. She tells him she is the Seoul Guild team's first assistant manager, Lee Soo-hee. She tells him it would be so kind if he gave her a moment of his time. Hyun-sung knows that she is that safety officer. 1 week ago, the Siwoo Guild master, Ma Ji-hun, was mad at Lee Soo-hee. He asks her about Hyun-sung. She replies that she doesn't know anything about him. Ma Ji-hun tells her that if they were to guess from his magic stone selling records, he would have obtained at least 10,000 by himself. She replies that it means he has a unique skill of sorts. Ma Ji-hun tells her that the probability of this is very high. It's likely a skill that disregards the law of 20 levels. Then he tells her that they need to win him over. Lee Soo-hee replies that she thinks the same way. Then he tells her that he will send a negotiation expert to her so she can go and try first since she is acquainted with him. He also warns her that he didn't leak this information to the other guilds. She gets frightened. She tells him that the people on the Vice Guild Master's side don't know about this. She also tells him that she will make sure to shut Jisoo up about this as well. At present, Hyun-sung thinks about how they find him. He asks her how they know his name. She replies that she apologizes if it made him uncomfortable. He asks her if she investigated his background by paying the investigators. Suddenly, Ma Ji-hoon comes there and asks Hyun-sung if he has time to talk with him quietly at a different place. He replies that he doesn't want to talk and walks away. Suddenly, Ma Ji-hoon tells him it is okay to visit him at home. Hyun-sung is shocked. Ma Ji-hoon tells him that he was waiting out of consideration for him. After some time, they are in the cafe. The boy tells him that his name is Go Jin-sung. He currently works as the team manager for Seowu Guild's first scouting team. Hyun-sung asks him why he comes to look for him. He replies that it is to scout him. Hyun-sung told him he didn't intend to enter the Seowu Guild. Go Jin-sung smiles and tells him he also thinks it is too much. He tells him that he sincerely apologizes again for his unpleasant behavior. Go Jin-sung tells him he doesn't believe this is something he needs to feel undesirable about. The other guilds are also using similar methods. Moreover, if it's only this much, they are being much more polite to him than usual to the different guilds. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung thinks that his words need to be added up. Go Jin-sung also tells him that their guild was one of Korea's top 3 guilds in the past. Suddenly, Hyun-sung asked how much he would get for his sign-up bonus and annual salary. He replies that it will be settled after he registers his level, stats, and skill with them. While Hyun-sung thinks they want him to show his hand first, Go Jin-sung tells him he can guarantee a 100 million sign-up bonus with a 10 million annual salary at the minimum. Hyun-sung feels that something is wrong. Even if they overestimated his capabilities, it's still too much. They may be considering raising him as the guild's main player. He also believes that no matter how much promising potential a newbie has, after factoring in the failure, no guild out there would invest 100 million into a new player. Hyun-sung also thinks that if they exclude Korea's only buffer, Kim Hana, which was possible since she had the precedent of the other nation's players succeeding because of her buffs. He still has not proven anything, nor does he have an insane skill like a buff. He thinks he has a unique skill of purchasing and selling, but they need to learn about it. He also remembers that even when he was issued the registration card at the association, he only revealed his level. He thinks then it is because of the magic stones. Hyun-sung knows this guy needs to be more knowledgeable, but Lee Soo-hee has some ideas. But it differs from the Seowu Guild going after someone's magic stones. They think that he has a special skill or know-how. Go Jin-sung asks him what he has been thinking about for so long. Hyun-sung replies that it is not already a loss for a player to showcase his status window to someone else. He also tells him that he has not promised anything yet. Go Jin-sung tells him they will immediately make the deal if he shows them his status window. Hyun-sung tells him that if he is that certain, he should first be given 100,000 won as a sign-up bonus. Then, he will gladly show him his status window and join their guild. Go Jin-sung again tells him they must check it first to give a sign-up bonus. He replies that he has nothing further to say, someone who will enforce such a one-sided agreement to his detriment. After that, he came out of the cafe. He says it's fine getting mixed up with those guild things, as he thought. He thinks he must also control his magic stone quantity because he is being noticed too much. He also knows that information about him has already been leaked. Suddenly, his phone starts ringing. He picks up the call. It's Go Jin-sung. He will say something, too, but he hangs up the call. After some time, he comes to his apartment. Go Jin-sung sent him a message that he wanted to meet him again. Hyun-sung gets upset and blocks him. After that, he goes hunting for many days. He hunts lizards. He feels like he is not getting any younger. He says if he keeps going like this, he will be able to buy the elixir soon. After that, he goes to the main wolf dungeon. There are so many players. Hyun-sung thinks they are stronger than the lizards he hunted yesterday as the wolf goes down in one strike. After that, he sees his status window. With these stats, he thinks even level 60-70 monsters will go down in one blow. He says he will start today by getting the title of the Red-Manned Wolf Hunter. He takes out his sword. On the other side, deeper in the dungeon, the player Chansu of level 71 and his class Awakener are also there. Meanwhile, the wolf kills the player and eats him. Chansu is shocked. He uses his spear to attack him, but the monster eats his hand. He runs to save his life but fails. Conversely, Hyun-sung is in the dungeon with many players. He thinks it is because it's a popular dungeon, but normally, there is no one here now. He finds it worrying because the dimensional gates appeared endlessly for 10 years after the cataclysm, and it stayed the same after the heroic rank dungeon appeared 9 years ago. He says that players are continuously born every year. After that, Hyun-sung hunts the red-maned wolves in the dungeon. Suddenly, many wolves come there. Hyun-sung throws a fireball at them. He uses his shield to protect himself and then attacks the red-maned wolf. He uses his sword and cuts it. He also uses his magic missile power and cuts the wolf's neck. After that, all the red-maned wolves attack him at once. But Hyun-sung hunts them gracefully. In return, he gets magic stones. The hunt ends. Hyun-sung finds it ended earlier than expected. He gets the title of Red-Maned Wolf Hunter of normal rank. He finds that the lifestyle skill is great. After the hunt ends, he goes out. Suddenly, he sees some players fighting with the wolves. He sees there is a party struggling to hunt. He smiles and says he should go to another dungeon. Suddenly, he stops and sees that the monster has killed the players. Hyun-sung is in a numb state. He knows he is now in a difficult situation as the monster is more powerful and giant. Hyun-sung starts fighting against them. He used his power against them, but it didn't work. The monsters break it. Then he uses a triple fireball and throws it at them. But it didn't affect them so much. Hyun-sung knows that fireballs didn't damage them. He finds the monster so powerful and thinks about where such a monster came from. He knows that this is a level 15 to 20 dungeon. He again throws a double fireball at the monster. Hyun-sung feels that his mana will decrease at this rate. Suddenly, the monster roars and pushes him away. He falls. Hyun-sung is happy that he survives the monster attack because of the vampire bat cape, which is tough, durable, and doesn't tear easily. He gets up and says he will get nowhere like this as he is losing some lifespan. Then he starts taking stat medicine. Approximately 20 minutes later, he consumes all his stat medicine. Now, his total stat is 849. He uses his power of fireball and throws at the monster. His half-head is burnt. Hyun-sung gets happy and tells him that he can chase him all day, but he won't get him. He again threw a fireball and burnt the monster's paw. Hyun-sung is happy and says he will easily get him at this rate. Suddenly, he is shocked to see that the monster is regenerating. Fireball is not going to cut it anymore. Hyun-sung says it looks weak to fire-based skills, but he doesn't have anything better. He runs to save his life. Meanwhile, the monster is chasing him. Suddenly, he stops and sees the items in the purchase status window. There is a skill expert book that creates a fire spare with a strong piercing effect. Then, he sees the points of the book. He says he should be fine with spending this amount of points. He will deal with it after he survives this. He turns back. A fireball spear formed. At the same time, the monster is going to attack him. He throws the fire spear, and luckily, it hits the monster. A blast happened. The spear cuts the one head of the monster. Hyun-sung says he again attacks him with the fire spear. He does the same, but the monster saves himself. He gets angry. After that, Hyun-sung used 2 fire spears and said let's see who is going to win, he or him. Then he throws the spear at the monster, and it again hits. The other head of the monster is cut down, but still, the monster is alive. Suddenly, Hyun-sung is shocked as his mana is depleted, but his health is fine. He thinks he will win if he survives until his mana restores itself. After some time, on the other side of the dungeon, the players are shocked to see the body parts of the other players who died during the fight with the monster. Suddenly, one of the players tells them that he sees some footprints. It shows that the monster is not ordinary. The girls at the party ask if it will be fine by themselves. He tells them that the safety officers at the other side of the dimensional gate have yet to contact them. It means the owner of this footprint took them down. He also asks his fellows if he thinks people like them can do anything about it. He also tells them that they can only sit here and do something. They should start the investigation. The other players tell him that then he can go alone. He also tells him that he doesn't want to die like a dog in his line of duty. His fellows reply that then what they are supposed to do about the players in the dungeon. The boy gets angry and tells him he doesn't come here to fight a monster like that. They both are mad at each other. Their fellows calm down and tell them it is not the time to fight amongst themselves. On the other side, Hyunsung's mana is barely filling up. He is now worried and thinks that the monster has ever grown tired. Suddenly, the monster roars and runs towards him. Hyunsung notices that the monster has a hydra from the myths. He thinks that he needs to fight it before the head regenerates. A fire spear appeared. He says if he misses it, then it's over for him. Hyunsung knows that dragging this out will not work in his favor, so he should settle this as soon as possible. He holds the fire spear and jumps to hunt the monster. He hits the fire spear at different parts of the monster's body. There is a cut on the monster's face. He roars in pain. Then, Hyunsung cut the nails of the monster's paw. After that, he rides on his back and stabs the spear his back. Then he stabs fire spear at the monster's remaining head. Hyunsung is happy, but suddenly, the monster attacks him. He is shocked as the monster is already regenerating. Hyunsung is, and to see him like this, he holds the fireball and says this is his last bit of mana. Then he jumps again and cuts the paw of the monster. Then, throw a fireball at him. A blast happens. Finally, he cuts the head and paws of the monster. Suddenly, he gets a notification that he has an unbelievable achievement as he hunts the rare rank named monster, the three-headed Gradon. He gets a title solo three-headed Gradon killer of rare rank as a reward. Hyunsung got to know that he was a named monster. He also said he had hunted a high-rank named monster with over a 100 level difference. He gets the title of first-level destroyer as a reward. After that, he says he is thankful that he got 2 titles, but for how much effort he had to put in. Suddenly, he finds the book. He holds it. It is a book of the immortality of unique, rare rank. He gets a notification that he won't die as long as his head is not fully destroyed. All his wounds will slowly regen as long as he is not instantly killed. Hyunsung is thinking about the book and its benefits. He says he is immortal if he can properly protect his head. He believes this skill is unique and has never been seen before, not in real life or the auction house. He gets happy. He says it's rare in name only. This is on the level of heroic or even legendary, but more importantly, it is unique. He says it means that there is only one of these in the world. After that, he gets notified that if he would like to use the unique, rare rank passive skill book, the Book of Immortality, he presses the yes. After that, the book disappears, and Hyunsung starts recovering. He says it means it consumes stamina. But he does not have to worry about it because he has plenty of stamina. After that, he sees that all his stats increase by 5. Hyunsung is glad since it is a normal rank. It means he can get additional superior rank titles. After that, he thinks he should head back. On the other side, the Player Association Kill Squad comes into the dungeon. They found the other players. The leader of the Kill Squad, Shin Yuna, tells them that it's suspected that a high-level monster has appeared in the dungeon. She tells them to evacuate the dungeon as soon as possible because over a dozen players have died already. After that, the players go away. Then, the player of the Kill Squad uses his powers to detect the monster. He tries hard to sense the monster. Suddenly, he speaks up and tells her a player has been found. She asks him about the direction and numbers of the players. He replies that there is only one player. Shin Yuna is shocked to hear that. The players of the Kill Squad reach there. Hyunsung is shocked to see that they are high-level players. Their equipment is flashy. Shin Yuna asks Hyunsung if he is okay. He replies that he is fine. She tells him he looks like a mess. Then, she asks him if he did encounter the monster. He is surprised. Shin Yuna tells him the high-level monster should not be in a red-maned wolf's dungeon. Meanwhile, he thinks that he has already killed the monster. So, it means the association has already become aware of Gradon's existence. Then Hyunsung tells her that he did the encounter. She comes near to him and asks him where the monster is. Suddenly, Hyunsung steps back. Shin Yuna tells him that she didn't mean to startle him. She holds his hand and tells him she was rude to someone who barely survived. Then, she gives him a potion and tells him this should help him with his wounds. Hyunsung is shocked to see this potion, as it is an expensive item that quickly heals the wound. She tells him that he must spray it on his wounded hand. Hyunsung takes the potion. After that, he tells her that he wants to say something to her about the monster he encountered. He tells her the monster is a giant three-headed jaguar with black fur. Shin Yuna tells him that this monster has never been spotted before. Then, Hyunsung tells him that he is the size of a house, and he points out the monster's direction. Shin Yuna thanked him, and instantly, they left. Meanwhile, Hyunsung is happy that he killed the monster. He says if he didn't, he is sure the casualties would have been higher until they arrived. He smiles as he gets a nice reward. He says while yawning that those guys will now be searching for nothing. On the other side, at the dungeon's lowest floor end, the kill squad reaches there. The player tells Shin Yuna that the monster may travel back through the gate. She replies that if it happens, it creates an even bigger problem because he has already learned the taste of blood. He might come back anytime for another attack. She tells her fellows that they should first report it to the association. After that, she wonders if that person managed to leave safely. He seemed to have barely survived after losing his entire party. Shin Yuna also tells them that she must go back and check on him. His fellow tells her that he will be fine. Shin Yuna says he is alone and it could be dangerous. Then she disappears. After some time, she comes to the other part of the dungeon and searches for Hyunsung. She didn't find him. She reaches the gate and thinks he probably made it out safe. On the other side, Hyunsung reaches his apartment. He sees that his self-regen is more effective than he thought. It is slow, but it synergizes well with the heal skill. He is happy. Suddenly, his mother comes home. She asks him what happened to his face. He knows that he uses many points. He tells his mom that he just worked hard today. Then he asks her for some food as he is hungry. His mother says he will cook something fast, so wait a bit. Meanwhile, Hyunsung thinks this is a bit of a problem, and it would be bad if this happens frequently as it damages his body. Suddenly, his sister calls his mother and tells her about the death accident in the dungeon. Hyunsung is shocked. He thinks they should figure out who is missing by cross-referencing the names of people who escaped. He comes to know that they still need to update the data. On the other side, his mother hangs up the call and approaches him. She tells him that is why he came back early today. He replies don't worry, as he didn't even see the monster. Her mother is sad and says she knows this job is dangerous. Hyunsung tells her that he is doing it because he likes it. He also tells her that he is happy as hunting monsters in the dungeon is fun and getting stronger. On the other side, the red-maned wolf dungeon is temporarily closed. In the dungeon, an expert monster tracking player, Kim Dong-soo, examines the place where the incident happened. He tells Shin Yuna that 2 safety officers died here instantly, and there is a trace of the three-headed jaguar entering, but no trace of it leaving. Shin Yuna tells him this means a three-headed jaguar is in this dungeon. She also tells him they found the mobster thoroughly but didn't find him. Kim Dong-soo tells her that he can't figure out what happened either. He says he will try to track its trace. Shin Yuna tells him that she will go with him. After some time, they are roaming in the dungeon. He tells her that he feels safe having her escort him. She replies that she is just doing her job. After that, he tracks it by placing his hand on the floor. He tells her that it attacked low-level players here while they were hunting. His eyes start shining. He tells Shin Yuna that the three-headed jaguar attacked a player here. But the player didn't die from getting hit by an attack, and he ran away. Then he runs towards the direction where the fight is happening. Kim Dong-soo tells her that then a battle happened where attacks were traded. Then he tells her that a single player fought the monster. Shin Yuna is shocked to hear this. Kim Dong-soo also tells her that the residues of flame magic can be felt pretty densely, but it looks like their skill is high as well. He also tells Shin Yuna that they can guess that the class of the player who fought the three-headed beast is a type of magic swordsman. After that, they reach the place where the monster gets injured. He tells her that the beast spilled quite a lot of blood. Meanwhile, Shin Yuna thinks that all the safety officers were done in by it, but she wonders what the major injury is. Kim Dong-soo tells her that he thought it was a type of magic swordsman, but they could be a magician with high skill. He also tells her that the player used quite powerful magic skills. Then, they again run and reach the other side of the dungeon. He tells her that the battle was decided here. Meanwhile, Shin Yuna needs to be more knowledgeable. Kim Dong-soo tells her he thought he was a magician, but it seems he was wrong. There was a fierce melee here, and he used a magic-type skill to end the life of the three-headed beast. Kim Dong-soo also tells her that he is certain it is a magic swordsman. Seeing no corpse here, it seems to have turned into magic stones or an item. Meanwhile, Shin Yuna thinks that it doesn't make any sense. Besides the extreme minority, the magic swordsman class is average at everything. Kim Dong-soo tells her that he hunted an overspaced monster compared to the dungeon by themselves. After that, he asked her if she had received the report that the highest level player who entered the hunting grounds was level 24. While Shin Yuna still thinks that his level doesn't match up and that they were not part of the safety officer. 2 officers in this dimension died instantly at the dimensional gate. Then she tells him that other than a normal player, there is no one else. Kim Dong-soo tells him that it would be a player who has not renewed their player registration card. The players are only required to renew it every 2 years. She replies that even if that is the case, it's still too strange. She tells him that even if they were to level up before the mandatory registration renewal, in an extreme case, they would still only be in the late 50s. She also tells Kim Dong-soo that no players who entered received complete support from a guild either. He replies that it is strange. Even if an unnaturally strong player were to have killed the 3-headed beast, there is no reason for such a skilled player to be hunting in this low-level dungeon. Shin Yuna asks him if he can track the player who killed the beast. He replies that he will try at once. After that, he wears his gloves and puts his hand on the floor to sense the track. He tells her that as soon as the battle ended, the traces of the player vanished. He tells her that tracking them down will be pretty hard as the dungeon's terrain could be better for tracking. Shin Yuna tells him that he fairly accurately tracked the battle traces of the 3-headed beast and the player. He replies that in the case of monsters, they leave traces just by moving. He shows her the footprint of the beast and tells her that compared to a relatively light player, unless a group powered through an area or there was an intense battle, there are few cases where traces remain. He also tells her there are no traces of the player using skills after the battle. They could track the remnant magic power if they used even one skill. Suddenly, Shin Yuna speaks up and tells him she requested the impossible from him. She apologizes. Kim Dong-soo replied that it was because his skills were lacking. She tells him now they should leave. On the other side, the player association Shin Yuna is addressing. She tells the people that they must thoroughly investigate all the players who entered the dungeon that day. She says she will be a player who grows to immense strength, enough to fight a monster in the first half of level 100. If a player like that exists, they must employ them into the association. She also says they can no longer afford to lose talent to the guilds because the government manages the player association. On the other hand, a guild is a private organization. She also says that in the initial time of sudden change, the influence of the player association was quite strong. The number of players under the association's command was impressive, and their skills were top-notch. However, as time passed, the player association, a state organization, slowly grew. On the contrary, the guilds, which were private organizations, became stronger with no end. With no knowledge of dungeons, monsters, or even players, the association placed politicians in high positions within their management. They emphasized patriotism, reduced contract deals and rewards, and abused the players. Opposed to the association, the guilds gave large sums for contract deals, as large companies backed them. They also started to promise fair rewards. She also says that the association underwent an extreme internal overhaul to try and recruit players, but they needed to be more present. They started to cut out the executives who got there with political power, and executives who were players began to fill their seats. After the internal overhaul, the player association matched the private guilds with their contract deals and started competitively scouting out new players with the promise of support. Due to that, they started to distance themselves from their old bad image. In the present day, they have recovered into a more prosperous age, but they only grew in number, and compared to the top guild, they were still relatively weak. Shin Yuna also says this rookie can grow into a top-rank player, so they can't lose him. On the other side, Hyun-sung packed his bags as he wanted to finish hunting the red-maned wolves. He has already cleared all the dungeons near his house. After he searches, where are the other red-maned dungeons? He sees that the dungeons are in other cities and countries, too. After some time, he goes to the airport. While going, he is thinking about the growth-type skill, as there is no information on growth-type skills on the internet. He thinks he should keep using the skills as it is a passive skill. After some time, he comes to the Black Hotel. While resting, he says he needs to find a way to hide the number of magic stones. He says he can't trust those guys from the player association at the dungeon entrance. He also thinks he should avoid the eyes of the association's employees. They say they check their possessions to stop people from taking out items from the other world, like monsters, eggs, or the Sea of Another World plant. The real reason is to stop players from evading taxes. He thinks so, but it is not like they do it properly either. He is sure the player association and the huge guilds have a cartel. Then he says he should find a way, as there must be a way. He starts searching. He remembers seeing it here somewhere. Suddenly, he finds it, but it is disgustingly expensive. But it's a skill he is sure that he needs. Then, he purchases the active skill book and starts learning it. After that, he learned the skill of personal space and did it very well. Then he saw the space and found it bigger than he thought. It is as big as the Gasiwan he lived in before. After that, he went and started hunting. He came to the dungeon. The security officer checked his ID. The officer was surprised to learn that he was Hyunsung. After some time, Hyunsung was hunting the red-maned wolves. After hinting about 1,000 red-maned wolves, he gets the title of Red-Maned Wolf Predator as a reward. He finds it smooth, and entry into the dungeon is also smooth. Then, he uses his skill of personal space and sends all the magic stones into it. Suddenly, he stops and says he must take some out to show them. On the other hand, the officer thinks he is the boy that Ma Ji-hun has been eyeing. He says that, in his opinion, Hyunsung is a target he must win over to their side. The officer is Seou Guild's second support team leader, Seo Deong. He tells the details about Hyunsung to the Seou Guild Vice Guild Master, Yong Sung-woo. Yong Sung-woo smiles and says that not even 2 months after awakening, Hyunsung entered level 1520 dungeons. Seo Deong tells him that the player Hyunsung is predicted to have escaped the law of 20 levels. Yong Sung-woo is shocked. Seo Deong also tells him that it is not confirmed yet. However, the probability is considered high. He replies that it means he has yet to be recruited. Seo Deong tells him that they are still in negotiation due to problems with the contract. He also tells him that the sign-up bonus he requests is pretty expensive. Yong Sung-woo asks Hyunsung how much money he wants from them. He replied that it was 100 billion won. Yong Sung-woo says that he is an insane kid who demands 100 billion. Seo Deong tells him that he is right. If it's 100 billion, it's enough to sign a high-level player straight into the fighting force. Yong Sung-woo replies that if he is the real deal, 100 billion won't matter. However, the real problem is not the sign-up bonus, but their stances against each other. He also tells him that Hyunsung demands the bonus before sharing his status window. On the other hand, Ma Ji-hun's side demands that the status window be shared first before they decide to give the contract. He smiles and tells Yong Sung-woo that his indecisive and foolish personality is still the same. He replies that, of course, it is going that way. There is no way that guy would change so easily like that. Because of his sloppy personality, he lost those promising rookies, like Kim Hana, and he is making the same mistake again. Seo Deong is surprised to hear that. Yong Sung-woo also tells him that Hyunsung is only suited to lead dungeon strikes. He is not built to be a guild leader. He tells him that if they give the sign-up bonus first and there is a problem after checking the status window, they need to find a way to recover the money again. Meanwhile, he is making the contract. After that, he tells Seo Deong that he should personally approach Hyunsung and give him the 100 billion if he signs the contract. Seo Deong is shocked and asks if he has to pay him money. He replies that if the contract is written properly, it will be easy to recover if a problem arises. After that, Seo Deong leaves. Yong Sung-woo smiles and says that if he can resolve this, it will be possible for him to become a guild master. Conversely, Hyunsung submitted the magic stones at the player auction house after hunting. The officer told him that everything was clear. Hyunsung thanked him and walked away. He was happy because now he could avoid the Seou Guild's attention. A few days later, he finally graduated. He hunts the 10,000 red-maned wolves and gets the title of Red-Maned Wolf Slayer as a reward. He says he should finish up here today and organize his items. Then, he throws the books into the personal space that he already has. Suddenly, he sees a book of Winds of Regeneration of common rank. It's a passive skill book that increases his regeneration rate. After that, he gets a notification if he wants to learn it. He presses yes and says this is a popular skill book that even normal people want to learn. Even though it has not come out for so long, suddenly, he gets notified that he failed to learn the passing skill book Winds of Regeneration. Hyunsung is shocked. He is worried as he has never heard of anyone failing to learn one. He is notified that the passive skill book of Immorality, unique, rare rank, has absorbed the passive skill book of Winds of Regeneration. Hyunsung didn't know what this was. He is again notified that the passive skill book of Immorality, unique, rare rank, has grown. Then, he checks his status window and sees no change. Hyunsung knows that the Book of Winds of Regeneration absorbed it since it was a regeneration-type skill. But he is still confused about how much this book grows. Then he takes out his sword and cuts his finger with it. But it's sure within a second. Hyunsung says there is not much difference. He says how much it has to eat to grow. Even Winds of Regeneration was an expensive 30 million won skill book. He says, but the efficiency is too low. After that, he comes out of the dungeon through the dimensional gate. He turns on his phone. There is someone who calls him. Hyunsung picks up the call. The person on the phone asks if he is Mr. Hyunsung, while he is curious about who this man is. The man tells him he is team leader Seo Deung from Seo Guild's second support team. Hyunsung tells him he is sure he said not to contact him again unless they consider meeting his demands. Seo Deung asks if he is talking about the 100 billion won sign-up bonus. Then he tells him they will accept his demand, so they meet and sign the contract. Hyunsung asks him if he is being serious. Seo Deung replies that considering they are talking about such a huge sum, there is no way they would not be serious. After that, Hyunsung replied that he was still hunting, so it would be hard to meet him right now. He tells him that they can send him the contract first. Seo Deung tells him that he will send it to him right away. He replied that he would contact him again after checking the contract and hung up the call. Suddenly, he gets a message from Seo Deung that he sent the contract through both his mail and message so he can contact them again after reviewing it. Hyunsung says his rest is ruined. After that, he went to lawyer Lee Young-chul to show him the contract. He tells Hyunsung that this contract has favorable conditions and his welfare is well established. He also tells him that many clauses may drag him down if they were to come at him with malicious intent. Hyunsung asks him about the clauses. After printing the contract, Lee Young-chul tells him that the first part of the clause is that if the guild member were to damage the dignity of the guild, the contract could be nullified. He tells Hyunsung that this part is directly under the decision of the top executives of the guild. It's an unfavorable clause. Lee Young-chul reads the next clause and tells him that the contract can be nullified if the guild member's skills and attitude are not up to par. Then he tells Hyunsung that he doesn't know how much the contract bonus is stated to be, but the break fee is quite significant. Hyunsung is surprised to hear that. Lee Young-chul also tells him that if the contract is nullified due to the contractee's fault, he should pay 10 times the contract bonus. Hyunsung gets mad after hearing this. After that, Lee Young-chul tells him that, from what he can see, the best way forward is to request an adjustment of the break fee to be equal to the contract bonus and remove the disadvantageous clauses. Suddenly, Hyunsung gets a call from Go Jin-sung. He smiles and says he will need to tell them properly. He tells Lee Young-chul that he will return after taking this call. Then he walks out of the room. Hyunsung comes out. Go Jin-sung tells him that if they settle in the middle, it will be 500 million. He replied that it would be difficult for him as the bonus he wanted was 1 billion, not 500 million. Go Jin-sung tells him that he knows it very well, but he needs to think this over realistically. He also tells him that even though the Seo Guild is known as a big guild, they need help to consent to that amount. He also tells him that, to be honest, 500 million was an amount that he had to plead with the higher-ups again and again for them to agree on. Hyunsung tells him that he will think about it. Then he asked him if he could see the contract again. He replied that he would send it to him right now. After that, Hyunsung comes back to the lawyer's office. Then, he shows Lee Young the contract from Go Jin-sung. He smiles and says it seems he is quite a capable player. After some time, he prints out the contract. He tells Hyunsung that the same guild wrote this contract. Hyunsung is shocked and asks him how he knows that. He replied that the overall layout of the contract was the same. They differ only in some segments. He also tells him that although this one has fewer unfavorable clauses, it is similar. The break fee is only 5 times, so it is more generous. After that, Hyun-sung asks why the same guild would produce different contracts. He replies that this guild may have an internal conflict that wants to scout him. If they send different contracts, the conflict between the factions seems severe. Lee Young-chul tells him that this is beneficial for him. If he can properly ride this line, he could get a contract on more favorable terms. Then he asked if he could make a new contract on the first without all those unfavorable clauses. Hyun-sung agrees with him. After that, he comes to the hotel. He says Guild Master Ma Ji-hoon and Vice Guild Young Seong-woo are a mess. He thinks he should mess with them a bit. Then, he calls Seo De-young. Seo De-young asks him if he has made his decision. Hyun-sung replied that, thinking about it more, the sign-up bonus was too little. He says 200 billion is okay for him. Seo De-young tells him it is difficult to confirm right now, but he thinks it will be possible. Then Hyun-sung asked him what he thought about the 300 billion. He replies that it seems he is messing with him right now. Hyun-sung smiles that no, to tell him the truth. He was also contracted by team leader Go Jin-sung from his Seoul Guild's first scouting team. Then he tells him that it doesn't seem like their relationship is that good. Meanwhile, Seo De-young is getting mad at him. Then he tells him they will overbid whatever Mr. Go Jin-sung can offer him and hangs up the call. Hyun-sung looks happy and says they hate each other to the core. Then he calls Go Jin-sung. Go Jin-sung also asked him if he had reviewed the contract. He replies that he judged it pretty positively. He also tells him that he was about to contact him to make the contract with him immediately. Go Jin-sung replies, and then they should meet up right now. Hyun-sung tells him he doesn't think he will need to anymore. He tells him that he just sent him a contract through a message. Then he tells him that they will talk after he has confirmed it. Then, Go Jin-sung read the message. He is looking worried. Hyun-sung tells him to come to an internal agreement before sending him a contract. He also tells him they must think about it a little more. A sign-up bonus of only 100 billion seems too low. Go Jin-sung is shocked to hear that. Hyun-sung tells him that they should make it 300 billion. Go Jin-sung asks the same question if he is messing with him. Hyun-sung replied that he did not have to if he was not interested and then hung up the call. After that, he does something on his phone and says it is so easy to edit audio files. Then he sends it to someone. After that, he throws that mobile in the dustbin. He sent the audio to both Seo De-young and Go Jin-sung. 1 month later, Young Sung-woo asks Seo De-young where Hyun-sung disappeared. He replies as it stands, in the dungeons that they are managing right now, as he has never shown himself. He tells him that they have sent people to find him. Young Sung-woo yells at him and tells him to find him using whatever method he has. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung thinks that after the audio file incident that Hyun-sung caused 1 month ago, Seoul Guild had completely split in two because of the faction conflicts between the Guild Master and Vice Guild Master. He thinks they were initially lucky enough to get the entry records to find Hyun-sung, but even if they are the Seoul Guild, it is not right for them to read records managed by the government whenever they want. He also thinks that even though this was compounded by the difficulty of internal information sharing in the guild, there are better problems than this. Hyun-sung's traces have completely disappeared. Then Young Sung-woo asks him if Hyun-sung is going to a different guild. He replies that probably not. Young Sung-woo gets angry at him. Seo De-young comes out of the office. He is looking angry. He thinks it all happened because of those forged audio files and contracts, most of which switched to Ma Ji-hoon's side. He decides that he should find Hyun-sung as soon as possible. On the other hand, Hyun-sung is hunting. The number of points he gets just from hunting is pretty nice. Purely hunting nets him about 600,000 points per day. Drop by drop fills the tub. As they say, he has saved up quite a bit. Meanwhile, he is selling the items. He gets the notification that his sale has been completed. He says it won't be long if it keeps going like this. Meanwhile, he is selling the batteries. But he has a complaint as the seller's window is too small. He knows that he needs to register every single item manually. It would be nice if he could mass register like in video games. He thinks that other sellers seem to register hundreds and thousands of items. He sees that there is a seller, Rikamus, who sells medicines. Hyun-sung needs 10 billion points to get to the next rank, as he is just over halfway there. He says he will need to increase his hunting times. Suddenly, a monster attacks him. He jumps and saves himself. After that, he uses his magic missile power to cut the monster's head. There are so many monsters there. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung thinks that is why no one else is hunting here. All the monsters are run together to attack him. Hyun-sung uses his fireball skill and throws it at them. There is a huge blast happened. The remaining monster runs towards him. Hyun-sung is ready for them. He cuts their body in many parts. After hunting the monster, he gets the magic stones. Suddenly, he gets the notification that the sale has been completed. He says it seems someone bought the batteries. He again gets a complaint from buyer Crow. Hyun-sung is getting a bad feeling about this. Then, he checked the complaint message. There is a message that he has to sell the double batteries at half the current price. He reads all the messages. They are all the same. Hyun-sung is confused about this. Then he sees that the seller, Crow, sells many different things. The only things he bought from him were the batteries. He says it would be a different story if it was just those unpopular products like electric razors, Polaroid cameras, or Tamagotchis that were initially unpopular. They only bought the batteries that always get sold out and then filed a complaint. He says he wants to sell it at half the current price. He asks why he should sell it at half price. After that, he again registers the batteries at the same price. Again, the items have been sold. He gets happy. Suddenly, he gets a complaint again. Hyun-sung smiles and says this Crow buyer wants to suspend his business. On the other hand, Crow asks how long the seller, Hyun-sung, will be able to endure. He says he will never defeat him. For newbies, purchasing and selling unique skills is a blessing. He is happy and says he will become strong through a unique skill, and the result is that he will become the absolute ruler of his planet. However, despite his unique skills, rising to the position of absolute ruler is challenging. The points always needed improvement, no matter how much he gathered. It was simple to use them, but gathering them took much work. Crow says that the basic pattern of newbies is to use the points gained through hunting to purchase medicines and skill books to become stronger. However, once in a while, some special people will appear. The rare group of individuals rake in points by merely selling specialty items that only exist on the planet they live on. He also says that even if those items are under a monopoly against absolute capital strength, they will have no choice to buy them. He says that Hyun-sung is a point shuttle in front of him. The decent items that the newbies sell, he will buy everything, and then complain until they are forced to suspend their business for 3 months. It's simple afterward. Because once those 3 months pass, he will repeat the same thing. He says that no matter how persistent they are, they will have no choice but to bow down. He also says that they will ultimately have to sell their items at the time and price he sets for them, and naturally, he will gain the monopoly on those items. Crow also says that he will force another business suspension if they go against his command. Meanwhile, he sees that the items for sale from Hyun-sung have stopped. On the other hand, Hyun-sung needs more batteries. He goes to the mart to buy some items. After that, he comes to Byeongshan Motel. Hyun-sung knows they want to make him suspend his business, but since he has sold many items, it will take much work. He says he should start his round 2. After that, he put the batteries for sale. Hyun-sung noticed that, seeing the complaints not coming in, other players were also starting to buy. Hyun-sung knows they are buying even after he doubled the price, but if he keeps going like this, they will catch up with him. After that, he tripled the price of double batteries. Late at night, he gets notified that his total accrued points have exceeded 10 billion. His rank has increased to rare, and now he can purchase heroic rank items. He also notified us that his purchase catalog and seller window capacity have increased to 100. Hyun-sung is shocked. He knows that they offended him at first, but looking back now, he sees that they were a generous tree that gave him everything. Hyun-sung also knows that the price of batteries is too dangerous for him. The complaints have nearly caught up to match the raised number of products. He says he should slowly start changing the items to adjust the number of products. After that, he put a large capacity camping battery for sale. On the other hand, the Crow buys all the double batteries. He thinks it will take some time for Hyun-sung to restore his stock. With this much loss, his surplus will take quite a while to recover. Crow says that when they ultimately increased the price to 4 items, he got angry, but it's more trouble to back off in such situations. He says he finally got to Hyun-sung's limit just in time. Suddenly, he sees the large capacity camping battery on the list. He is notified that there won't be any refunds or replacements after the items are bought. He gets mad to see that they had a next-generation product and that the registered battery items are over 70. Crow knows it will be about 1 billion points if he buys all of them. He thinks what will happen if Hyunsung uploads more after he buys. He also thinks he should invest another 1 billion points to buy them. If he can have the assurance of success, he would invest not just 1 billion, but even 210 billion points. He is curious as he does not know the limits of Hyunsung. Then, he decided that he should take the loss. After some time, he gets notified that the sale has been completed. Hyunsung sees that there are no more complaints. It seems like they have given up, as it looks like his original customers bought the camping batteries. Suddenly, he sees that Crow has bought all the batteries. He says that because of this guy, he ended up selling more than he intended. After some time, he went to the second-hand electrical store. Hyunsung says that there is a tendency for sales of pre-existing items to decrease over time. He says he should start selling those as well. On the other side, the demon lady is checking the items for sale by Hyunsung. She sees that there is a family arcade machine on the list. Suddenly, she sees that there is a game pack. She is curious about the game pack and thinks she should buy it or not. Meanwhile, Hyunsung is in his hotel room. He checks his window to see if any change has happened. He sees that his total points increased. After that, he reads a notice that if he wants to increase his rank to heroic, the points he should accrue after awakening must exceed 1 trillion. Hyunsung is shocked to read this. He looks worried and wonders why the difficulty suddenly increased so much. Hyunsung knows the road is long before he gets the heroic rank. After that, he checks if there is anything other than his window size increasing by 100. Suddenly, he finds that his product reviews are available. He starts reading them. He sees that Barakat is everywhere as he writes a review on every item. He may review the new products as well. Barakat writes bad reviews about camping batteries. Hyunsung knows that they are sharp. Some products could be used semi-permanently using magic stones, but those are expensive on this side as well. He gets happy as he can't sell those batteries now. After that, he lies on his bed and starts some window shopping. Suddenly, he notices that there is a pet for sale, too. The price of the pet is out of this world. He says this is more like a luxury good than buying because of necessity. He is taking a rest. Suddenly, his mom is calling him. Hyunsung picks up the call. His mother asks him if he knows Seo Deong from Siwoo Guild. Hyunsung is shocked and tells his mom that he doesn't know him. His mother also tells him he introduces himself as the Siwoo Guild's second support team leader. Then her mom tells him that he is coming to their home today. Hyunsung is shocked. His mother tells him that he is right now standing at the door, so if he wants to talk with him. He replies that he will call him separately and don't open the door for him. He also tells him that he will tell him everything in detail. His mother tells him he should not stain himself because of them and don't do anything dangerous. Then, he hangs up the call. After that, he calls Seo Deong. He angrily asks what he is trying to pull and why he comes to his mother's home. Seo Deong replies that he should calm down first. He only visited with good intentions. He tells Hyunsung that since it concerns his father's health, he thinks this decision would be too much for Mr. Hyunsung alone, so he came here to explain the situation to his mother as well. Hyunsung replies that he is signing the contract, not his mother. He replies that he knows it, but an important decision like this should also be discussed with his family. Hyunsung angrily tells him that is not something he needs to consider. Seo Deong tells him that he is being rude. He even said he would match his price, so why is he being so uncooperative? Hyunsung tells him how he can talk like that after sending the contract with unfavorable conditions. Seo Deong asks him what is wrong with the contract. After consulting a lawyer about it, he replied that there were major problems. Seo Deong tells him it is just a clause they added in case anything happens. He also tells him that if he is a talent they want, there is no need to worry about it. Hyunsung replies that if he does not have the talent he wants, he will end up handing over his status window. Then he tells him that he should think of this positively. Meanwhile, Hyunsung thinks it would be fine to make the contract without sharing his status window, but Siwoo Guild would never accept it. Then he tells him he is considering changing his number as soon as this call ends. He also tells him there is no use trying to call this number again, and if he visits his mother again, he won't just stay still. After that, he hangs up the call. Seo Deung gets angry. Then he calls his team member and asks if he has found Hyunsung's location. He replies that he found him, and that he is now in the Osung Guild's territory. Seo Deung asks him if the Woohyun Guild has started the operation. After that, he cuts the call and smiles. He says that Hyunsung won't die. They need to make him feel enough danger so that he crawls back to them. After some days, in the Latti department store, Hyunsung is doing shopping. He says he should sell as much as possible since his seller window has increased. He shops a lot. Then he buys some clothes for him, too. After that, he goes to the dungeon through the dimensional gate. He hunts the Toadman monsters there. Hyunsung cuts them into pieces and then attacks them with a fireball. 5 hours later, he finishes hunting and gets the magic stones as a reward. Finally, he achieves legendary rank as he hunts 10,000 Toadmen. He gets the title of Toadman Slayer as a reward. Hyunsung is happy as he got it earlier than he expected. Then he comes out of the dungeon. He looks happy and says he should go to the Goblin Dungeon. There are some mysterious men there. They start following him. After some time, Hyunsung comes to the Goblin Dungeon. He sees a forest-type dungeon for the first time in his life. He says now he should sneak it. The guards are sitting at the entrance door silently. He uses his stealthy skill and comes into the dungeon. There are so many goblins there. He starts hunting. He uses magic missiles and cuts the heads of the goblins. After that, he throws a fireball at them. Suddenly, some of the goblins attack him from the back. He throws the fireballs at them. Then he cut them with magic missiles. Suddenly, a goblin shoots an arrow at him, but he saves himself. They shoot many arrows at once. This time, Hyunsung saves himself with a sturdy cape. He runs towards them and cuts their necks. Hyunsung jumps to the tree and says he should wrap it up. After that, he kills the goblins one by one with his sword. After some time, he has done his hunting and collects the magic stones. Hyunsung thinks now he should leave. Suddenly, a boy comes there. He angrily asks who has been around in their hunting grounds. Hyunsung is shocked to see the player there. The boy again asks how he dares use their hunting grounds, but Hyunsung doesn't understand. He tells them that he paid the entrance fee just like everybody else. The boy tells Hyunsung that this is where they always hunt. Naturally, this is their hunting ground. He also tells him that since he has hunted here, he should leave his magic stones and get out. They all make fun of Hyunsung. He also tells him they leave the equipment here to compensate for their monster. Meanwhile, Hyunsung thinks he never thought he would meet these bulkheads. He has only ever heard about them online. Hyunsung speaks up and tells them that they just made a huge mistake. The boy replies that it seems he didn't understand him. Like modern weapons like guns and bombs, normal electronic devices won't activate either. That is why if there was trouble between players inside the dungeon, one could only rely on each other's testimonies. However, a death in the dungeon is usually accounted as death by monsters, and some players exploit this fact. In the worst cases, Hyunsung thinks they would steal other people's items and gear. They would even kill other players. They are filthy criminals. Hyunsung can't understand them as they are trying to threaten him after seeing this. The boy again tells him that he won't listen to him. He takes out his sword and tells Hyunsung that he will show him with his actions. He orders his boys to attack him and get him. They run towards him, but Hyunsung sees they are too slow. After that, a fight starts between them. Hyunsung takes out his sword and cuts the boy's sword. Then he punches the other boy. They all are shocked. They all run together to attack him, but Hyunsung teaches them a lesson. He cuts their weapons and punches them. Then he cuts the leg of one player. After that, he takes out his shield from personal space. He is all ready to fight with them. Suddenly, another player comes there and says they are getting beaten up. He is Crow. Also says this would have been easier if the order was to kill, and cutting off one leg should be enough. Hyunsung is shocked to see him. He thinks he is the security officer, but he is the guild master. He tells Hyunsung that he is the one who made this mess of his guild members. He replies that these people attacked him first. The guild master throws a spear at him, but Hyunsung saves himself. The guild master thinks about him and who he is. He also thinks this boy blocked his attack despite finishing his second-class advancement. With his skills, he should not be running around in a goblin dungeon. He smiles and says he will end this cleanly. but he must take another arm. He takes out his sword, runs towards Hyun-sung, and attacks him. But Hyun-sung saves himself. He thinks that this guild master is strong and that he is different from those thugs that he fought before. He also thinks his strength, speed, and every aspect of himself are above his. Hyun-sung also thinks that even though he uses a sword, he is faster than his vampiric blade. If he didn't have his shield, he will die. Suddenly, he feels that something is off here. He is curious about why things ended up this way. He needs to get out of here first. Then he throws a fire spear at the guild master. A blast happens there. Hyun-sung gets time to run away. The members of the guild are mad at him. Meanwhile, running away, Hyun-sung thinks that it was not a fatal blow as he should not have hoarded those points in vain. The guild master again attacked him. Hyun-sung didn't take his attack and fell. He is going to cut him with his vampiric blade, but Hyun-sung throws a fire spear at him. The guild master saves himself as he jumps away. He again attacked him. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung feels that something is off as he is not aiming for his life. He again throws a fire spear at him. This time, spear falls in the right place. Hyun-sung gets time to run away. He opens his status window. He purchases the passive skill book Survival Instinct. After that, he learned it and activated the skill of Survival Instinct. Hyun-sung is happy now. The guild master tells him there is no point running away, so give up now. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung has only 60 seconds. He needs to render him out of action during then. They both gain to start the fight. Suddenly, a lady comes there. She cuts the blade of the guild master into pieces. Hyun-sung is shocked and thinks about who she is. The lady beat the guild master. After that, she comes near Hyun-sung and tells him she was rude when they met. She looks familiar to him. Suddenly, he remembers that she is Shin Yuna. He bows down and thanks for her help. She tells him that she was watching all this the whole time. Hyun-sung is shocked. She also tells him she was watching from the start when he was being set up. She tells him she should apologize for not stepping in earlier. Hyun-sung didn't get it. She tells him that these guys are repeat offenders. He replies that she was getting proof that these guys were committing crimes by merely being a witness. She replied that she just wanted to see how skilled he was. Then he tells him that she will officially introduce himself. She tells him she is the surveillance chief for the player association, Shin Yuna. She tells Hyun-sung that it was not them that she followed into the goblin dungeon but him. He asks her what she means by that. She tells him that they should talk outside of the dungeon. For now, they need to clean these guys up. He asks her what she means by that these guys were repeat offenders. He also asks if there are records of them committing similar crimes. She replies with yes and tells him there was no proof, but they were pinpointed as suspects in numerous cases of disappearance. Hyun-sung is shocked. Shin Yuna says she thinks they have been judged as murderers. He tells her that he didn't think they had any intentions of killing him to begin with. She replies that she thinks the same. Hyun-sung asks her then why they would do such a thing. She replies that they will need to figure that out now. After that, she comes near to the body of the guild master and tells him that she knows he is awake. She tells him that she didn't want to have to restore to violence. She is going to hit him, but he suddenly opens his eyes. Shin Yuna smiles and tells him that it would have been better for the both of them if he had just woken up earlier. She asks him why he is setting up Hyun-sung. He replies that he didn't know what she was saying. He just stepped in to protect his guild members who were unfairly assaulted. He asks her if an executive of the association assaulted a player like this. On top of that, she attacked someone who had fainted. He says he will make this public in the press and report it to the police. She asks him if he is unconscious and how he knows she is an executive of the player association. The boy gets angry. She instantly puts her spear on his neck and tells him he doesn't know his situation. She tells him that they are in the dungeon. Even if she were to kill him here, there wouldn't be any evidence. She also tells him that Hyun-sung never goes and attests to the police for him, whom he tried to set up. Shin Yuna also tells him he must comply nicely if he doesn't want the goblin dungeon to become his and his guild members' graves. He should at least have some use as a witness to be kept alive. The boy replies that she is threatening him. She tells him that it seems he doesn't understand her yet. After that, Shin Yuna tells Hyun-sung to leave them for a bit. He obeys her. She tells him that on his way, he should make sure the guys he took down before can escape. It will become troublesome if any of them do. After that, he leaves. Meanwhile, the boy begs her for his life, but she kills him. Hyun-sung made a circle about them and considered their objective. He thinks it was different from that his unique skill had been revealed. He also thinks that the Seowu Guild might be behind this. If Shin Yuna asks him about the three-headed jaguar, that is how he killed him. He gets mad and says he should get stronger as the Seowu Guild won't give up that easily. He had multiple thoughts. Hyun-sung worries and says everything will be better once he becomes a player. Suddenly, Shin Yuna comes there. She tells him that it looks like the Seowu Guild hired these guys as they got a request to make him a disabled person. She also tells him that it seems the guild tried to win him over afterward while feigning ignorance. Thankfully, since they know the circumstances and proof of the request, they can deal a heavy blow to the Seowu Guild. Hyun-sung smiles. Shin Yuna tells him to let's get out of here first. After leaving the dungeon, she sent all the culprits to the association. Hyun-sung also going to his home. Suddenly, Shin Yuna asks him if he has some time. After some time, they both go to the player association. He asks her why she is looking for him. She replies that it is because of the three-headed beast incident. Hyun-sung is shocked. He asks her how she knows he is in the goblin dungeon. She replies that they checked the dungeon entry record. Hyun-sung tells her that it is illegal. She replies that it is not illegal for them. The player association has the authority to check association members' entry records whenever needed. She tells him something. After some time, she asked him if he understood the process. For now, it was his turn. Because this was a private investigation, she only tried to figure out his skills after secretly following behind him. Then, she apologizes once again for not intervening immediately. Hyun-sung tells her that she wants to see his limits. She replies with yes and tells him that she confirmed if, after the last skill he used against Jang Woo-hyun, he was the one who had killed the beast. After that, Hyun-sung asks her if he will be punished for hiding the fact that he hunted the beast. She replies that there won't be any punishment at all. She tells him that the player association was looking for him to reward him. Hyun-sung is shocked. Shin Yuna tells him that it's a reward that is fit for the one who eliminated the three-headed beast. In addition, she also has an offer for him. Hyun-sung asks him if that offer is recruitment. She replies that is correct. He tells her he doesn't particularly want to be part of any groups. She tells him that they knew he would say that. She tells him to please listen to the conditions first. For the sign-up bonus, they will match the amount of 100 billion won that was offered by the Seowu Guild. She also tells him that if he continues to be a member of the player association, he can receive several benefits, from tax exemption to free equipment maintenance. Hyun-sung asks her if she wants him to reveal his status window in return. She replies that they don't want to see his status window. He must pass one test. She tells him that he merely has to sit together with a person of his choice and answer truthfully to their questions. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung thinks it is an interrogation by detectives and the police. The players who possess skills unrelated to battle a contract of truth when the target of the skill speaks the truth. There is no change. However, if they lie, a red light shines out from their body. After that, he asks her why they are going so far as to try to recruit him. He tells him that, to be honest, with these conditions, it would not be possible to recruit a high-level player instead. She replies that it depends on the high-level player. Recruiting a truly powerful high-level player with these conditions would be impossible. Hyun-sung smiles and asks her if it is because of the law of 20 levels. She replies that they can't deny that. Hyun-sung tells her he doesn't know how to break the law of 20 levels. If revealed to be the truth, would she still recruit him? She replies that it is true. The fact that he became this strong in only 3 months has enough value for them to invest 100 billion into him. He again had multiple thoughts about the Seowu Guild. Suddenly, he speaks up and tells her he will do this test. She smiles and tells him that he made an excellent choice. Suddenly, another lady comes there and tells him she will use the contract of truth skill. She asks him if he consents. He replies with yes. She tells him that when the skill is initiated, a message appears to ask for consent. He only has to press yes. After that, she initiated the contract of truth. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung didn't feel good, but he presses yes. After that, the lady leaves the room. Shin Yuna tells him that he should sit comfortably. He needs to answer a few questions. Then she asks him if he has awakened 3 months ago. He replies with yes. Then she asks him if he knows of a way to break the law of 20 levels. He replies with no. Shin Yuna tells him that they currently estimate him to be a player of around 140. So why is he hunting in those low-level dungeons? Meanwhile, Hyun-sung thinks that this is nothing much. Then Shin Yuna asks him if he possesses a unique skill. Hyun-sung is silent and thinks they know about his unique skill. She tells him that he must answer this question. After that, Shin Yuna asks him why he only hunts low-level monsters because of his unique skill. He replies with yes. Then, she asks him if he applies his unique skill to another player. He replies with no. After that, Shin Yuna asks him if he uses his unique skill of circumventing the law of 20 level. Hyun-sung looks worried and then says yes. Shin Yuna smiles and says it seems the skill's effect has ended. He asks her if he needs to do another one. She replies that there is no need for that. She doesn't particularly have other questions to ask, and he has been answering truthfully thus far, and they suspected it a little. But he does have a unique skill. Hyun-sung says it seems she also has a unique skill. She replies with yes, but cannot tell him what skill it is. However, she indeed has one as well. He tells her that it means not just he had this. After that, Shin Yuna tells him that a unique skill, as its name suggests, is a skill that only one player can have. She also tells him that the people with these unique skills all rose to the highest positions. Hyun-sung is shocked to hear that. He thinks that it seems she is also one. Then Shin Yuna tells him there is a limit to how much information about players is available to normal people. Just because one is a high-level player doesn't mean they have all the information. She tells him that the information about players with unique skills is made secret by the national security law. Hyun-sung asks him if he can hear these things, and she replies that he also has a unique skill. She tells him that it is true that it was wrong for her to reveal that she also had a unique skill. However, since they will be part of the same organization anyway, there should be no problem. Hyun-sung tells him that he never said he would become a member of the association. She replies what she should do. His choice in this matter disappeared after he confirmed his unique skill. She tells him the whole nation is scouting him rather than the association. After that, she gave him an exclusive contract with the Korean Players Association. He is shocked. He thinks it may be impossible unless done at a national level if it's this much. He read the contract and found out that there were not many conditions. The work compensation in the case of injury is honestly too much, on top of the instant deployment compensation when an incident occurs. After completing a mission, he has no authority over what to do with his magic stones and items. Suddenly, Shin Yuna gives him a pen to sign the contract. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung thinks they are feeding him with a spoon here if it is too much. But one condition is bugging him a little. It is a lifelong contract. After that, Hyun-sung asked her if all the players directly associated with the association received these types of contracts. He replies that of course not. The association would have gone bankrupt if all the players had received these contracts. She tells him they are handing him this over-the-top contract because of his unique skill. Hyun-sung is shocked. She tells him that he can level up and get magic stones even while hunting low-level monsters, meaning he can truly level up infinitely. She tells him this is an opportunity to sign a player who would become the highest level player in the world. She would be an idiot to let him go to try and save some money. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung thinks her guess is wrong, but this misunderstanding is not too bad as he can partially hide the truth. After that, he asked her if they could alter the contract period somehow. She asks him if the duration of the contract is a problem for him. She tells him he doesn't know how many players with unique skills exist. She tells him she doesn't know the specifics, but it doesn't reach 80. She also tells him she was only Korea's unique skill user before he appeared. Hyun-sung thinks it means unique skills are rare. Shin Yuna tells him that it's natural that he may find the contract period odd. However, he must understand that they must afford to keep him, a unique ability user they found with great difficulty in another country or a private guild. That is why they increased the contract period as much as possible, and they can discuss it afterward. After that, she asks him if he has any demands, and they are ready to hear his suggestions. He tells her that he wants to change the contract period from a lifetime to 1 year. She replies that it is impossible for them. Hyun-sung tells him that he will greatly decrease the sign-up bonus instead of this. receiving 10 billion is enough. She replies that the answer remains the same. She also tells him they will increase his sign-up bonus so the contract lasts a lifetime. After that, Hyun-sung tells her there is a 2-year mandatory contract period, with only a 20 billion sign-up bonus. However, if after those 2 years, he finds no major problems during the contract period, he will consider the player association first to review the contract before other options. He also tells her that if she refuses this option, he would rather not become a member of the player association. She asks him if he is thinking of fleeing to a different country. He replies with no and tells her he doesn't know enough about the player association and doesn't want to become a permanent servant. She replied that he should have known since he had read the contract, but he didn't see more benefits than duties. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung thinks that a few hundred billion is a sign-up bonus. This is an unimaginably big sum, but he can't afford to be blinded by the money now and become a hostage in the future. He also thinks he needs a place that can protect him. Naturally, if he finds a suitable place to live, he can remain there but only sign a lifetime contract after experiencing it first. After that, he tells Shin Yuna that if she brings him the same contract, he will renew the contract without fail. He asks her if she thinks of this as a 2-year internship. She replies that it will be a complicated internship. She also tells him that this is not something that she can decide alone. She tells him that she will go and report to her superior first, so he waits for her. After some time, she returns and tells him they will accept his offer, but they also have a condition. She tells him that when a scouting request from a foreign player association or a guild comes in, he needs to report it to the Korean Player Association about it. She also tells him that if they offer the same contract, he must renew it with the Korean Players Association. He replies that he will do it. After that, he signs the contract. Shin Yuna tells him that she hopes they get along well. She also tells him they should get some new items since he signed the contract. He tells her that his sword and cape are rare rank. She smiles and tells him that it will be good to exchange everything else. The next day, at the Player Association, they both go to the equipment room, and Hyun-sung is shocked to see the types of equipment there. He asks her if all the association members rent out this equipment. She replies that not all equipment rents out. It depends on the player's position. The rank of the items that they can rent is locked, but it excludes him, and Hyun-sung gets happy. He sees the specification of the suades infused with magic and says they could be better than he thought, so he should choose them carefully. After some time, they went to Café Valor. Shin Yuna explains to him how the association operates while they wait for his equipment to be fitted for his body. She also tells him about his department. She tells him that he will be on the surveillance team. Well, it's called a surveillance team, but in reality, they mainly go to dungeons where accidents or player conflicts happen and help solve the issue. Shin Yuna tells him that since the support team lacks personnel, they must also help them. Hyun-sung is shocked and tells her he might be fine in low-level dungeons, but he feels he cannot solve the problems himself in the mid-level dungeons. She replies that they will assign him to work with his current level in mind, so he doesn't have to worry about that. After that, she also tells him that she is his direct superior, and that he should inform her immediately if he experiences difficulties while working. He asks her if he can talk to her about his problems before their contract starts. She replies that she can talk to her. Hyun-sung tells her that the information about the number of magic stones he collected and how much he sold them for was handed over to the COU Guild. He also tells her that they even had access to his location while he was hunting. She replies that they will handle those incidents while handling their case. They can give the COU Guild the punishment they deserve. She tells him that they will provide him with accommodation, too. Hyun-sung smiles and says he is different from the type who stays in one dungeon and hunts there for a long time. After that, she asks him to tell her which dungeon he is hunting in each time. Then, she will assign him to a job near that place. After that, she gives him a card for his lodging, which he uses to pay his fees. Hyun-sung asks her if it is okay for her. She replies that it is not okay for her, and if other people in the organization find out, there will be a fuss that she is providing special treatment, so keep this a secret. She also tells him that, officially, it will be taken care of as if he is being relocated frequently. Hyun-sung thanks her. She replies that she needs to do at least this much for him so that he will renew the contract with them in 2 years. After some time, they come to the Payer Association. He tries on his dress, and it fits well. After that, Shin Yuna gives him the card and tells him that this will be his identification, showing that he is an official member of the Player Association. She tells him that he has the authority to surveil and the ability to do his official duties, so he should not experience such unpleasant encounters again. She also tells him that if he sticks to his standby times for emergency backup, there should not be any issue. The emergency summons are not frequently called, so he does not have to worry too much about it. But when it is called, he must answer and accept. Hyun-sung replies that he understands it very well. Then he asks her about his sign-up bonus. She replies with a smile that it has already been sent to him, since the contract only goes into effect after he has received the money. Hyun-sung tells her that he wants to buy some skill books. She tells him that the association has a skill book store so that they can go there. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung thinks that it is important to become stronger. He is going to invest the entire 20 billion bonus into skill books. After that, he goes to the bookstore, but not as many books as he thought. Shin Yuna tells him it is because skill books are still hard to come by. The supply is significantly lower than the demand, so when a skill book is found, it gets sold instantly. She also tells him that compared to a public auction house, the scale of the association's skill bookstore is quite a bit smaller. After that, he bought so many skill books. Then she sees him off to the door and says it looks like her work is done. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung is in the car. She tells him since the insurance is covered as well, he can treat it as his car and drive comfortably. He says goodbye and leaves. After some time, Shin Yuna comes to the Player Association's president's office. The president tells her that 2 years is short. She asks him if he regrets that they could not make it a lifetime contract. The president replies that he is regretful because they needed to seize him no matter what. Shin Yuna tells him that he is already planning on giving him less money. He angrily replies that he did not plan this. Even in her case, he honestly increased the contract conditions for her. The president also tells her that he will not exploit someone just because he got them into a lifetime contract. She replies that he did exploit her at first and was not going to raise her conditions if she didn't say anything. She also tells him that she should have made her contract with a time limit like Hyun-sung. The president tells her that she really can't compare herself to Hyun-sung's case. Her situation was new to them as well. They would not have known about unique skills if not for her either. She replies that is why he should have treated her better. The president tells her that they treated her well. They even yielded a lot for Hyun-sung's contract, this time because of her suggestions. If she hadn't interfered, they could have made him sign a lifetime contract for only around 100 billion. He also tells her if she did, he bets that the information would have leaked to other nations' player associations and private guilds. He yells at her and tells her that she is the one who threatening him as he thinks she would leak this information to a foreign player association. She replies that he didn't say that. She tells him that the probability would be increased. Shin Yuna also tells him that if he knows her very well, then he should know what she is thinking right now as well. She smiles and tells him to change her contract to a 2-year limit as well. He replies that he can't do it. He tells her that if she didn't oppose, he would have used any method possible to get Hyun-sung to sign a lifetime contract. She tells him that he is a villain. The president tells her that he does all this for the sake of the country. Even from Hyun-sung's position, there is nothing bad about being in a lifetime contract with the association. Shin Yuna tells him that from an individual stance, it is better not to sign that contract. The president is looking pissed off. She again tells him that if he didn't want to tangle with her, then dissolve the contract. He replies that he will not do that. Shin Yuna gets angry and walks away from there. On the other side, Hyun-sung sent money to his mother. He says with this much, Dad's medical fees and living expenses should be taken care of for the next 10 years. Since he didn't want to look like a brat, he only got to buy one of each of the recovery skill books. He says he should grow the Book of Immortality. After that, he comes to the Player Association. He searches the skills book. Suddenly, he finds a book on nature's recovery. He says he needs to buy this since it's rare rank, just like the Book of Immorality. Even if he can't absorb it, there is no downside to just having it. Then he buys it. He says as Shin Yuna tells him that passives are always active, and he should buy them all. While active might not see much use and will be left alone, he decided now he buy rake rank and above skill books. After that, he comes out of the association and says he should shop with some points. After some time, he sold a lot of points. He sees that gaming devices and notebooks are pretty popular, and watch sales are unexpectedly good. But the best-selling item is camping batteries. Hyun-sung again goes to the second-hand electrical shop. He asks the salespeople about the camping batteries. He replies that they have fully charged and enabled them all. After that, Hyun-sung tells him they have to provide as many next time. The salesman tells him they will do it. He also tells him that his points have been used automatically to give him a discount. If he ever needs any appliances, contact them whenever. Hyun-sung thanks him and then comes back to the hotel. He is thinking about the boy whom he met in the Goblin Dungeon. Then, he decides to use the points to buy the medicines. He sees that the crude medicines are, on average, 5 million points, and low-grade medicines are 10 million each. He guesses that if he wants all his tats to be 200, he will need about 5 billion points. After that, he eats the crude medicines. He says since stat increases affect all skills, the effect is noticeable. Then, he decides that he should go all in on the Book of Immortality. Hyun-sung comes to know that it's not slowly regenerating anymore. He cuts his finger, but it instantly regenerates. He is quite impressed with it. Suddenly, Shin Yuna calls him. She tells him that the Seoul Guild executives to the police with the evidence they got back then. They have been imprisoned today. Hyun-sung gets happy and tells her that he was worrying about whether or not he would have to deal with their schemes again. She tells him that the Seoul Guild is pretty connected with law enforcement, but they did not do anything this time. Hyun-sung is shocked. She also tells him that they were actively helping with the investigation. He asks her if it is due to the conflict between factions. Shin Yuna tells him that the guild master, Ma Ji-hun, didn't even attempt to interfere with the investigation and instead gave them all the internal evidence to take them away faster. Then Hyun-sung asks her about Young Sung-woo. She replies that the police have issued his arrest warrant, but he won't be holding out for long as Jang Woo-hyun was arrested. His deeds of murder and mugging were brought to light, and the one that hired him to do it was close to Young Sung-woo. After that, he tells him to turn on the TV. Hyun-sung on the TV and sees that the Seoul Guild is in breaking news as they are involved in contract killing. Shin Yuna tells him that, as he can see, it will be hard for him to evade imprisonment. She also tells him that all the people who were favorable to Young Sung-woo have already turned their back on him as well. Hyun-sung thanked her for handling this cleanly. He tells her he will buy her a meal as a token of his gratitude. She accepts it. After he hands up the call, he says he needs to find some skill books. Late at night, he had just one skill book. Hyun-sung is worried as he feeds all the skill books he bought using his sign-up bonus. He says after eating so much, it should be about time for it to grow. Suddenly, he gets the notification that he has failed to learn the passive skill book Nature's Recovery. The passive skill book, Book of Immorality, has grown. After that, he gets a notification that the passive skill book, Book of Immorality Unique, Rare rank has grown into the passive skill book, Book of Immorality Unique Heroic rank. Hyun-sung is happy as he finally grows it. He gets the notification that he won't die unless both his heart and his head are destroyed simultaneously. He knows that he can grow more. Suddenly, he gets worried as he thinks if it took this much to get to heroic rank. Then what will happen when he grows it to the legendary rank from heroic rank? After that, Hyun-sung said he should sleep now since tomorrow is his first shift with the emergency backup. The next day, he goes to the player association for his first shift. He meets there with this crew. The boy tells him that he remains on standby at Barracks 7. He tells him if he is assigned to under level 100 dungeons, he can go in with Soo-young. The boy tells Hyun-sung that she is Lee Soo-young, 25 this year. She is close in level to him, in the mid-100s. Hyun-sung tells her that he looks forward to working with her. She doesn't shake hands with him and shows him attitude. The boy tells her to introduce herself properly. She replies that he looks younger than her, so she is just speaking casually. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung thinks that it seems she doesn't like him at all. He tells her that is fine, but he is not younger than her as he is 27 years old. They both are shocked to hear that. Lee Soo-young apologizes and walks away. The boy tells Hyun-sung that for now, when the deployment call comes in, he can go with her. He also tells him that he did want to pair him up with someone else, but she is the only one in charge of under level 100s. Hyun-sung replies that it is okay for him. Meanwhile, he thinks that if he is assigned to the under level 100 dungeons since his TATS total is above a level 200 ZAT, he should be fine even if he is by himself. After that, the boy shows him his space as he has free time to nap or read books as long as he is always armed. After some time, Hyun-sung slept about 4 hours there. He thinks he should apply for the night shift and sleep here. Suddenly, Lee Soo-young comes there and tells him that they are mobilizing, so follow her. After some time, they are in the car and going somewhere. Hyun-sung asks her that what had happened. She tells him that a report came in about a monster that exceeded its dungeon's level. He asks her if it is okay for just the two of them to be deployed. She replies that they are enough as it is only a level 70 to 80 werewolf that appeared in a level 60 deer antler turtle dungeon. There are no casualties yet, and she doesn't expect any either. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung thinks that it is because the difference is only 10 levels. Lee Soo-young tells him that they usually get the most reports from the early level 50 dungeons. Hyun-sung asks her if it is because of the lack of safety officers. She replies that it is true. After players reach level 50 and go through their first class advancement, they become the ones who go to the low-level areas and become safety officers. After that, level 50 plus dungeons don't have any safety officers. The problem is the players are too used to being protected. When a problem occurs with no safety officers nearby, their crisis management skills are lacking, and it expands into a bigger problem. Hyun-sung tells her that it seems she is enjoying this. She replies with a smile that they get additional extra pay whenever they are deployed. Since they are on shift, earning more is better. After some time, they come to the dungeon. Lee Soo-young tells him not to be alarmed. Suddenly, she turns into a leopard. Hyun-sung is shocked to see her like this. She tells him she will leave him behind if he is too slow, so follow her properly. She runs fast. They both start searching for the monster. Lee Soo-young tells him that their sense of smell is better than a dog. Suddenly, they spot the monster. She comes near to him and kills the monster in one strike. Hyun-sung is shocked to see this. He tells her that the armor's flexibility is pretty good. She replies that they are expensive. After that, she tells him now they have to go. Suddenly, she smells that many monsters are coming towards them. She tells Hyun-sung that before that guy died, she thinks he called his pack. Suddenly, there are many werewolves come there. She tells Hyun-sung that it happens sometimes, but if this continues to happen, then the dungeon's name and level will change. After that, she tells him to report in after they have dealt with these guys. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung takes out his sword from his personal space. They both start hunting. Lee Soo-young cuts the head of the werewolf while on the other side, Hyun-sung cuts them with his sword. After some time, suddenly, a giant werewolf comes there. He says it seems he is the werewolf's king. Lee Soo-young tells him that she will handle him. Hyun-sung wants to tell her that its level is around 100 to 110, so it might be a problem for her, but he runs away before. After that, he starts hunting the werewolves. He killed them one by one. He says he doesn't think it will take too long. After some time, he killed almost all werewolves. He notices that Lee Soo-young is not done yet. Both the werewolf's king and Lee Soo-young are fighting. Hyun-sung says this is just a battle of the beast, so he should help her as she is struggling. Suddenly, the werewolf roars. Hyun-sung feels some magic power from him. Suddenly, the monster hits Lee Soo-young and then bites her from his neck. She is injured. Instantly, Hyun-sung shoots fire missiles at him. Then he jumps and attacks him with his word. He finally succeeded in freeing her from him. After that, Hyun-sung uses his power of healing to cure Lee Soo-young. He is looking worried as his potions are decreasing. Suddenly, the werewolf attacked him from the back, but Hyun-sung attacked him back and cut his paw nails. He angrily tells the monster that he suppressed her from the start as he just waited for him to get close. Hyun-sung also says that it seems he sent his underlings after him to buy time. The monster is smiling and suddenly attacks him. But Hyun-sung manages to save himself again and cuts him multiple times. But it seems that didn't affect the monster at all. He runs towards Hyun-sung. On the other side, more werewolves are coming there. Hyun-sung jumps and comes near Lee Soo-young. She is fainted. He says it is better for him that she is unconscious. Now he can take this fight nice and easy. He uses his skill of magic missiles, ice missiles, fireballs, and fire spears at the same time. A huge blast happened. All the werewolves are flying in the air. Hyunsung smiles and says he doesn't think he will need to waste his potions. He uses his skills to hunt the werewolves. Suddenly, he notices that the king of werewolves is dodging his attacks. At the same time, the monster is running towards him. Then he uses his skill of ice wall. Suddenly, a wall appeared in front of the monster. Hyunsung tells him that he is slow and then shoots the arrows of his skill at him. A huge blast happens. Finally, he killed the monster. After that, items are dropped. Hyunsung says that he should grab whatever the werewolf king dropped. It's a heart. He is curious about what this is. Then he searches for it at the window. It is the rare rank heart of the werewolf king. He can transform into the werewolf king for 60 minutes, and during this, his constitution stats are increased by 30%. After the transformation ended, his constitution stats decreased by 10% permanently. To use this item, he should consume it. Hyunsung is shocked to read all this. He says the penalty seems a bit harsh compared to the stat increase. He says firstly, he should return quickly. After some time, he comes to the player association. Lee Soo-young is injured. The players come there and ask him if she is okay. Hyunsung tells them that, for now, her external injuries have healed up. But someone should take her to a hospital. The boy thanks him and tells him if he was not there with her, this might have been a bigger incident. Hyunsung smiles and tells him that he only did what he had to do as a fellow emergency backup worker. After that, he walks away. The next day, Lee Soo-young thanked Hyunsung for saving her. He replies that it's okay. Suddenly, again the players come there whom he met last night. The boy tells them that they will come back here to rest after hunting. After some time, the boy and Hyunsung go together for coffee. He tells Hyunsung that, at first, he thought he was a young master of some rich household. It's very rare to rent and carry around rare rank items. Hyunsung smiles and tells him that before he awakens, he is a normal construction worker. Meanwhile, Lee Soo-young is also listening to them. Hyunsung tells him that he had to work because his father was ill and had to be hospitalized. Everyone in his family faced hardship to earn the fees. Suddenly, the boy tells him that there was an unofficial order from the higher-ups to take good care of him. Hyunsung is shocked. The boy also tells him that is why he thought he was from a rich household. Hyunsung tells him it looks like Miss Shin Yuna is helping him out. The boy is shocked to hear that and curious if he knows her. Hyunsung tells him that she was the one who scouted him to the Pater Association. The boy replies that it looks like he is a real special prospect as the captain scouted him personally. Meanwhile, everyone there is shocked. After some time, Hyunsung comes out of the room. He thinks he should restock before going to sleep. Suddenly, Lee Soo-young comes there and apologizes. She tells him she made assumptions of her own, which led to misunderstandings, and she treated him rudely. Hyunsung is shocked and asks her what kind of assumptions she made. She replies that she thinks she had a preconceived idea of him because of someone she met while deployed before. Hyunsung asks her what happened to her. She tells him that the son of an association executive was unruly on site, and a lot of team members were harmed that day. But that person who endangered everyone was not even reprimanded. Rather, their team members received the punishment. After that, she kept thinking that she should present a strong front. Hyunsung tells her that it's fine as she didn't bother him much. Lee Soo-young thanks him. At the same time, Hyunsung thinks that her true personality seems to be kind. After that, he tells her he can ask her something, and if it bothers her, there is no need to answer it. She instantly replies that she will answer. Hyunsung thinks that this is her real side and she is a real pushover. Hyunsung tells her that he feels like it will inconvenience her a little because it's a question about her skill. She smiles and tells him that she knows he would say that as she has been questioned about her skill a lot. She tells him everything. Hyunsung comes to know that her skill is Beastman Transformation. It is an active skill that increases her strength, dexterity, and constitution by transforming her into a snow leopard. Since both her attack and defense powers are high, she can be both a sub-tank and a damage dealer. He also thinks that the downside is her low magic power and willpower stats. Her willpower stat is low, so she is vulnerable to magic attacks. After that, 1 week later, Hyunsung rested and thought that it was doable as there had not been any more incidents, and he took the hazing pretty well on the first day. But after that day, the popularity has fallen a bit. But batteries and electronic sales are still doing fine. He says he should buy another heroic rank skill soon, so he should go hunting, as it's getting boring for him too. After that, he goes to the dungeon. The officer tells him to show his card. He shows him. The officer is shocked to see that he is from the association surveillance team. He allows Hyunsung to come in. After that, he comes to the dungeon. There are so many monsters. Hyunsung used his skill of Firestorm and a huge blast happened. He thinks this was a good purchase, as expected of a rare rank area of effect skill, and combining it with this rare rank shield is nice. He says it is unreliable in the mid-level areas, but at the low-level ones, it is just a cheat skill. Suddenly, a player comes there and cuts his shield into pieces. Hyunsung asks him who he is. The player tells him that his senses are good. The player replies as it seems he didn't recognize his face. He tells him that it will be good to know whose hand he died at. He removes his hood and tells him that he is Yong Sung-woo, the former vice guild master of the Xiaowu guild. Hyunsung asks him why he wants to kill him. He replies that he is simply venting his anger. He says the only one he can take revenge on, among the ones who made him this way, is he. Hyunsung replies that he will not be fine after doing something like that. He replies that now nothing matters. Even if he shouts, it's no use. He has already set up the items that restrict the sight and sound of the area. He smiles and tells him to look at him as if he is looking like a rookie player who has not even at level 50 yet. Hyunsung asks him if he has forged his identity. Yong Sung-woo tells him that it's quite a felony. However, he is planning on leaving this country today. He doesn't have to worry about that. After all, he will use a different name overseas. He is going to China. After that, Yong Sung-woo tells him that he was thinking of messing with his family at first. He wanted to make him feel the pain he felt from losing everything he cherished. He says, unfortunately, he was prepared. Hyunsung gets angry. Yong Sung-woo also tells him that it would have been easy to kill the guards and to kill his family as well. But then, it would have been harder for him to leave Korea. That is why he targeted him, who went into the dungeon. He also tells him that if he deals with the corpse properly, the fact that he is missing won't be noticed for a few days. After that, he tells Hyunsung that his regeneration speed is quite fast. He also tells him that he knew that he was buying time to heal up by making him talk. But he can't able to beat him if he fully recovers. Meanwhile, Hyunsung thinks that he is going to die. Suddenly, Yong Sung-woo attacks him and tries to kick him away. But Hyunsung saves himself by blocking his attack. Yong Sung-woo tells him that he was thinking of severing his left arm so that he would not be able to recover like before. Suddenly, Hyunsung takes out the heart of the werewolf from his personal space. Yong Sung-woo smiles and tells him that he didn't know he had a transformation item. On the other side, Hyunsung eats the heart and turns into a werewolf. Yong Sung-woo tells him that it seems his stats increased a lot. Hyunsung runs and throws a fireball at him. A blast happened. But Yong Sung-woo saves himself. He is standing back and tells him that he can't escape from him. Choi Hyunsung has been transformed into an animal-like monster using his transformation skills and is now fighting with Yong Sung-woo. He uses fire skills and throws a fireball toward Yong Sung-woo. But that does not harm him. Instead, Sung-woo says it is doable. He moves forward and attacks Choi Hyunsung. Hyunsung falls to the ground. Sung-woo admires him and says he is incredible. He asks him if he knows his nickname, which he tells himself is Lighting Blade. He pulls out his arm, and some lighting rays emerge from his body, harming Hyunsung. Hyunsung feels immense pain in his body. Yong Sung-woo says this is a shame and that he would have been quite valuable if Hyunsung had been obedient and listened to him back then. But if it was this much, 100 billion or even trillions of won would not have been wasted. He continues attacking Hyunsung, who has fallen and injured his legs. Yong Sung-woo asks him if he intends to tell him how to break the rule of 20 levels. And if not, just the process of how he was able to get this strong is just as good. He says if Hyunsung tells him, he will let him keep his life. But Hyunsung asks him to shut up and says he does not believe whatever he says. Sung-woo says that is true, as he would not believe it himself. However, he says further that he will let him die an easy death so that he can trust him on this one. He attacks him with his sword again and says it looks like his regeneration is not beneficial when being tortured. It is a downside because Hyunsung feels all the pain Sung-woo gives him, but the torturer does not have to be careful. even more so when a beginner like him does it, says Sungwoo. Hyun-sung also feels it is painful and thinks he should tell him the existence of his unique skill and beg him to let him live. He feels Sungwoo did not look for him for revenge. He asks him just to kill him as he will never tell him anything. Sungwoo says that is probably true, holds his head, and says it looks like he would rather be old than do anything that would benefit him. He also says since he needs time to get rid of the corpse, so he will send him off cleanly, just like he asked. Then he cuts his head off. After that, he says he must also get the other parts. When he cuts his hand, he feels something strange in it. That hand punches him back, resulting in Sungwoo falling back on the ground. Soon, Hyun-sung's whole body is regenerated again. Sungwoo is shocked to see what is happening around him. When Hyun-sung returns to his original human body, he says he finally survived and sees Chungwoo lying on the floor. He says his body needs to be able to move with a head, so he ponders how he deals with young Sungwoo. He says he cannot tell anyone outside the dungeon what happened to him, as he feels it would also be dangerous to say to the player association. This is because of Lee Soo-young, who is a 25-year-old player and is close in level to him, in the mid-100s. He knows if it becomes public that he killed a ranker like young Sungwoo, they will doubt his level and ability. As he has used his hidden fireball skill to kill him, he says there is no reason to reveal his secret. The dress young Sungwoo was wearing, and his sword was placed near Hyun-sung. He saw them and thought this only happened with monsters. Suddenly, he saw a booklet there and moved towards it. He held it, and when he saw it, he was surprised to know it was an active skill book. This book is a breath of lightning, heroic rank. The book states that a strong lighting field is created around the user. Lighting strengthens all skills and actions and instantly paralyzes enemies that are hit by the breath of lightning. This skill does not have a cooldown. When he opens it, he is asked if he wants to learn the active skill book. Breath of Lighting Heroic Rank. He says, "Of course, I will." Soon, he knows about the skill, Magic Missile. He uses it by hand and feels this is insane. The level of the skill changes altogether. His status window tells him that his active skills are Breath of Lightning Heroic and 29 others, while his passive skills include Book of Immortality Heroic and 47 others. He has also achieved an unbelievable achievement. He defeated a player with a difference of more than 100 levels alone. His reward for achievement is the title of First Rebel Average Rank. This skill applies to players as well. He assumes he can win against young Sungwoo now. He remembers earlier when Sungwoo said he would let him die an easy death. He says he needs to get stronger but must refrain from using long-range skills while Breath of Lighting is active. This mana consumption is too high, he observes. A few days later, Choi Hyun-sung searched for different skills and traits. He is confused about selecting two of them. He says he would like to buy both if he could, but he lacks the points. It is 60 billion points in total. He says he will think about it and decide tomorrow. While lying on his bed, he says that since this is his once-a-week break, he starts watching a drama in which a man who is also a guild master tells a girl that he loves her. Suddenly, a battle begins. The guild master says he needs to save her and asks the girl to move, but the girl stops him and says he will die if he goes in. Choi Hyun-sung remembers this is the drama for the Catastrophe's 20th anniversary. He says they suited up with rare gear for the filming. He knows that day was pretty rough. Everyone around the world was on guard on the day of the Catastrophe's 20th anniversary, expecting something to happen. But just like on the 10th anniversary, there were no notable incidents. A few reporters spread false news about reducing the number of dungeons, so there was some talk about it online. He continues watching a drama in which a girl replies to the guild master's proposal. After some time, Hyun-sung switches off the TV and starts thinking about what he should buy. Suddenly, he feels some disturbance in the surrounding area. He stands up and moves out. He believes there is an earthquake. When he comes out of his home, he sees people running as monsters following them. Everyone is running to save his life. He also rushes to save people by using his fireball skills. When a monster tries to harm a girl, Hyun-sung saves that girl by throwing a fireball toward the beast, which burns the monster. People continue running away. He also uses a firestorm to kill monsters, but he worries that the monsters are too close to the civilians. People look terrified. A boy in a red shirt tells Hyunsung that he will leave the dimensional gate to him. Hyunsung thanks him. Soon, army troops arrive. Martial law has been declared. The head of the Players Association announces that he will notify all the players in the country and declare an emergency player mobilization order from now on. Choi Hyunsung receives a call from another player, Shin Yuna, who asks him about his exact location. Hyunsung tells him he is by the red poisonous spider dungeon near Shincheon Station. He further says a gate suddenly opened, and orcs poured out, so he is fighting them. Hyunsung is asked to describe the situation and provide information about the orcs' levels. He says, luckily, they seem to be low-leveled, and he is working with nearby players to fix the situation. Hyunsung is informed that he has been nominated as the temporary commander. Further, he is asked to lead the players towards Namyeong Station as soon as his situation is solved. Meanwhile, Hyunsung starts fiddling with monsters again during the phone call. He was informed that another dimensional gate opened here, which lacks personnel. Hyunsung is also told that all of his family is safe right now. Shin Yuna tells him he received a report that Hyunsung's family has moved to an air raid shelter with their neighbors so he can rest easily. Hyunsung thanks Shin Yuna for checking on them. He attacks the monster steadily and is asked to move as quickly as possible. He says he will move soon. He opens his status window and says he does not have time to think. He decides to purchase the passive skill book Vampiric Mastery Heroic Rank. Status's widow informs him there won't be refunds or replacements after buying the item. He says, alright, he must finish up quickly and get moving. He again uses the fireball skill and throws fire toward monsters, burning them. Then he holds a loudspeaker and announces that he has come from the Player Association. He asks players to please gather quickly following the emergency player mobilization order. Soon, many players arrive. Moreover, he also says this won't be easy, and they will leave only the necessary number of players here. The rest will move towards Namyeong Station. Shincheon Station has been dealt with, so he will leave guarding the gate entrance to them. One of the players says he has a question. Hyunsung allows him to ask whatever he wants. That player says, in total, how many places have open gates? Hyunsung says the exact number is unknown, but they appear to be opening nationwide. People are worried to hear their conversation. On the other side, near Namyeong Station, lizardmen monsters attacked the people staying there. People ran to save their lives, but the monsters chased them. They caused harm to innocent people. A few players who were there fought back to protect others. One of the men tries to kill a monster, but his attempt fails. Monsters have gathered in huge numbers. Two girls look afraid and wait for reinforcements to come. They are worried about why reinforcements are not coming. Then, suddenly, they see a firestorm in the surroundings. At that moment, Hyunsung appears, says reinforcements are here, and asks them if they are all right. Soon, reinforcements are announced. One of the players says the situation is dire. Since there were not many dungeons here, the player count was minimal. Then, Hyunsung asks everyone to begin the battle. All of them get ready for the combat. Hyunsung is surprised to see a massive monster before him. He says he needs to deal with this quickly. He uses fireball skills and attacks monsters. The beast tries to dodge his attack, but Hyunsung crosses it and jumps over it. He thinks this monster is not that strong. Soon, he cuts its neck, and as a result, the monster's head separates from its body. After that, when more monsters appeared there, he said it was not a boss mob but a regular one. He used the firestorm skill and threw massive fire toward them, but it did not affect them. He felt their fire resistance was high. He did not stop. Instead, he moved toward them with his weapon. He jumped over and hit the monster's head. But he is surprised that all of his tricks are not working. He does not think he has seen that spear before. While he is attacking monsters, they try to capture him. One of them holds his arm tightly, causing him immense pain. When he looks up, he sees a vast lizardman standing before him. He guesses this one is the Lizardman King. He decides to kill this, too. He uses his weapon to attack the king, but nothing causes any harm to the king. He continues attacks on the Lizardman King. Meanwhile, he is rushing towards it, and a few other lizardmen surround him and try to kill him. But he dodges their attacks and casts a fire shield spell. He observes the king is using his breath at this distance, too. He thinks there is no time to save his mana. So he uses a newly learned skill, a breath of lightning. This skill shows some effects on monsters. He says he needs to hold out. He knows no players can handle even the regular mobs except him. There is no hope if he does not stop them here. Monsters surround him from all sides. He says it is a relief that they are all coming at him. When they attack him at once, he successfully dodges their attacks. He handles them single-handedly. Soon, he kills a few of them. An hour later, he kills all of them. Only one lizard man remains. Other players are watching their fight. He says that only one is left now, so it is time to end this quickly. So both of them move towards each other. Hyunsung jumps over it to cut his head off, but it escapes. He says a one-on-one fight is a piece of cake. He attacks his opponent from various directions. After a lot of struggle, he finally succeeds in defeating the monster. After killing it, he sits at the side and thinks the situation is not bad. He says he needs something good now. Soon, he receives a rare rank reward in the form of a skill book. This active skill book is White Lizardman King's Cold Breath. It consumes mana to shoot the White Lizardman King's Cold Breath. He says he will learn this skill too. After a while, he feels his strength and mana returning now that he has rested. He gets up to go back and sees more army soldiers arrive there and shoot fire to kill the monster. They say it's all clear now, and they have cleared Namyong Station. Hyunsung says it looks like there was one more monster, but now all are dead. He thinks the mission is a success now. 3 days later, the second cataclysm temporarily paralyzed the world economy. Things always available, like electricity, petroleum, gas, food, water, and more, were lacking. With the big cities as the center, Korea built defensive lines and evacuated the inhabitants of the smaller towns. It was to minimize the area that needed to be protected and reduce the number of victims. However, this method wholly paralyzed logistics and distribution. Industrial production was bound to go down when there were shortages of food and water. Hyunsung says the stock he put up on the sale window is all sold out. He cannot even do business since he cannot resupply his stock. It is going to be difficult to get stronger through points for now. He decides to be diligent now. After overcoming the second cataclysm, he has to resume business immediately. The helicopter arrives in the destination city. Hyunsung informs his team that they have arrived at the site and asks them to narrow down the siege from the outside and slowly deal with it. He asks them if they are all familiar with the area they are in charge of. They say they are familiar with everything. He then says he will give each party leader the right to command and tells them he will head down first. Monsters are moving down in the city, so he jumps from the helicopter. He uses firewall skills, which burns monsters. They cannot understand the situation and fail to deal with it. Before they can return to their positions, Hyunsung attacks them with his team. They are killing monsters steadily. He says this is going well. When one of the monsters approaches him from somewhere, he uses a weapon to destroy it soon. He feels something is strange. He sees monsters running back. He says these pugnacious trolls are running away after getting attacked once. He says he cannot let them run away. So he decides to use a breath of lightning skill and fire a spear. He believes this will make things easier. He sees fire catching them quickly when he uses these skills and chases these monsters. After some time, he says 15 are down, and now the last one remains. But this time, he is shocked to see the monster coming out of there. It is above the lowest level of 350 and even above the highest level of 400. He is surprised as this is one of the highest level monsters in the world, the heroic rank monster, Blue Drake. Meanwhile, the team leader, Captain Shin Yoon-ah, informs the control center that this is all finished. There are about 100,000 players in Korea. Out of these, about 5,000 high-level players have completed the 4th stage of job advancement. The low to medium level monsters can be defeated by military firepower, but as the number of gates increases, more high-level monsters appear. There is a growing shortage of high-level players. Suddenly, there is an emergency. One of the members said a new dimensional gate had opened at Seoul Station. A girl asks what kind of monsters are there. That guy says he is currently confirming. He says a bunch of wyverns are coming out. That girl becomes worried as a heroic rank monster appears again. Someone says if it is Seoul Station, then the TS Guild is in charge of that area. They are urgently requesting assistance. One of the members says the TS Guild's forces are mainly tankers and close-quarter dealers, so he thinks they have a hard time dealing with flying wyverns. The girl asks if recruiting another appropriate guild near Seoul Station is possible, when she is told that the Yuhua Guild, mainly composed of wizards, is currently waiting at Yongsan Station. She asks to order the Yuhua Guild to move in. A person says a new dimension gate has opened up in Dunsandong, Dijian. A flock of harpies is pouring out right now. Additional orges have begun to appear at the Orc Dimensional Gate in Yonsandong, Busan. Meanwhile, another person comes and tells Shin Yun-ah that it is reported that a blue drake has appeared at the troll-level gate in Asan, Gyeonggi-do. After hearing this, she said that if it is the Asan troll gate, it must be where Mr. Choi Hyun-sung is currently. Another fellow said she was right. The one who reported it was also Mr. Choi Hyun-sung, and they have also been consistent in requesting backups. As of this time, all operations in Asan City are cancelled. She orders to tell all the players to leave the scene. She looks anxious right now. On the other hand, while facing monsters, Hyun-sung is also waiting for the backup team to arrive. But suddenly, he receives a message from his headquarters through his earbuds that they are cancelling all operations in Asan now and requesting all players to leave the scene as soon as possible. Hyun-sung is also running to save his life. He says they cannot escape this situation because Blue Drake is causing damage to the area, including its buildings. He is also trying to escape from there. He hides inside a mirror wall of the building and wonders why this monster is only chasing him. Soon, Blue Drake finds him and damages the building. The whole building falls, and vehicles on the road also get harmed. Hyun-sung uses a firestorm to stop this monster. When it does not affect the monster, he applies it one more time, but that also does not work. Blue Drake is a giant monster that can easily climb up buildings. Hyun-sung jumps down and starts running. At the same time, the monster comes after him and chases him. Suddenly, Hyun-sung falls to the ground. He is curious how it found him and also feels helpless. Then he says he has no choice now but to fight. So he stands up and uses the breath of lightning skill. He moves forward towards the monster to attack it from various sides, but he is surprised to see that nothing affects it at all. He observes that its scales are too strong. He thinks of where his weakness could be, and after scanning it for some time, he finds its weakness is his stomach. He jumps on it to attack his stomach. When he hits it, he sees not even a drop of blood come out of it. Blue Drake is also attacking him back. He observes that it is so fast, and none of his attacks have caused him any harm. Then suddenly, Blue Drake pushes him vigorously and jumps on him. It looks like Hyun-sung is eaten by it. It seems he is going inside its body, and it looks like his body is cut into two halves. He says he cannot just die like this. He knows if he dies, everyone behind him will be in trouble. He says he cannot let himself fall any further. After a while, he feels like he is healing little by little. Passive skill book of immorality unique hero rank has grown. He feels his body is stuck somewhere and says he is done if he continues like this. He says that cannot happen. On the other hand, back in the control room, Shin Yun-ah hears news that Mr. Choi Hyun-sung is dead. Her fellows say they have concluded that. She asks how that happened as she ordered them to withdraw. One of her members says Choi Hyun-sung was tasked with blocking the dimensional gate. He was at the distance closest to Blue Drake. After receiving the withdrawal order, he tried to back away, but they presumed he could not escape. Shin Yun-ah becomes sad on hearing this and asks if this has been said to the bereaved family already. Her fellows say they have not sent the official declaration of death itself, but the list of dead players is available on the internet right now, so they assumed that his family already knew. Shin Yun-ah holds her head as she does not want all this to happen. On the other hand, Hyun-sung is lying in a reddish place, which looks like a pool of blood. When he wakes up, he says he is not losing health anymore. There is a lot of blood here. He digs on the floor with one hand, as his other arm is not with his body anymore. He fails to do whatever he wants. He thinks just what the hell is happening right now. On the other side, Blue Drake feels pain in his chest. It puts its limbs on its body. People watching it cannot understand what is happening and are curious why it is acting like that out of nowhere. They can see blood spitting out of Blue Drake's mouth, and it starts yelling. When its tail shivers, it looks like buildings shake near it. People run from there. While inside, Hyun-sung sees a vessel and says it is a blood vessel. He uses a fire blade to cut that vessel. When he cuts it, he thinks he can keep recovering like this. As his arm is healed, it's time. After some time, the whole of his body has recovered its original shape, and he is fully healed now. He is cutting vessels continuously. His status window informs him that his passive skill, the sole heroic rank in the Book of Immortality, has grown. The active skill heroic rank, a breath of lightning, has been enhanced. The breath of lightning's rank has been increased to sole heroic rank. The name of the breath of lightning has been changed to the breath of thunder dragon. He is surprised that the skill's rank and even the name have been changed. He has achieved an unbelievable achievement by hunting a named monster of a higher level with a level difference of more than 200 alone. The reward of this is the title First Level Destroyer rare rank. He has also hunted a named monster of a higher level with a level difference of more than 300 alone, and its reward is the title First Level Destroyer heroic rank. He thought it was not a regular monster either. His status window also shows that he has hunted the higher level erotic ranked monster, Blue Drake Zeros, alone. The reward for this achievement is a title, The One Who Defeated the Blue Drake Alone, heroic rank. He thinks this may be the end, then. A rare rank item, the Vampiric Sword, has been restored. Its rank has been upgraded to Sole Heroic rank, and its name has been changed to Blood Rupture Sword. He holds the book scale of the Thunder Dragon Heroic rank. This is a passive skill that significantly increases physical defenses. It also substantially increases skill resistance and resistance to electrically charged attacks. He says this is nice. When asked if he wants to acquire the Thunder Dragon's heroic rank passive book scale, he says he will. While outside, people watch a blue drake and are surprised to see what is happening to it. A man tells a girl that he knows it has been roaring all by itself for a while now. Slowly, it stopped moving, little by little, and then, out of nowhere, it died just like that. When he says he is probably sick, the girl says a blue drake getting sick is something she has never heard. The man says a person over there knows where the blue drake was. They can also see a helicopter there. Meanwhile, other players are discussing with each other. One of the players says that after this hunt ends, they will be on holiday. He says he knows it is his first time being in a situation so hectic. After this, they can rest a lot. A girl is thinking about Hyun-sung and says he is not someone who'd die like that. While in the control room, Shin Yoon-ah says there is no way Mr. Hyun-sung will get a penalty charge. A man with glasses, Lee Hang-gu, who is also the secretary of the association, asks her to calm down and says Hyun-sung is already dead anyway. The destruction is relatively high, so it is better to limit the outflow of money as much as possible. When Captain Shin Yoon-ah says it does not look like these guys are human, Lee Hang-gu says her words are too harsh. She says they are all planning to proceed with things like this and also says she guesses they would act the same way if she died, too. Lee Hang-gu again asks her to calm down and tells her they are ending this meeting here. On the other hand, players are informed of new information. A person who is telling them says the blue drake is dead. Everyone is surprised to hear this. A yellow-haired boy asks if another ranker party hunted it and says he does not think any teams have that kind of time on their hands. The person informs them that the player whom the blue drake ate survived. It seems that right after he went inside, he attacked its internal organs and killed the blue drake. When a girl asks about the player's name, she is informed it is the Players Association's Choi Hyun-sung. She looks relaxed after knowing this. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung is carrying a water bottle and says he is a bit of a wreck, but it looks like he has no injuries now. Then another player comes close and gives him some clothes to wear. He says thanks in return. After wearing it, he asks if he can borrow his phone, as he wants to call his family. A girl gives him her phone and says he can use it as long as he likes. After taking the phone, Hyun-sung calls his mom and tells her about his safety. He says it appears there was a little error. He was living entirely well, but his name went on the death list. He then asks about other family members' health. He feels his mom crying and asks her why she is crying. He tells her he is fine now and has been eating and sleeping well lately. His mom appreciates his efforts and says she is thankful he is alive like this. He is surprised when mom tells him that a person came from the player association yesterday and she gave them the reward money, and the one who came as a representative was apologizing on her knees, saying it was all her fault. He thinks it is not an error and does not need to hide it from Mom. Mom again appreciates his efforts and his coming back alive. After the call ends, he starts crying. A girl comes forward and gives him a tissue. He says thanks and then moves on. He decides to see how the vampiric sword has changed. He is surprised to see it is a reverting item. It regenerates the wielder's stamina and mana by absorbing the attacked opponent's blood. If the blood absorbed is a dragon's, its attack power increases and its stamina and mana regeneration speed increases drastically. He also learns that growth is possible if he continuously absorbs a dragon's blood. The option is not activated if it is used by a person other than Choi Hyun-sung. According to the player Choi Hyun-sung's will, the dragon vampiric sword can be summoned once a day. After knowing all these options, he says he won't have to worry about a weapon, and now he will also examine the breath of the Thunder Dragon. When he sees the breath of the Thunder Dragon's sole heroic rank, it is an active skill and a robust protective membrane of thunder forms around the caster. All skills and moves receive the power of thunder. The breath of thunder also temporarily paralyzes the bodies of the enemies it hits. This skill has no cooldown time, and growth is possible by absorbing thunder attribute skills and items. After reading all the options, he says there is only one additional option, but since it says growth is possible. His status window tells all stats increased by 10, as he thought. Mana's stats increased by 4. He becomes happy and says, well, this is something like a bonus. He then decides to go home as he needs his new clothes. Suddenly, he sees a helicopter in the sky, curious about who is on board. But he is surprised to see Miss Shin Yoon-ah arrive there and hugs him. She says, thank God, he is alive. She observes he has no clothes. He says the thing is all clothes melted in the gastric juice. Then another player comes to him, gives him some clothes, and asks him to please wear them for now. Hyun-sung says thanks to him. That guy turns towards Miss Shin Yoon-ah and says what a touching reunion. He says, by the way, he was shocked. When she asks why he is surprised, he says he did not know she was into younger men. He says this person is her boyfriend, whom she has been hiding. She asks him to stop messing around. The man says all right, and then stops further discussion on this topic. She asks players why they are here, as she has informed them that the operation has been cancelled so they can return and rest. After seeing that scene, a white-haired girl asks how they can return. So they came because they were curious. She then moves towards Hyun-sung and says, goodness, by the way, he is her type. She asks him if he has a girlfriend. Shin Yoon-ah interferes, holds her hand, and asks her to step back. She also says he just got out of a life or death situation, so please stop joking. The white-haired girl says she is not kidding and asks Miss Shin Yoon-ah why she is so angry. Shin Yoon-ah says that Mr. Choi Hyun-sung needs just a break right now, and he has to stop by the hospital if there is something they do not know about. She also says she is guessing everyone is curious about how Mr. Choi Hyun-sung defeated the Blue Drake, which is why they gathered here. But this is quite inconvenient for him, she says further, asking Mr. Hyun-sung to head to the hospital first. Then she asks the other players for the helicopter they came on, now that it will be used for Mr. Hyun-sung's emergency evacuation, so she takes him with her and moves towards the plane. After that, the white-haired girl admits they were pretty rude, but she is still curious about how he hunted the Blue Drake alone. Another player says that looking at how Miss Yoon-ah is taking care of him, he is not an average player. He also says they will have to find out later. Later, while walking, Hyun-sung thinks, it is said that Korea suffered many losses, but with much less loss than foreign countries, it succeeded in stopping the second cataclysm. Korea recovered the destroyed infrastructure and started research on the newly obtained monster corpses and magic stones. He knew this society was a bit unstable, but whatever it was, things began to run again. He came to a store, where the manager gave him a visit. He said there was quite a lot of stock. The manager said yes, and thankfully, their market did not suffer any losses. After the electricity facilities were recovered, they kept the batteries fully charged, first and foremost. Hyun-sung says he will purchase all of them. The manager thanks this dear customer. Later, when Hyun-sung opens the sale items registration, He realizes that since there are not as many supplies as he wants, he decides to increase the price. He then gets notified that the sale is complete. He says it is still selling, even at this increased price, so that he can raise it much more. A few days later, when he comes to the store again, the manager asks him if he has no money, as he says he only ordered the usual amount that he purchased. He says he will place an additional order immediately since he has heard that the factories are returning to their everyday operations. There won't be any problem in the product manufacturing. He further says he will get the things in the other locations sent immediately. Hyun-sung says that he will get going. The manager asks if he leaves his contact number with him and will contact him as soon as the goods are received. Hyun-sung said no, that it was all right, and that he would return here tomorrow. While going back, he says it would be perfect if he made a direct trade with the factory. He knows he tried to contact them before the second cataclysm, but they hung up on him, saying they don't do individual trades. Although he called them again and promised to make bulk orders, they said they would not take orders if the business were not a corporation. He thinks he should buy a storehouse and register as a corporation, but he says it would be better to open an electronics store. A few days later, he comes to a mart. When he sees so many people, he says many are there, even though it is a weekday. The manager, Nuna, welcomes him. Hyun-sung says it was good to leave it to her as he thought. Nuna says that since she is the manager and he is the CEO, this place would do well. She also says that on that note, she sent the batteries to the warehouse a while ago, and they should have arrived by now. He says he will go and confirm it then. She asks him if there is anything else he would like to order besides the batteries, and he says it depends. She then asks him to eat lunch with them while he is there. Mom is coming soon, too. He says then they should eat out at a nice place while they are at it. She says it sounds good. Later, while he checks trading rates, he says they can start wrapping up slowly. The rate at which they were selling slowed almost to a stop, but they started selling like hotcakes all week. He thinks of starting using the points then. He says that, so far, he has about 5 heroic rank skills. Breath of the Thunder Dragon Soul heroic rank is an active skill. A robust protective membrane of thunder forms around the caster. All skills and moves receive the power of thunder. This temporarily paralyzes the bodies of the enemies hit by the Thunder Dragon's breath. This skill has no cooldown time. The growth is possible by absorbing thunder attribute skills and items. Hyun-sung says his only active skill is Breath of Thunder Dragon. Come to think of it, this is the only attack skill he has, and it is a lingering attack skill with dot style. He says he needs an active skill that can be activated without restraint or even space teleportation skills to escape dangerous situations. He decides to buy both of them. He knows that active skills are cheaper than passive skills. After viewing more details, he understands that space teleportation skills are costly, but he believes they are worth the price. He guesses that only when it is upgraded to heroic rank can it teleport another person. He says there are many restrictions on this one product, but it is still very nice that he can read the product's reviews. He sees an active skill book. One can teleport as far as the user's vision reaches. The HP consumed depends on the distance traveled. One cannot teleport to a place where the flow of mana is unstable or overly dense. He says this looks like the best one. It's 40 billion points, but it seems pretty expensive. He is asked if he is willing to purchase this heroic book. He comes to another place and says they shall test it now to see if it teleports anyone. After some time, he says this is quite handy. He then decides to test the long-distance teleportation later. When he sees more skills, he finds female attribute skills, wind attribute skills, ice attribute skills, thunder attribute skills, etc. He says he cannot find the perfect one. He sees another item, the Black Lightning Book, an active skill book. It simultaneously rains down powerful lightning on the target by consuming mana and stamina. This skill has the darkness attribute. This book seems pretty good. Moreover, its power is 3 times stronger than the skills that only consume mana. However, one needs to be careful since it consumes stamina and mana simultaneously, and one might end up exhausted without realizing it. It is also said that those who lack mana can make up for it with stamina. When asked if he is interested in buying this book, he says he will. But soon, he is informed that he has failed to get the active skill book Black Lightning Heroic Rank. The active skill breath of the Thunder Dragon's unique heroic rank has absorbed the active skill Black Lightning Heroic Rank. The active skill breath of the Thunder Dragon, which is unique to its heroic rank, has grown. It can absorb it even if it is the attribute of darkness. He hopes it has changed the way he expects it to. The active skill breath of the Thunder Dragon activates by consuming the caster's stamina and mana simultaneously. According to the caster's will, powerful black lightning rains down on the target, forming a robust black lightning protective membrane. After it is done, he says even the protective membrane that had been eating up mana by activating automatically has changed so that it can be controlled. He then stands up and decides to visit the dungeon. When he reaches there, he sees many monsters. He tries to dodge their attacks. He says this is good as he feels better after using all his points. 5 hours later, his status window tells him he has hunted 5,000 advanced level monsters, crocodile bats, by himself. His reward for achievement is the title of Crocodile Bat Killer Heroic Rank. He feels tired, so he guesses he will call it a day. Later, he comes to the mart and asks Nuna why she still has not left. She asks him if he has been busy hunting till now, and he says yes. She appreciates him and says she has stocked the batteries in the storehouse, so take a look. He agrees to her offer. 30 minutes later, he returns and sees Nuna is still here. He asks her to go home together. She says she has something to tell him, so she is waiting. When he asks about what she wants to speak about, she says it is about what happened when he was declared dead. They sit down for further discussion. Nuna starts telling him after hearing that he died. Mom faints right away, and even when she woke up a few days later, she kept crying. But the real problem came after that. A notice of loss of rental equipment and a notice of non-fulfillment of the contracts. She further says she protested dozens of times, but whenever she did, the answer always came back. There is no legal problem, or apply for inheritance renunciation. They constantly spouted the same answers along those lines. Hyunsung listens to her words very carefully. Moreover, she says she consulted a lawyer, but he said there was no other way but to apply for a waiver of inheritance. They also asked them to immediately vacate the rented house in Hyunsung's name. They even said they would collect the money Hyunsung sent for living expenses as illegal gifts because they sent a bill for legal inheritance reserves. But of course, everything got resolved nicely after that. Hyunsung looked in anger while listening to everyone. She says a woman named Shin Yoon-ah came and apologized to them and even got down on her knees. She said there was a mistake in the process. But then, looking at it, Nuna says she does not think it was just a mistake. He says he will look into this. Nuna says Mom told her never to tell him about this, but she thinks he is pretty established now, so she told him because she felt he should know this happened. He says thanks to Nuna for letting him know. The next day, he arrives at the Players Association and says he has an appointment with Captain Shin Yoon-ah. The receptionist says he is here quite early. Captain Shin Yoon-ah is not back from her outing yet. He laughs and says yeah, he called her up before coming just in case, and she told him to wait in her office. The receptionist says she will lead him in if that is the case. After they arrive, she asks him if he needs tea, and he says he is all right. She says then she will take her leave. After she is gone and the door closes, he says he will start psychometry now. The search code is Choi Hyunsung. When he enters the code, he sees what happened in his absence. Shin Yoon-ah was informed that Hyunsung died on the scene. She became sad on hearing this and called Secretary Lee Hang-gu to ask why he did that to Choi Hyunsung's bereaved family. When Lee Hang-gu said those were the rules, they followed the regulations. Captain Shin Yoon-ah requested that he please withdraw those instructions immediately. But Lee Hang-gu said this is his work area, and it is none of her business. She said this is not fair to what they do for a player who lost his life fighting for his country. He said he doesn't want to do it, but these are the rules. She yelled at him and asked if he was going to take things like this even after she died in a battle. She said if this order is not withdrawn, she, too, will leave the association. But Lee Hang-gu said this would be a breach of her contract. She said the national community would not recognize such an absurd subordination contract. He said he guessed she got riled up a bit, then ended the call by saying he would contact her again later. After seeing all this, Hyun-sung says he should thank Lee Hang-gu. He thinks he has a rough idea of who he is. He then checks further details about him and learns that he is the secretary of the Department of Dimensional Management and a former congressman. He is surprised to learn about him because he knows he is dead. Meanwhile, Shin Yoon-ah arrives and says sorry to keep him waiting. He says it is alright, as he is the one who came early. She asks him why he came suddenly and says he did not tell her what the matter was when she asked either. He says he thinks the agreement needs to be destroyed. She asks what he meant. He says he ended up learning everything Secretary Lee Hang-gu was plotting. She says she will apologize in his stand. He says no, she does not have to apologize to him. It's all thanks to her that things got fixed later on. He thinks he should be thanking her instead. She requested him just to let it pass just this once. She says she will change the rules so that nothing like this ever happens again. He says, of course, he will, but there is something he wants before that. When she asks him what it is, he says he wants to receive an apology from Secretary Lee Hang-gu in person. She is shocked to hear his wish. On the other side, Lee Hang-gu becomes furious and says Hyun-sung is acting big and bold just because he has that unique skill. He says he has not done anything wrong to him. One of his people says it looks like Hyun-sung does not understand world affairs because he is a young guy. Another one also appreciated Lee Hang-gu and said he only performed his duties by due process, and says a complaint has to be filed right away. Lee Hang-gu says right, what he just said is correct. He says he was only trying to perform his duties by the rules. He again becomes furious about why he is supposed to apologize to a greenhorn like that. Ultimately, he has not done anything. His fellow says that he is right. He has shown incredible generosity, but he does not know his place nor realize his grace. He thinks they should teach him a lesson. Lee Hang-gu agrees with him and asks how they would teach him a lesson, as this news has even gone to the VIP's ear. When they cannot tell him any idea of teaching Hyun-sung any lesson, he yells at them and says they are just babbling without having any possible measure. They say sorry to him. He then asks them to tell Hyun-sung to come here quietly. Later, when Hyun-sung comes to meet him, he says they are later than he thought after letting him come. Well, that is not bad for him, he says. He then sees a bundle of notices and says it is a total hotbed of corruption of big guilds and dungeon access managers. He thinks all the other employees are just ordinary people. He waits for his meeting when a girl arrives and asks him to please follow her as the minister asks. He says, right, and stands up. When he enters his office, Lee Hang-gu says he must be Hyun-sung and tells him he must be around the same age as his grandchild. He says all the young kids these days are so short-tempered. Hyun-sung says it looks like he will not apologize and uses his psychometry skills. Meanwhile, Lee Hang-gu says he is sorry about that, but he had no choice as the person in charge of official duties. A minister cannot carry out his official duties with his personal feelings. Hyun-sung thinks all the people involved in his case were in cahoots with each other. What a dirty older man. Lee Hang-gu further says he was only trying to do his job in tune with the law. Hyun-sung says, honestly speaking, instead of doing it lawfully, he made more than 1 or 2 lawful claims. When Hang-gu asked what, Hyun-sung said the damaged equipment claim happened while he was performing official duties and a penalty fee for non-compliance. He further says he died in battle while fulfilling the contents of the contract. He was killed doing what he ordered him to do. He asks Lee Hang-gu if he thinks this makes any sense. Lee Hang-gu says that made Hyun-sung think he could make such nonsensical claims. Hyun-sung says it is not like he is rat-hearted. Lee Hang-gu gets angry and says he is for him to speak brazenly. Hyun-sung says he has spoken insolently from the start and asks how he can be so clueless. Lee Hang-gu asks him how he dares to say all this to a minister who also used to be a congressman, and how young punk like him dares to speak like he knows anything. Just because he luckily awakened after only eating and shitting his whole life, how he dares to insult him. A punk like him, who is less than a bug, thinks he can. Hyun-sung says he will kill him and asks him to live with a bit more common sense from now on. He should think thoroughly before he says something out loud when he opens his mouth. He then points his head and says his mind is not there for decoration. He also tells him he has recorded all the insulting remarks he just made. He shows him his phone screen and says he will file a formal complaint. He also says he heard Lee Hang-gu can sue for these kinds of insults and then asks him to see him in court. After that, Hyun-sung comes out of his office. He says the new skill is quite valuable. This is pretty much a scam against ordinary people. This skill is of common rank. It is an active skill and provokes the opponent. When caught in rage, one begins to attack, not sparing their own body, and their fighting strength increases. A few days later, news spread on the media that Minister Lee Hang-gu's corruption ledger gate, the ledger of corruption, spread through the internet. At first, it started to rise among the everyday players, but recently, the small and medium-sized guilds have become the center and are collectively striking. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung rests in his room and thinks, by the way, that this skill, psychometry, is excellent. This is an active skill, and information from the past embedded in objects can be browsed. It also offers hologram videos and audio. However, information over a month cannot be browsed, and information from the past cannot be browsed from objects in which mana is embedded. He says it will be beneficial in the future. Then, he receives a call from Shin Yoon-ah. When he picks up, she asks if they can meet now. He says yes, of course. She then asks him to tell the dorm where he is currently staying. He asks her to wait for a moment and then checks for good cafes in the city. He then asks her to come to the small coffee near Sangdo Station. Shin Yoon says she will arrive there in about 30 minutes. After some time, they sit at the small coffee cafe, and Shin Yoon says she will be straightforward with him. She asks him if the Minister Lee Hang-gu scandal that happened this time was his doing. Hyun-sung asks her why she thinks like that, and she replies that there is no one, but he can create such a thing. She also says the government officials are reacting very sensitively, and he is suspected of having done it, so he should be careful. Hyun-sung asks what if this happened to be revealed that it was him, and she replies he can get arrested for trespassing and larceny. Hyun-sung says he would be subject to aggravated punishment under the special player law, but Shin Yoon tells him if such a thing happened, then he would have to support the public opinion. Hyun-sung smiles and says he is not the culprit, so he doesn't think he needs to worry about that. She advises him to be careful since the ones vested with rights don't want players to have authority. However, they must have been properly warned about this incident. Furthermore, many enemies have been made from this incident. Their wariness against him will also have increased, so it would be better for him to stay silent for now. Hyun-sung seems relaxed and says it's a completely unrelated story to him. Since the times are confusing, he guesses it is better to stay on the low. He doesn't want to take on unnecessary suspicion either. Shin Yoon likes his idea and says it's better for him to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Soldiers are fighting monsters. One army comrade says it looks like the beast has finally gotten down, but his fellow says he does not think so. They see a monster approaching them, which looks like a blue drake. On the other hand, after meeting with Hyun-sung, Shin Yoon-ah says she will have to leave first. Hyun-sung shows her his phone screen and asks her to come together. His phone message says the Korean Players Association has issued an emergency call, and all the rankers and top players are asked to report immediately. He says that would be good, so they get into the car and start their journey. A Jindo dog has been issued. Shin Yoon-ah thinks she will call headquarters first. Hyun-sung says this matter is already all over the news. Pyongyang has disappeared, North Korea's regime collapsed, the possibility of high-ranked monster Emugi reaching the south, etc. He is shocked because this is more serious than he thought. Later, in the Players Association building, all the players are gathered and informed that the situation is quite severe, as they may have seen in the news articles. Pyongyang has been devastated, and the North Korean leadership collapsed. Moreover, rankers and high-level players from North Korea were all wiped out while fighting the Emugi, and waves of monsters are now present at every gate in North Korea. Many refugees and defeated soldiers are now rushing to South Korea, and many of the soldiers are following along to the south. That is the end of the report on the current situation, says the person reporting them all. He further says he will explain it now. The reason is that only rankers and high-level players have been summoned separately this way. He tells them their mission is to prepare to defend against the Emugi, who is heading here to the south on the front lines, and against the monsters flowing in from North Korea. Hyun-sung thinks the purpose of this meeting is to fight on the front lines. 10 days later, in Jeonggi-do, Paju, two players are dealing with monsters efficiently. They kill many monsters. One of them says he does not know how long the two of them have to deal with all these monsters. Hyun-sung reaches out and says this looks terrible. Suddenly, one of the monsters attacks him from his back, but he successfully dodges its attack. Other players have also arrived with him. He asks if anyone can tell him how long they must do this. Then he says thanks to Nuna, he gets to replenish his items here. But to be honest, he also feels a bit self-conscious. The battle also happened on the Yalu River in Dangong, China. Players are firing guns to kill monsters, but they look so intense that fire does not harm them. Imugi is crossing the river. One player calls it an annoying bastard. They also use fireballs to harm it, but all in vain. Further, they are using various new skills to combat. On the south side, the soldier tells his leader that Imugi is heading here quickly. Their leader says if that is the case, then it means the monster that is rank cannot be estimated that destroyed Pyongyang. According to the experts who have just joined, the accessory dispatched to North Korea failed to analyze the Imugis level. Other fellows say, but he succeeded in analyzing his legendary rank. Meanwhile, 3 more helicopters arrive, and fires continuously hit monsters. The team leader says a first-in-history achievement will surely pop up if they succeed in the hunt. A first-in-history achievement increases their stats by a lot. He tells his peers that he will take this opportunity into his own hands. He further says 181 rankers have been placed on the border, and about 3,000 high-level players have completed the 4th job change. Soon, they see another image coming towards them. The leader asks his people to attack it and show it the greatness of the Chinese. One of them is using Victory, Haste, Burning Spirit of Fire skills to attack it. When it roars, it gives a horrible sound. It is said that it has been hit by a mental horror skill Fear. The bodies that have been engulfed in fear are paralyzed for 10 seconds. The players are surprised to see that none of their abilities is causing any damage to the monster. Instead, it is coming towards them with more force. On the other side, Hyun-sung sees the news on his phone that says this is big. There is breaking news about the China border disaster. Thousands of Chinese rankers have died. All were unilaterally slaughtered in the Imugi raid, where 200,000 military personnel and 3,000 Chinese local government rankers participated. It is reported that most of them died without being able to do anything due to the abnormal attacks. After learning about this, Hyun-sung says they also need to be guarded. He was going to buy a new Wild Instinct skill, but he changed his mind and bought a Spirit Resistance skill. He says he cannot give up on his first achievement. Wild Instinct is a passive skill that detects the mana emitted by living or inanimate objects. It also helps instinctively feel the invisible surroundings through mana detection. Based on the instinct of the wild, it detects threats. Moreover, it is sensitive to bloodlust. When he searches for the Spirit Resistance skill, he learns it is a passive skill that significantly increases resistance to spirit skills. This skill effect is amplified according to the Spirit Strength stat. He says this is the best choice. Besides being a heroic rank skill, there are only 2 options, but the reviews are pretty good, too. When his status window asks him if he wants to purchase a skill book or unyielding spirit heroic rank, it also tells him that refunds and exchanges are impossible for items purchased once. After comparing both skills, he says he cannot feel much change, though, and then he says he will use it in a test run later to check it out. Later, when he comes for the test, he sees many other students. There are a lot more applicants than he expected. Most of their reasons are simple. It is said that once a person is accepted as a participant, even if he only moves a finger, he will get a first achievement. Of course, there might be some others who applied for other reasons, too. Hyun-sung sits on a bench and starts observing others. He says the acceptance rate is much lower than he thought. When his name is called, he comes to the reception. The receptionist tells him she has confirmed his identity and asks him to head that way. When he turns, he says this room looks like the interrogation room he sees in the movies. He is asked if he is ready for the test. He says yes. Then it begins. He is examined thoroughly. The mental coercion Sil Queen's dignity has been used on him. He is informed that he will be confused for 10 seconds. The passive skill book Unyielding Spirit has been activated. The Skill Queen's dignity has been perfectly resisted. Finally, he informed me that he had passed the test. He says then, he will be leaving now. When he comes outside of the testing room, Shin Yan-ah sees him and says he is an unfathomable guy. After that, the next contestant is asked to come in. A few days later, near the ceasefire line, after discussions with world leaders, the government of South Korea crossed over to the north. They also approached through airspace. The leader of the Air Force squad informed others that they were entering the ceasefire line's airspace and asked them to continue onwards. The Navy forces also entered through the ship. Rockets are launched to kill monsters. Hyun-sung says it looks like it is going well. The rankers and their modern weapons are pretty enormous. He says he had difficulty facing them alone, which is nice. All of them start fighting with monsters. A week later, a person says the Imugi must be attacked independently in Beijing, China. He thinks they should mobilize the rankers in Beijing soon. At this time, if another legend, like Imugi, appeared in Beijing, it would be too hard to fight the Imugi with local rankers. He says it is possible to use top rankers from each local government body, not some nobody. While on the battlefield, players try their best to defeat the monsters but are too strong to deal with. Everyone uses his particular skill, but nothing special affects Imugi. Some of the players also get a few injuries. Some still alive members are asked to go with Plan B, so they throw arrows toward monsters. One of the players holds another one on his shoulders, and he throws fireballs toward Imugi. He asks to chase it towards South Korea. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung checks his phone and sees breaking news that Imugi has arrived in inland China. China is currently calling in rankers from each region, KTV reports. He says it looks like it has already crossed into their waters. When he sees others, he says it seems everyone looks disappointed. Suddenly, they felt considerable turbulence and suspected this may be an earthquake. A girl says the image moves directly toward their army's formation at high speeds. She asks everyone to get ready for battle. Another fellow asks why it is heading their way out of nowhere. Someone else says it means they will have a chance to catch it. Hyun-sung also says, yes, it is time for his first achievement. He knows it is not the time to enjoy this situation. A girl tells him that all of the Chinese rankers were defeated. The few rankers who managed to run away are luring the Imugi to their formation. A player says that now that they have failed to defeat it, they are dragging it to them. This is also a criminal offense. They are ringing the monster to another country. Captain Shin Yun-ah asks everyone to calm down and prepare for battle. Soon, a player tells them it is nearly here and will attack any time now. When that guy jumps towards Imugi, it harms him. After that, it moves towards other players. A mental skill scare skill fear has been used. The body penetrated by fear becomes rigid for 10 seconds. Passive skill unyielding spirit has been used, and Imugi's skill fear has been rendered ineffective. Hyun-sung says it works as well as he thought. All the players are attacking different parts of Imugi. They are trying hard to defeat this dangerous monster. Hyun-sung asks to watch out for the burst of fire around its body. He then uses another skill and turns his hands towards it. Some rays emerge from his hands, valid for the monster's damage. He says the buff skill is quite lovely. Another pink-haired girl is also using her mana while others rush towards it. Melee damage dealers and tanks are flying around. Hyun-sung says he seriously had to get put with the long-distance damage dealers. One of the soldiers gets injured on his abdomen. He sits down. Hyun-sung asks him if he is alright and then says that as he thinks this is way too much, he should at least try it by absorbing the blood that spilled on the ground later. He says, anyway, this is on a whole different level. It is difficult even to follow the monster's movements with his eyes. He says how nice it must be. Grinding achievements is his only method. He also says that until his accumulated points reach 1 trillion, he has to continue increasing his stats without elixirs. Hyun-sung says it will be more leisurely, about 30 minutes later than he thought. The pink-haired girl again asks everyone to prepare for the new attack. She also uses her magic mana while others rush towards monsters. One of the fellows says it only broke 1 layer and asks her to continue casting more. Meanwhile, all others are continuously attacking Imugi. Soon, the strikes have stopped. Hyun-sung says he thinks it will end quickly. It is going berserk. He says berserk is a skill that decreases defense power and increases attack power. When he uses his other skills, everyone becomes curious about what he will do now. But suddenly, his status window informs him that skill activation failed. Hyunsung says something is strange and asks everyone to watch out. Another one says this bastard ignores their attacks and goes after the mages and healers. Imugi appears on the back of Hyunsung. He rushes to save his life. Soon, his status window informs him that he has been caught up in Imugi's viewpoint, and he will fall into a state of fear for 20 seconds. His passive skill Unyielding Spirit has been activated, and his fear from Imugi's viewpoint skill has been reduced to 10 seconds. But his active skill Blink has been cancelled. Suddenly, Imugi roars behind him. He falls. He says it is faster than he expected for something so big. All other fellows are watching him, surprisingly. He uses his skill subspace and starts attacking it. He attacks from different sides. But Imugi is so strong that he dodges all of his attacks. He looks worried when he sees none of his skills are working correctly. He feels like he nearly died. He did not expect it to have mental skills other than fear. He thinks it is a mess. When he sees it, it looks like some other fellows are also attacking Imugi. He is surprised that his blood rupture sword has gone somewhere. He decides to recover it first. Soon, his status window informs him that the blood ruptured sword soul heroic rank has been upgraded. Meanwhile, handling the Imugi seems complicated. Players are working hard to kill it, but still cannot succeed. He says it must have gotten stuck when he stopped the tail attack, so he guesses he won't need to summon it again. Different players are hitting on Imugi's various parts. Some cut its limbs, while others also find its weakness. Hyunsung says it seems like the winner has already been decided. He again notices that the blood rupture sword soul heroic rank has been upgraded. The notification keeps going off. He thinks it may be because it is consuming the blood of a legendary rank monster. The fight is continuing. Suddenly, the player hits Imugi's face and blood emerges. Despite the injury, it still roars. After a while, fireballs are also thrown towards it. After struggling hard, they are about to complete their mission. Soon, they are informed that they were the first to hunt a legendary rank monster, and the reward is the title First Legendary Monster Hunting Contributor Heroic Rank. Players are happy and say they have won the battle and finally did it. Suddenly, they all see a weapon flying over there and soon fall into the water. Hyunsung holds this weapon. He is informed that he was the first to win a legendary rank weapon, and the reward he receives is the title the one who obtained the first legendary weapon heroic rank. He was also the first to win a sole legendary rank weapon. Besides this, he also wins a legendary rank skill and receives titles. He wonders what changed in this weapon. The reverting item he receives is the Blood Rupture Sword, the sole legendary rank. This item regenerates the wielder's stamina and mana by absorbing the attacked opponent's blood. If the blood is absorbed in dragon's blood, attack power increases and the stamina and mana regeneration speed increases drastically. And if one continuously absorbs the blood of a dragon, growth is possible. Blue Drake Jidos's mana and player Kai Hyunsung use it, but the option is not activated. According to player Choi Hyunsung's will, the blood ruptured sword can be summoned thrice daily. The active skill is that he can use the dragon's blood. Dragon's blood of legendary rank is an active skill, and one can use flying claws made of dragon's blood tissue. It can only be triggered with a dragon's blood tissue. One has to be holding the blood ruptured sword to activate it. He says as expected of a legendary rank item, so this is why he needed to get the first 3 achievements. By the way, he did not know there was a soul rank achievement. There must be players with soul skills or items besides him. He is relaxed now and says, well, that is excellent work. The one who contributes to the first legendary monster raid heroic rank, their rewards vary depending on their contribution to the raid. They are all known as first ranked contributors, and all the stats have increased by 10. Hyunsung is happy that he is the first, thanks to Blood Rupture Sword. He now wonders how the items will be distributed among them. Traditionally, they were paid cash based on their contribution. He thinks disclosing his contribution would only cause him to lose. He decides not to get too carried away by greed. Later, it was said that the world's attention was focused on Korea due to the event, who the players who defeated the Imugi in the raid, and what items or skill books the Imugi left behind were all objects of curiosity. The articles are written on the raid against the legendary rank monster. It is said that the raid against Imugi, who appeared for the first time in humanity's history, was a success. It is also being taught in the colleges as well. However, the Korean government kept everything about the raid strictly confidential. Even still, purchase requests for the items continue to pour in, resulting in some foreign rankers recklessly buying plane tickets and entering Korea. The desire to get another first achievement item and the desire to get stronger bought them. A few days later, in Korea, Hyusung sits at a place and says it will probably be hard to buy items now. Although he can participate in the auctions of items from the Amugi raid, with some benefits from being on the raid crew, even if they were not legendary items, they can cost hundreds of billions of points. He says he should not be greedy, as he already has enough. Then, he receives a call from Miss Shin Yoon-ah. When he asks what made her call him, she says he always gets right to the point and asks if she cannot call him without a reason. He says no, it is not like that, but he is sure she called him for a reason. She says she should not have said anything, but he is right. She tells him she has something to ask him, so she calls. When he asks what that is, she asks if he is interested in obtaining a legendary rank item. He says, of course, and asks if there are even players who are not interested in legendary rank items. She thinks she can help him buy one legendary rank item in the auction this time. He says there is a condition. Shin Yoon-ah says of course and asks what it is. She says she is sure that what he is thinking is correct. He says, as he thought, that it is a lifetime contract. The government will do its best to acquire items dropped from the Amugi. He asks if she believes there is a player who can beat the government's financial power. She says only those who contribute to the raid are qualified, so she is calling him now. She and Hyunsung are the only players among the raid contributors under the association. He then asks why she should not just monopolize all the items. She says she also thought of doing that at first, but one of the skills does not match her. She says it would suit him more than her. He asks if he can check the item he can purchase first. She says, of course, but it is not possible right away. She further tells him that it has been decided that the raid contributors will receive the item's information the day before the auction. So, he will also be informed a day before the auction. He says the time is quite tight. She says if the information is revealed too early, other countries might try to locate the contributors who have the items. He says he is pretty sure that has already started. She says no worries, as they are currently looking into that. He then says that he is all right. He will decide after he looks at the item. Miss Shin Yoon-ah forces him to do it, as she is confident he won't regret it. A few days later, Hyunsung reads some information about the punishment of the Black Dragon Legendary Rank skill book and says there is no significant penalty, even though it gives so much power. Technically, it is just an ability to use a thunderbolt, but it can be used at any time and does not even have a cooldown time. He wonders what happens if a heroic rank can absorb a legendary rank skill. Punishment of the Black Dragon is an active skill book, and it changes the properties of the user's mana to dark properties. It also increases the power of attack skills significantly. The power of healing skills is greatly reduced. One can freely use a dark thunderbolt according to the user's will. It is a skill that requires no relaxation. Hyunsung asks Miss Shin Yoon-ah if she is sure she does not want this. She says the attribute of her mana is divine mana, and most of her critical skills are set up to respond to her divine mana. She tells him if he refuses the item, she will probably sell it to one of the other long-distance damage dealers. She also says there is a person that the government is trying to bait with the skill book, so there is not a lot of time left, so he needs to decide soon. He says he will take it if she fulfills one of his conditions. When she asks what is that, he asks her to please allow him to terminate the life contract when he pays the same amount as the item's down payment later. If that is not possible, he will reject it. She agrees and says it is not the same amount as the down payment, but they will apply the legal interest rate from today to the termination date. When he asks about the legal interest rate, he says 5% yearly. She says it is compound interest, of course, and this is a considerable concession she is making for him. He says he will take it then. She hands over the contract to him and says she will report it to the higher-ups. He thanks her for taking care of it. She turns back, says she did nothing special, and will return soon. Later, when the auction starts, the speaker asks if anyone else wants to bid on the item, and announces he will count to 5. The audience listens carefully. Hyunsung and Miss Shin Yoon-ah are also sitting there. After he counted to 5, no one said anything. The speaker congratulates Miss Shin Yoon-ah and says the Black Dragon's spear will go to player Shin Yoon-ah. Hyunsung, the bids are closer than he expected, and it is not just some amount players can usually afford. He suspects that the big companies are making their play. One skill book and one weapon cost nearly 2 trillion won to buy the 2 items. And now, the last item, the legendary skill book, Punishment of the Black Dragon, is given to player Shin Yoon-ah. Soon, the auction hall becomes empty, but Hyunsung is still sitting there. He sees something on paper and says this is crazy. The debt he has to pay is in the trillions and a compound interest rate of 5%. He thinks he will be tied to the Players Association his whole life. On the other hand, Miss Shin Yoon-ah thinks about what is happening, as she cannot see the first achievement message. She doubts something is strange. At the time of the raid, the title of First Heroic Rank Achiever did not even appear. The system says the rewards vary depending on one's contribution to the raid. And Shin Yoon-ah was ranked 2nd. Her stats have increased by 9. After knowing this, she says she got 2nd place when she thought the 1st place would be her. It is even stranger that none of the raid contributors said they got 1st place. The first time they hunted a heroic rank monster, she ranked 1st in the contribution ranking and got 5 rare rank 1st achievements. It is all rare rank accomplishments. Her status window tells her she is the 1st to obtain a heroic rank weapon. The reward she gets is the title the one who got her hands on her 1st heroic rank weapon rare rank. She says, unfortunately, she failed to get the 1st title for armor and accessories. She took it for granted that she would also receive most of the items this time. This situation is impossible without someone hunting the legendary rank monster with them. For the sake of receiving the 2 first achievements, she purposely assigned the punishment of the Black Dragon to the last auction item. She feels like an idiot. She says the result would have been different if she had just told Mr. Hyunsung the truth. Meanwhile, she talks about this to a man. Hyunsung arrives there and congratulates her on winning the item. She is shocked to see him there, fearing he might have listened to what she was saying earlier. He tells her he will get going then. She asks him if he has looked at the skill. When he says yes, she asks him to get home safely. While going back, he thinks about what that was. Soon, she comes behind him and apologizes for the auction item placement. She tells him that the government tried to make her get the 1st in history achievements, and they posted the items she would purchase first while keeping Hyunsung's items for last. Hyunsung is surprised to learn about the 1st in history achievements and says that was it. He says, well, that is understandable. She probably had a 1st in history achievement already, and the government must have learned about that and tried to support her that way. He then says that he completely understands whether it is her point of view of the government, so she does not have to apologize. Then he says he will get going. After he is gone, she admits he is not greedy at all. She also asks herself to make sure not to do anything like this ever again. After returning to his home, he admits she is such an honest person. She could have just overlooked it without mentioning it to him. He says that makes him feel sorry for her and for taking everything. He decides to learn one of his skill books, Subspace. He thinks they will really combine, or they will exist separately. His status window asks him if he wants to learn the active skill book Dark Dragon's Punishment of Legendary Rank. Soon, he is informed that he has failed in learning the active skill book Dark Dragon's Punishment of Legendary Rank. He is also notified that the active skill breath of the Thunder's Dragon Unique Heroic Rank and the active skill book Dark Dragon's Punishment Legendary Rank are fused. Soon, the active skill breath of the Dark Thunder Dragon of Unique Legendary Rank has been created. He says it is not absorption, it is fusion. After a while, he obtained a unique legendary rank skill for the first time in history. He becomes so happy because he got it just as he thought. Later, he comes to the dungeon, where there are many monsters. He says participating in the Imugi raid was the best decision. He upgraded his stats with 450 points after receiving all the titles. Moreover, the skills he got are excellent too. He got a breath of the Dark Thunder Dragon of Unique Legendary Rank. This is an active skill and changes the properties of his mana to dark properties. It also increases the power of attack skills significantly. The power of healing skills is greatly reduced. All skills and actions are given the power of lightning. It is a skill with a non-existent cooldown time. The user can upgrade the skill by absorbing lighting-related skills and items. Many monsters surround him. He continues using his skill and soon observes the monsters disintegrate fast. He concludes he needs to find a place like a vampire bat dungeon or something. He thinks if there are any appropriate places nearby. After some time, he receives a message from Shin Yun-ah, who tells him she has something to discuss, so he contacts her as soon as he sees her text. After reading this, he becomes curious about what this is about, so he calls her. She guesses he is out of the dungeon now. He says yes. Then she asks him if he has any thoughts on hunting in the northern area dungeon. When he asks what she means, she tells him there is a lack of mid and low-level dungeon attack personnel in the North Korean region that is being restored. She asks if he can go and help them. The pay is twice as average since he would be in an emergency standby position. He knows players only get essential things when they hunt monsters other than them, so he agrees and says, of course, he will help them. Moreover, he says he signed a lifetime contract with the Players Association. She tells him she will have a helicopter ready to leave right away. He guesses the situation is an emergency. She says dungeons keep popping up. It is not enough to issue an emergency call to players now, but it could happen if the situation is not resolved quickly. He says he will give it his best. 2 weeks later, in North Korea, the army helicopter is still providing facilities. Accumulated acquisition points are said to have exceeded 300 billion points. The mercenary system is now available. Hyun-sung was surprised to learn about the mercenary system. He says there is something like that too. He faces different monsters there. When he checks his status window, he says there is nothing new in the status window. He also learned that mercenaries for hire are displayed there. He says hiring is possible up to heroic rank. There are just 600 billion points for 2 hours only. He decides to lower it to the rare rank for now. He sees that the ones in the rare rank are pretty expensive, too. This rank includes a knight-type mercenary with a good combination of offense and defense, good at breaking through enemy lines and defending. He says this one seems to be the cheapest among the rare ones. The minimum hire time is 3 hours. But one thing bothers him, the instructions only trust her a little. He wonders what that means. He assumes that it may mean that she is good at nullifying contracts. He believes obtaining information comes first. Soon, he is notified that he has hired a rare rank mercenary, Lucia. The minimum hiring fee is 300 million points, and the remaining hire time is 180 minutes. Soon, Lucia appears there, thanks him for hiring her, and says she will fight with all her strength. When she asks where the enemy is, Hyun-sung says there is no enemy for now. Lucia asks why she is hired now. Hyun-sung says he has something he wants to ask. Lucia asks him if it is his first time using the mercenary system. Hyun-sung says yes, it got activated just some time ago. Then Lucia allows him to ask whatever he wants and says she will tell him everything as long as it is something she can answer. So Hyun-sung asks her about the details of the mercenaries. Hyun-sung asks for the same unique skill means. Lucia says he is talking about buying and selling. Hyun-sung asks if the world Lucia lives in is also being attacked by monsters. He also asks why the dimensional gates occur. Lucia says monsters were also attacking her world, but she does not know the cause of the dimensional gates either. She thinks he must hire mercenaries above the legendary rank if he wants to know about the dimensional gate. She also tells him that even the heroic rank mercenaries she has met before did not know about it. Hyun-sung says that in his world, it has been more than 20 years since a dimensional gate appeared. 2 cataclysms have occurred, but now it is somewhat stable. He then asks Lucia if it is possible to determine when the next cataclysm will occur. Lucia says there will probably not be any more cataclysms for the next 20 years, but she cannot guarantee him anything beyond that. 40 years after the first cataclysm in history occurred, the world she lived in was completely eaten up by monsters and perished. While sitting in front of Hyun-sung, Lucia says she is sure that her employment description says she is a runaway and a loser. She asks Hyun-sung if he knows why she is called a loser. Then, she explains to herself that she is a loser who abandoned her world and ran away. She then recalls the time when the monsters attacked her world. Everyone was running to save his life. Those monsters seemed very dangerous, with giant horns on their heads. She was the only one who faced them. While telling her story, Hyunsung says it means she has become a level 1 player. She says that she quickly tried to raise her stats using the accumulated points and mastered her skills, but she soon regretted that. After that, she accumulated points by hunting and managed to endure by selling skill books and magic stones. After enduring 16 years like that, she began to see hope, but the second cataclysm occurred soon after. There was no way to stop the increasing number of legendary rank monsters. The mana force field was spread out, making using spatial mobility skills or items impossible. She further says that she had no choice. Using the last resort she had reserved for emergency escapes, she used the dimensional teleportation item. She was likely to lose herself in an unintended dimension, but it was an inevitable choice. She says that she failed to arrive at a dimension at first, so she became lost in the space between the dimensions, where nothing exists. However, fortunately, there was a mercenary application system, which says the minimum hour of employment is 1 hour, and the minimum employment points are 1,000 points. She tells Hyunsung that there is a mercenary application window in their unique skills if he goes to sell. She says she registered as a mercenary there and waited, but only a few people hired her. Once, she tried to minimize the cost of her fee to her employer, and in return, she requested that he let her live in his world, but she was rejected. The minimum fee for rare mercenaries is 1 million points per hour. That is 24 million points in a day, or about 700 million in a month. Then, one day, a player offered her a new condition. She told him he wanted her to move him 24 million points daily. Hyunsung is surprised and asks if she can move points to someone else. She says it is impossible to move them to other players or ordinary people, but it is possible to do that between players with the same unique skills. She then shakes hands with Hyunsung. The status window shows that the tradable points are 10, 431, 435, 876 points. Hyunsung says this is very interesting and asks if he can increase his accumulated points by using this and trading back and forth. Lucia says that is impossible. She says that when players trade points, the accumulated points are reduced by the used amount. The same is valid with mercenary employment. He says that she must have accepted that offer. But she says she rejected it and says like selling goods, the mercenary system takes 20% of the fee cost as a commission, but her situation worsened. He says that is when that person her again, she must have accepted. She says that by accumulating points by hunting monsters, she handed over 24 million points of the mercenary fee paid by her employer. Even if she hunted all day, she still lost 4 million points a day, but it could not be helped. Fortunately, she could save some sleeping and meal time while hunting, even if she only collected 5 million points daily. But her employer's greed worsened, so she had to break the contract. After that, she continued to be unemployed until Hyunsung employed her. She further says that to be honest, she would not have lasted more than 3 months, which is why she wants to request one thing. She says she will move the minimum cost of her employment fee, which is 24 million points a day, to him every day, and she will fight on the battlefield he talked about. She then asks him if he will please give her permission to let her live in this world. He asks her to give him some time to think about this. She says they have little time left from the hour he hired her. Then she says she feels she needs to return, and she vanishes away. After her disappearance, he sits down and believes he is lucky. He ponders what to do now, but he knows it is pretty reasonable to use the mercenary system. So, after thinking a lot, he clicks on the status window, and Lucia appears again. She says that seeing that he has hired her again, she has guessed he has made a wise decision. He says that is right, but first, let him ask her one thing. She says it looks like he is curious about her abilities. But he asks her to show him her status window. She says she can show him if he is concerned about her level and stats. For level 1 players, levels are meaningless. He says she is excellent and knows she means only to show him her stats. She then opens her status window and shows him. He is surprised that her stats are so high. Her total stats are over 3,500. An average player would have those kinds of stats at around level 700. She exceeds him by 700, but he can catch up soon enough. He is also sure that she has many legendary and heroic rank skills. He thinks just how many strong monsters exist. Even such strong people are hiring mercenaries. After showing her stats, she asks him if he is satisfied now. He says that for now, he wants to hire her for temporary employment. He will summon her to the dungeons. When the hunt is over, her job will be terminated. He also says he will pay for food free of charge. She says so, meaning that whenever he goes hunting, he will summon her to this world. When he says yes, she says all right, as that is a good enough offer for her. Later on, they fight with monsters inside the dungeon. She is also helping him out to defeat monsters. He says this is convenient. Her style is very different from his style, he observes. He also admits there is an excellent synergy. She is fighting very actively. After some time, he says it looks like they cleared it. She says this is an excellent hunting ground and tells me that, in the words of other employers, there were many difficulties. Too many players were hunting, and since the employers owned the efficient hunting grounds, they had to pay hefty fees. She asks him if he could be one of the monarchs in this world. He says he was just temporarily requested to take care of this. He asks her if she fights more, and she says yes. Then he says he will call her back after some time. She says she will be waiting and goes away. 1 week later, he again called her back. He thinks he was stacking achievements quickly. He used to earn 10 million points by hunting all day before, but now he earns more than 3 times that amount. Since Lucia also earned 300 million points in a week, he was fortunate. She seems glad to have gained only 300 million points in a week. He says he is starting to feel sorry about earning hundreds of millions a day from electronic equipment. Lucia says she wants to ask him something if he does not mind. He allows her to ask. She says she saw today that he also fought close range. So, does he plan to keep going with close range writing and long range fighting? He says, of course, he will do that. She says, but he has never properly learned the sword. He says she is right, as he only has some swordsmanship knowledge and skills. She says if that is the case, she will recommend that he hire a master sword and adequately learn the sword. When he asks for a good enough reason to do so, she says his swordsmanship is too rigid, and he might not be particularly inconvenienced now, but for human form heroic rank monsters onwards, his attacks won't work. He asks if there is that much of a gap. She asks him to fight with her without using any active skills. He is surprised to hear about the battle. She suggests this because she thinks he will understand it better if he experiences it himself. He says all right then. So he pulls out his sword and moves towards her. They both start fighting with each other. Whenever he attacks her, she dodges his attacks very easily. He observes that she is not using her full power. He also attacks her from the back, but she observes his moves quickly and dodges back. He is showing his full powers and interest in this fight. 3 minutes later, he stops fighting, says the gap between their levels is so large, and asks why this is the case. When she is listening to him, he suddenly attacks again. But the result is the same this time, too. So, he admits that he lost. She puts her sword back on her back and says she roughly expected it, but his swordsmanship skill is relatively weak. He says it does not show in the status window. She says that, in some ways, this skill is more important than any other skill or stats. From a player's point of view, whether it is a passive skill or an active skill, those are all skills that he suddenly acquired. She says it does not end just because he knows how to use them. He asks, nevertheless, if the method to use these skills is automatically imprinted on them. She says it is not enough. Then, she takes the skills called horsemanship as an example. He says that once he learns the skill, he can ride, stop, and maneuver freely, but that does not mean he has mastered horsemanship. Depending on his skill level, the combat power and uses vary widely. She also says he will have a different power when he learns the same skill as someone who practices more. And that is more than just a problem with passive skills such as knowledge of swordplay. In the case of the Thunder skill set that he uses as his main force, depending on his skill level, there will be a significant difference in the damage he can inflict on his enemies. Moreover, she says that even if a pro gamer and she played the same game with the same character and skill sets, what she would do with the character and what the pro gamer would do would be as different as the sky and the ground. After listening to her carefully, he thinks that even if it is not recorded in the status window, He is sure it is an ability that will have a significant impact in real-life situations. He then asked her if she could help him improve his proficiency. She says she will help him with anything if he wants her to. A few months later, through the efforts of the high-level players dispatched to North Korea, the dungeons in danger of the monster waves slowly stabilized. On the other hand, however, the high-level players' discount reached its limit. The players from the giant guild, who had joined for business cooperation, slowly started to get lazy, and for them to be dispatched to a low-level dungeon, they would either slow down or express their opinions about returning to South Korea. Due to this situation, the mid to low-level dungeons became the players' responsibility directly under the association, and naturally, there arose grumbling even from those players. Even if they received twice the amount of the emergency standby allowance, it was a considerable loss. They could neither collect experience and level up, nor obtain any items or magic stones. Many inconveniences occurred even in their daily lives. Due to the poor accommodation facilities, they had to sleep in tents, and they also had to satisfy their meals with battle rations or simple foods. With such conditions continuing for months, even the association's players started to slow down. But instead of joining the others in their laziness, some players focused on hunting and were more enthusiastic about it. Hyunsung and Lucia also practice daily and enjoy their leisure time. Lucia says this world has a remarkably well-developed civilization. He says ordinary people still need cards to engage in formal business. She says that is why he has not summoned her outside the dungeon. He says she is a top-class player, and for such players, they're checked strictly in every country. After he is done with the work he is doing now, he will look for ways for her to live in Korea. Further, he says getting an ID and registering as a player is essential. She becomes happy and says it is all right if they take it easy. She also says she is delighted with her current situation and heard the ID picture will contain a photo of her as she is right now. He says yes, that is right. She says if it will be issued anyway, it would be better if she looked younger. He laughs and says having a younger picture on the ID would be good. Then he hands her money. When he is going back, she stops him and says she thinks he would better take it back now. He asks her to consider it a tuition fee, as she has taught him many things already. She says she will do her best to teach him thoroughly. He says to do whatever she wants. After a few days, he comes to a place where many people wander here and there. Some bandits are also there. One listens to someone telling another that he is on a business trip. The bandit thinks this is his chance now. Hyunsung also passes by there. Suddenly, his wild instincts were activated. He assumes they are an enemy. He enters a dungeon, where he confronts a monster. He draws out his sword and attacks monsters. There appears to be a group of them, but he faces them all alone. After some time, he removes a blue crystal from his bag and returns it. He attacks monsters again and soon kills them. After that, he sits down near a rock. He takes some rest and drinks water. He says that although tired, he must keep pushing, so he starts his journey again. Soon, he realizes someone is following him, and it is very close by. When he turns, there is a monster again. He uses the sword to kill it again. But suddenly, he sees those bandits are behind him. He uses his skill and some magic from his hand and kicks him back. He believes this is an assassin type. He fights with that enemy with his sword and different skills. After fighting for some time, he realizes that the person is fast. He says that although he is much stronger than that person, the opponent is too quick. Both are trying to defeat each other. Hyunsung observes that his opponent has a movement type skill. Suddenly, something drops out there. His status window informs him that he is under poisoning. His body function is paralyzed for 10 seconds. Soon, the passive skill book of immortality was activated, and poisoning has been released. After that, he again becomes active in fighting with his opponent. He uses his magic from his palm and tries to harm his opponent, but sees he is so quick. He admits that he cannot even slash him. His skills are not landing, so he is waiting for much energy. In this case, he only has one choice, but he decides not to screw this up. The other person thinks they must escape, so he runs back. He says this mission has already failed. But Hyunsung does not allow him to run back and stops him. That person wonders what the heck this guy is. He thinks this guy is an Awakener who has been active for only 1 year. Hyun-sung chases him and attacks with his sword. That man calls Hyun-sung a monster punk. Hyun-sung observes that he is planning to run away. But then that man also comes towards him with his sword. Again, the fight starts among them. Soon, Hyun-sung hits him with a sword, and blood comes out of his mouth. He stabilizes himself steadily and attacks back on Hyun-sung. Both of them continue fighting for some time. Hyun-sung finally uses some of his skills to defeat his opponent. After the fight, Hyun-sung sees a book suspended in the air. It is named as Dark Curtain. This is an active skill book, and it hides the form and sound of the caster and the target it designates, as well as the radiating magic power. When he learns about this skill book, he looks happy and says it is lovely. Then he sees his opponent has left his sword there as well. He says this guy sure was carrying a lot of items. That sword's name is Dark Elf King's Dagger of heroic rank. It has a 5% chance of poisoning the target's wounds and the same chance of causing the wounds to bleed. Similarly, there is a 5% chance to put a corruption curse on the target it inflicts. One of the items that he has left is the Guardian's Grace of heroic rank. It increases the wearer's resistance to the opponent's skills significantly. The passive skill, Guardian's Shield, is also available. The Guardian Shield is a passive skill of the heroic rank. It reduces the damage by 50% when attacked beyond the wearer's resistance to skills. The cooling time is about 120 minutes. After knowing all this, he says it is because of this skill. He still ponders why he attacked him. Then, he tries to activate his psychometry skills. However, his status window informs him that he failed to invoke active skill psychometry. He is also informed that he cannot browse the past information about objects imbued with magic. As he thought, it failed. Then he decided to talk to Lucia first, so he called her. When she came, she said he called her later than usual. He tells her that another player attacked him. She is surprised and asks if it is rare to be attacked by other players in this world. He says it is kind of like that. He does not know about places he is unaware of, but there is no public conflict between players. However, he asks her if she can tell him why they aimed for him. She says they might have formed a team without his knowledge. They might have felt threatened by watching him quickly becoming more muscular, and they may be trying to figure out how he did it. When he asks if she can tell that this kind of thing will happen again in the future, she says that if the people who attacked him are part of an organization, there is a good chance it will keep happening. However, following the rules of this world, if they cannot attack him in public, they will try in private. At that moment, Hyun-sung remembers when Jeong Sung-woo met him and told him he was the vice guild master of the Seoul Guild until recently. She advises him that all he has to do is to pay attention to his surroundings inside the dungeon. She also asks him to summon her if he thinks it is an enemy he cannot handle alone. And if he can afford the points, he can also hire another mercenary. He says right to her. Later, he starts his journey again. While walking, he is observed by another player, a girl. She thinks her fellows did not carry out the operation. Her skill, Hunter's Eyes, becomes active, and she sees many traces on the ground. She tries to find out what happened in her surroundings earlier. She sits down at one point to check the traces and says there may be these many traces. Her other skill, Memories of the Earth, activates, and she sees what happened earlier. She says he ran away, but her fellow, Takahashi, is dead. Takahashi is the name of the person who was killed by Hyun-sung some time ago. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, Japan, the Japanese Dimension Gate Minister of Management, Tonka, says there is a high probability that Jeong Sung-woo's words are valid. A red-haired boy says yes, according to a report posted by Kaneko. He also says Choi Hyun-sung has killed Takahashi. Tanka then says there is also a high chance that Jeong Sung-woo will die in Choi Hyun-sung's hands. The red-haired boy says it is most probable. Apart from destroying the law of level 20, a player awakened for 1 year had defeated gifted rankers. Tanka says so, but just terminating the law of level 20 was not the end. The boy tells him they are judging that the probability of him having a unique skill is over 99%. Tanka then says that the Korean Players Association must have signed his contract quickly. He also ponders just what unique skills Hyun-sung has to grow this fast. He believes it will be an excellent opportunity to take it away. Then he asks how many more secret agents they can mobilize right now. The red-haired boy tells him there are 5 more on standby. Tanka orders the dispatch of all secret agents in North Korea. The red-haired boy is shocked to hear his order but says he will dispatch them immediately. He also asked whether the goal was the same as before. Tanka says let him add one more thing. If those agents deem the mission impossible, give them the orders to kill Choi Hyun-sung no matter what. The red-haired boy says yes, sir, and then goes back. After he is gone, Tanka says it looks like Hyun-sung does not believe in the South Korean government. He named him a stupid bastard. On the other side, Hyun-sung learns a new skill magic missile. He looks delighted to learn this and says he would have succeeded if he had concentrated more. Lucius says he does not need to worry too much as they still have time. He says he knows this too. Then Lucius says it is time for practice now. He says all right, but he will attack first. So they start their training. He uses his sword efficiently and tries to attack her, but she is an expert in swordsmanship and bears his attacks easily. Soon, he feels tired and sits down. But Lucia is still so energetic. He stands up again and fights back. She stops his attack with the help of the sheath that she is carrying in her hand. After much practice, she asks him to let it wrap up here. She says it is time to move on to the next dungeon. He asks if he has approved at all. She tells him to check if striking at the opponent's open guard has become sharper. Even while dodging attacks, he has eliminated many unnecessary movements. Moreover, she says she did not expect him to grow this fast. He says he also wants to try seriously learning shield art, but it does not suit him. Patience is essential if he wants to use shield art as his primary skill. However, he tends to dash forward and strike when he sees an opportunity immediately. Then, the shield will only be a hindrance for him. He says he tries to stay put, but it is difficult. She says that is called tendency. And to be honest, rather than him holding a sword and a shield, it is more challenging to go up against him with just the sword. She tells him that the metal guard he is wearing should suffice for blocking attacks on his left. He says all right. She says she will get going then. He says he will see her a bit later and calls her teacher. She says she is not a teacher and then vanishes away. After that, he says he guesses he will slowly move on to the next dungeon. So he starts walking towards his next destination. When he reaches there, he sees a red-haired man who calls him a sharp guy. He observes that he is not alone. A few others are with him, too. When he speaks Japanese, Hyun-sung asks him if he is from Japan. The red-haired boy says yes, he is right, and then tells him it would be better if he gave up on resisting and quietly followed him. When Hyun-sung asks him why he is trying to take him away, that person says he does not have to tell him that and asks Hyun-sung to decide if he will resist or give up. Hyun-sung observes him profoundly and tries to understand if he is on the same side as the assassin the other day. He thinks it will be too much to face alone if they come at him simultaneously from both sides. He decides to call Lucia later and draws out his sword, planning to try it. The red-haired boy says it looks like he will resist and pulls out his sword. So they start fighting. Hyun-sung uses his skill, the breath of the Black Thunder Dragon. At the same time, a boy and a red-haired girl attack him. A space travel skill has been used. They attack him vigorously. He says he has to save his stamina and mana. So, he continues to fight and dodges their attacks. The red-haired boy says his reflexes seem very sharp and his items look pretty good, but he will be able to hang in there for a long time. Hyun-sung attacks him again, using all his skills and force to defeat them. They fight for so long, but no one succeeds in his mission. When the opponent comes from the backside, Hyun-sung catches his moves and dodges his attack again. He feels his opponent has some kind of skill similar to Wild Instinct. A girl asks others if this guy has been awakened for only a year. The other one says it is true. That guy was only at level 1 a year ago. The girl wonders what he has done to get this far. The other fellow says he has no idea, and that is what they are here to find out. He hopes whatever method he is using works on other players. He says he does not think he is a ranker yet. He is giving Sasaki a run for his money. The girl is surprised that a guy like that defeated Takahashi. Her fellow says that it is because he just was not good enough. He says she would probably also have a hard time if she fought him. She gets angry and says what nonsense he is saying. She says Punk would not be alive now if she had stepped up. Her fellow thinks they will watch it now. Since Sasaki said he would deal with him alone, she would wait. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung uses all his force to attack and defeat opponents. He knows he still has a long way to go. He feels he needs to train harder. Sasaki, a red-haired boy, feels his opponent, Hyun-sung's fighting style is too dangerous. He thinks he needs to end it with just a single attack now. Then he throws his attack and says this is the end. Hyun-sung feels this is too dangerous and he might die. Soon, his passive skills and survival instincts of heroic rank are activated. After that, when his skills become active, he gains more power and kills Sasaki. Sasaki's head becomes separated from his body. Hyun-sung says his opponent has lost now. Sasaki's fellows say they do not expect Sasaki to die. That girl says this is so ridiculous. They are surprised that just one person did this. One of the fellows says he is just that skilled. He says they also have something up their sleeves. Suddenly, many more people are gathered in their surroundings. Hyun-sung thinks it looks like they are aware that the activation time is short. A few of them are wearing caps, while others are bareheaded. He thinks about who these guys are and where they suddenly appear. He could not sense any mana around at all. The goal is to capture the enemies. He then calls Lucia there. She also wonders where they appear all of a sudden. Anyhow, the goal is to capture the enemies. He tells her that if she thinks it is hard to subdue them, she may also kill them. She says, right, and orders her man to attack opponents. Opponents also get ready for the battle. But soon, it looks like Lucia beats them. The opponent's girl becomes injured as blood comes out of her mouth. She cannot understand the situation and think about what is going on. They are attacking each other with force. Those who wear hats admit that they are solid. Lucia's servant says he does not want them to end up dead. He asks them to try and dodge his attack. Their fight has continued for a long time. One of the men seemed to be faint, while the other looked dead. Lucia's servants say he was allowed to kill them if he could not subdue them, and that is what his employer told him. Meanwhile, Lucia attacks the girl in the enemy squad, resulting in that girl falling. One of them appreciates Lucia and says she is outstanding. Hyun-sung also appreciates her and her team and says these guys are more than he expected. When one of them says he has completed his mission, he asks Hyun-sung if he has more work from him. Hyun-sung orders him to watch them until the minimum employment hours are over. He then asks his opponents, whom he has made hostage, again why they are attacking him, but they keep quiet. He says it looks like they do not intend to answer. Lucia's servant orders them to answer Hyun-sung immediately, whatever he asks them. But none of them answered. So he hits one of them and says if they do not respond, he will kill them all. One of them requests not to do this. He completes counting until 3 to give them a chance to speak the truth. His strategy works, as the girl starts saying she is here due to the Japanese Dimension Gate management orders. Her fellows also say they have been told to kidnap Mr. Choi Hyun-sung and take him to Japan. Another one says it was to find out how to break the 20-level rule and how he got so strong quickly. Hyun-sung, who is listening to them attentively, is surprised to learn this. He decides to confirm that first and then orders the servant to please collect the items the enemies are carrying and bring them before him. He checks them thoroughly through his status window when they all come in front of him. He asks one of the white-haired guys why he lied to him. Before that, the guy says anything, and his servant attacks him and hits him with his hammer-like weapon. Hyun-sung says their comrades are waiting outside the dungeon as well. The girl says yes and tells him they are not very skilled. She estimates it to be just over level 200. He asks about their exact location. He is informed that they have gone out of the dungeon. After knowing this, he tells Lucia and the other servants that he is going out of the dungeon for a minute and orders them to oversee these enemies so that these people cannot run. Then he moves outside. His servant wishes him safe travel. When he goes outside, he sees mountains and trees there. He also observes someone's presence and attacks from his back. The enemy was not ready for that attack, so he could not dodge it. Hyun-sung kills him and says this is why he did not notice. Later, when he comes back inside the dungeon, his servant says he thinks they should get back. He also asks him if he wants to extend the hiring time. Hyun-sung says it is all right. They may return and thank them for today. That servant says there is no need to thank you and also calls them again next time. He also tells them this is the first time he has gotten such an easy mission. His fellow also says such easy missions are always welcome. They again ask Hyunsung to please make sure to call them next time. They are all gone except Lucia, who is still here. Hyunsung thinks about what he should do now. He thinks for a long time while Lucia observes him. Meanwhile, enemies again come towards him to attack. He says they might recover. So the fight starts again. He tries to stop them by using magic. At the same time, one of the enemies uses a fireball to attack him. The girl also attacks him. But Lucia protects him, and soon she cuts the heads of the girl and white-haired guy. Hyunsung sees her surprisingly, and then his skill tent of darkness activates. He sees more enemies approaching him. But Lucia fights bravely and kills enemies all alone. When a few of them try to run back, he says they should not think they could make it out of here just because it was only the two of them, he and Lucia. After dealing with them, he says he has gained a lot, but also lost a lot. He does not need anyone else to know. He tells Lucia that they are a Japanese criminal organization that takes care of secret missions, and they will come after him again. He says the important thing right now is the safety of his family. He knows association security cannot stop these kinds of skilled people alone. He then checks the details of an item, a guardian ring, on his status window. He knows that if the wearer is attacked, the ring will absorb the damage, and if the guardian's ring exceeds the damage it can receive, it will disappear. This is a miniature item. His status window asks him if he wants to buy the guardian's ring of heroic rank and tells him that refunding and exchanging purchased items are impossible. He sees the price of 10 billion for one. He then decides to buy 3. He checks some more items and sees a bracelet of exchange. It is a set item. The wearers can check each other's current state of mind by sharing the 2 bracelets. The bracelet will be blue when the other wearer is calm, purple when the other is troubled, and black when the other wearer senses death. After seeing its details, he says this sounds good. He also purchases 3 of these too. Then, the third item that he checks is the long-distance travel scroll. He can move to a specific location or destination with this. This is also a miniature item. He likes this one too, so he says he will need this too, of course, and then buys it. Later, he comes to the mart with the items he purchased. There, he meets Noon, his sister. When he gives Nona one of the items, she says do not tell her that he is going somewhere dangerous. He says he is not going. He provides this in case. But his sister looks worried about him. He tries his best to relax her. Then he comes to the hospital, where his father is admitted. He enters the room and sees his bedridden father. He comes near his bed and puts the guardian ring on his finger and bracelets on his arm. He asks his father not to worry and tells him he will find something to heal him soon. His father opens his eyes and smiles to see him. When Hyunsung sees him smiling, he says he is relieved now. He thinks it is only Dad's body that is the problem. Then he holds his hand and says he knows he must be exhausted. He promised he would make him better. 1 week later, in Japan, Tanka says it has already been a week since their connection was cut off. He asks a red-haired guy to tell him what happened over there. The guy says he thinks they failed their mission. Tanka looks furious and asks about the chances of those guys betraying them. That guy says the chances are meager, but it is possible. Then Tanka asks him if he has a secret agent who can also be mobilized. The boy says he does not have any such secret agent. Tanka says this is a pain in the ass. Then, the room door opened and another person came inside. Tanka says this is the wrong way as he interrupts them. The person who enters says the initial response to the dimensional gate in Fukuoka City has failed. It is an area guarded by the Yamato Guild, but they also failed. He also informs them that the Yamato's guild master passed away, and while executing the plan, the mobilized guild members were all annihilated. Tanka says if this is true, tell about the ranks of the monsters that appeared. That person says they have been confirmed as heroic rank. There is a humanoid monster named Chozo. Its exact level has not yet been confirmed, and this is the first time this monster has ever appeared. This monster has good mobility due to the wings on its back, and it can fly through the sky freely. After learning these facts about the beast, Tanka orders the player forces to mobilize in the neighboring areas simultaneously. On the other hand, people are found dead in Fukuoka City, Japan. Forces have been deployed in the town. Monsters have appeared in a considerable number. The leader orders everybody to attack. So, the monsters are attacked by players from different sides. A few of them throw fireballs, which hit the monsters. These monsters are continuously flying in the sky. Suddenly, there appears one more group of them in the sky. The players are shocked to see such a large number of them. They set their positions while holding their weapons. They are ordered to maintain the formation. If they keep at it, they will win. Fireballs are also working to damage monsters, but their number is so high that it looks impossible to kill them soon. Suddenly, players are shocked to see monsters on the ground in front of them again, flying towards the sky. They are running away, but their direction is different this time. They are moving to the next city. Players are ordered to stop them from moving to another town as they would cause much damage there. The fireballs are continuously thrown toward them. They also carry a rod-like thing in their wings, which helps them fly. Players are attacking them with their weapon, too. Soon, the red-haired guy orders everybody to return because Chozos are near to cause harm to them. That guy says he will wipe them all out. There happens to be a vast fire blast. Players do not care about anything and are fighting with monsters. The red-haired guy says he will make them regret doing this all sneakily. Then, he is surrounded by Chozos from various sides. Their attack is so vigorous that players are also getting injured. He is attacking them, too, but suddenly, a weapon attacks him, passing through his body. He feels immense in his body, but he asks others not to lose hope and continues attacking them despite that. These monsters are tough to handle. Conversely, Tanka is informed that the monsters have been annihilated. He says so many rankers and high-level players were mobilized in this plan. That red-haired guy says the Chozos tricked them, acting like they were retreating. Tanka says that even if that were the case, how did they all get annihilated? He also says it means the players of Great Japan were weak. That guy says the individual thought to be the enemy head made intelligent moves. He says the best thing is that they have a video recording of the situation and ask him to please have a look, and hands over the tab to the Tanka for watching the video. Meanwhile, in the helicopter waiting room, Hyunsung is informed by another person that a new species of monsters has appeared in Japan, and these heroic rank monsters are called Chozos. There is a complete chaos. He also tells the Japanese rankers and high-level players who set out in the subjugation were reportedly all annihilated. Hyunsung asks how that is possible. His fellow says that those guys make very intellectual moves, so the Japanese government publicly requested help from the international community. Hyunsung asks if there is a country free enough to help other countries. His fellow says there is not. Then he thinks they won't have time to cheat him. He calls Lucia and says he has something to ask before the battle. When she says what he wants to ask, he asks if she knows about monsters called Chozos. She asks if the Chozos have appeared in this world. He says yes, they have appeared. She says that in the world she lived in, a kingdom even perished from a herd of Chozos, and also says a country could even disappear if they are neglected. She says the damage will be extensive. Their intelligence and features are excellent. They live in packs, so they go around in groups. She warns him he will take heavy damage if he deals with them as ordinary monsters. He says they already have a lot of damage, although it was a foreign country. She says it will not be accessible if the head is that clever. It would be better for countries to join forces and care for them together. He says, well, even foreign countries do not have the free time to help. She says, but neglecting them for too long will get complicated since the choices are monsters capable of growing to become legendary rank monsters. When he asks if this is accurate, she says there is a limit to their growth depending on their tribe. But like players, monsters also grow by hunting. If they managed to secure such a huge victory, their levels would have risen significantly. They would have also absorbed a lot of magic stones and skill books. Hyunsung says absorbing skill books is okay, but it is weird that they even absorb magic stones. She says monsters hunting other monsters or players is for them to obtain experience and magic stones, especially in the case of magic stones, as those allow them to go beyond their tribe's limits. When Hyunsung asks if players could also absorb the magic rocks and grow, she says as far as she knows, that is impossible. Countless empires and kingdoms invested large amounts of resources into experiments, but from what she has heard, they all failed. He says experiments in making a player grow using magic stones could not succeed in their world. He also says he does not think she needs to worry about being attacked for now. She asks why, and he says the choices will probably occupy them and won't have time to help him. She smiles to hear him and says she was being greedy and is being punished for it. He says she could say so. 3 months later, the Japanese government still hasn't been able to deal with the choices. The chorus continued expanding its territory, spreading over the Fukuoka area. Eventually, it lost Fukuoka to the Chozas. While Japan was helplessly waiting for support from the international community, Korea completed the human damage repairs during the second cataclysm. It quickly completed the restoration work in the North Korean area. After that, the Korean government opened the North Korean area to players for the first time, and the players applauded and rushed toward it. Hyun-sung also did his best, but he could not clear all the dungeons in the North Korean area. Ultimately, he decided to return to South Korea due to the players who just kept coming. When he returns home, his sister says it is tough to see each other. When he asks about his mom, she tells him she is in the kitchen. When he meets her, he says he is at home. His mom asks him to come quickly for dinner, as he seems hungry. He says he even came here directly without having lunch so they could eat together. He enjoys quality time with his family. Later on, he comes out of his home and walks around. Then he calls Lucia there and welcomes her. She walks with him on the streets and says this is his world. He says they will get her ID issued first and tells her she won't face any significant problems if she does as he says. She agrees with him and guesses she will do well on her own. They come to the center. Lucia can get any official ID when she has no record of living in this world, only through the player association. In all countries, including Korea, different benefits exist to maintain payers. One of them is granting nationalities. In this world, where the number of players is the nation's power, they try to make the players their own if there are no particular defects. Even if they happen to be illegal immigrants or smugglers, after awakening, they could openly be granted nationality. Of course, there are certain conditions. They cannot join a foreign guild for 5 years, and departing to a foreign country is also prohibited for 5 years. Hyun-sung says they should be able to quickly get through this since he disguised Lucia as a no nationality first. Many countries fell because they could not stop the first cataclysm when it occurred. He sits at one place while waiting for Lucia, who will make her ID with one of the staff members. At 8:05 p.m., Lucia returns and tells him she got the ID issued. He looks happy and says that is a relief. He asks her to enter it immediately first. She understands what he is saying. He says he also has a deal he wants to present to her. When she asks what that is, he says it is a deal that helps them. They come to the coffee shop and buy 2 drinks for themselves. When she drinks one, he asks about its taste and whether it suits her taste. She says it is excellent and tasty. He says it is a relief that she likes it. Few people are watching them walk on the road. She asks him about the deal he was talking about before and asks if he is saying he is planning to sell extra goods by utilizing her unique skills. He says that is right, giving her 10% as a selling fee. She says it seems like an excellent offer, but she may not accept it. He says he will also profit and requests that she please not reject a student's favor. They have already been together for about half a year. Until she finds a way to return to her world, he wants them always to be together. He also wants to help fight away the monsters in her world if possible. While listening to him, Lucia looks stunned. He asks if she is okay. She says he has given her overwhelming grace. She is thankful to him in any case. She sits on the ground and says as long as she is in this world, she will serve him as her lord and pay him with her loyalty. His sword will be the blade that cuts down his enemies, and her body will become a shield that protects him always. She says this is her oath, which cannot be broken even in death, with her honor as a knight on the line. He is notified that he has received the knight's heartfelt loyalty oath. His job change quest has been activated, and the Lord's qualification has begun. The precise condition is to obtain the knight's oath of loyalty. He is asked if he wants to receive the immortal knight, Lucia's oath of loyalty. He says he thought a job change was only possible after getting to level 50. More people have started gathering there, so he asks Lucia to stand up. She says she cannot stand up until he accepts her oath. He says he accepts it and requests her to stand up right now, so she stands up then. After that, he receives a notification that he has accepted the oath of loyalty from the immortal knight, Lucia. He has completed the job change quest, the Lord's qualification. Moreover, his job has changed into the legendary rank Job Lord. All stats have been increased by 20, and a job-exclusive skill has been created. He also obtained a legendary rank job for the first time in history. His achievement reward is the title the first ever Lord legendary rank. He sees all these notifications on his status window while sitting with Lucia. She says she must repay at least 10 thousandths of the grace he has shown her. He says he does not know how it is in her world, but there is no such thing as a status system in the world where he lives. She says the standards of this world are not very important to her, as she is a knight. She swore to be loyal to him, who has skills and a personality worth serving. She also asks if he has not accepted her oath of loyalty. After accepting her loyalty oath, he tells her that his job changed to Lord. She says it is just the natural order of things. The knight who agrees with a knight's oath of loyalty can only be a lord. He asks her if she also has a job. She says yes, of course, and tells him her job is called Immortal Knight, a heroic rank job. He asks how it was possible when he was not even level 50. She says it is true that level is an essential factor in job changes, but it is not an absolute condition. In her case, as a result of having been on countless battlefields, he earned the job called a knight. She thinks that was decided based on her life journey and battle experience. Even after that, she received extra job change quests when she satisfied some special conditions. She apologizes for telling him earlier and says she only showed her level and stats to hide her job. Her physical strength, stamina, and mental strength stats were the highest among her stats because they increased through the job change rewards. He says he thought he would never be able to get a job. She says he would have succeeded in getting a job even if it were not for her. He asks her if she gets a job how long after awakening. She says it took around 15 years to get a job after awakening. He is surprised to hear such a long time. She says it is better if he checks his job-exclusive skills first. To use it well, he needs to master it. He agrees with her and then checks his status window. A job-exclusive skill was created. She says his skills will continue increasing if he makes additional job changes. He asks if he can make more job changes in the future. She says in his case, if the number of servants he accepts as his subordinates increases, extra job changes into more advanced ranks are possible. He says he does not know if that will be possible, but a job-exclusive stat says it is leadership here. She says leadership is decided by combining all the stats. When he says he is missing 60, she says that is because she is his subordinate. Depending on the number of players he has taken on as his subordinates and their stats, his leadership stat will either increase or decrease. An ordinary player that has not been able to get a job change has about 10. After that, what she knows increases by 10 every time the player changes jobs. He understands what she is telling him. She also says she is a player who has completed a 5th job change. Attack players who encounter them. Some are flying in the sky, while others are sitting on rooftops. Some are on the grounds. They are seen everywhere. They have taken control of the entire area. On the other side, Hyunsung tells Lucia that today was ineffective either. She asks him not to have any regrets, and he can get stronger little by little. Then he receives a call from Miss Sin Yoon-ah, who asks him if he just got out of the dungeon. When he says yes, she asks if he wants to go to Japan by any chance. He says he does not want to go if he does not have to. She thought it would be a good opportunity, so she called him. He thanks her for considering him and says, for now, he is just planning to rest in the south. She says he is indeed swamped these days. When he asks her if she is going to Japan, she says yes, that is how things ended. The Japanese government made a very generous offer, and that is why she also called him.
Я иду к цели, избавляю ход на моих часах. Бесконечный взлет, забираю все, что хочу в этот раз. Вижу свет, он ведет меня прямо в класс. Скорость, драйв, это мой лимит. Словно вихрь оставляю след. Каждый день это новый рекорд. Я на вершине слышу мой аккорд. I got it, I want it, I got it. Мой путь это только вверх. I got it, я знаю, что надо. Я здесь, чтобы взять успех. я это знаю. Все, что хочу, я забираю. Не важно, что говорят, я знаю свой путь. Моя страсть — это мой абсолют. Круче всех, кто мог бы представить. Я иду вперед, и никто не остановит. Моя сила в моей уверенности. Каждый день я на пределе прочности. В этом мире нет для меня границ. Я взлетаю снова, слышишь это? I got it, I want it, I got it. Мой путь — это только вверх. I got it, я знаю, что надо. Я здесь, чтобы взять успех. Я взлетаю, и нет пути назад. I got it. Все, что хочу, я взял. I got it, I got it, I got it. Все, что только вверх. I got it. Я стану в окне.
Hard. They have to understand he has got a job change, at least. If not for that, he would not be able to hunt here. They should think of this as a good thing. Another fellow says that anything more than this will be too much. They should look for a new tank when they go to the next dungeon. That guy says he will hunt together with them. Their leader asks him to be grateful that they have worked with him until now. Anything more would be too much. When that guy insists that he will work together with them, his fellow says they cannot hunt together as E is retard. If he wants to hunt together, then get to the required stats. They say he still has undistributed stats in his status window, so he must get the required stamina and mental strength using those. That guy says he is the retard for trying to talk to that player. He would be much better if he just got the required stats. His fellow asks if he has not acquired the required stats yet and asks him to go hunting. Hyunsung, listening to their conversation, thinks they made him remove the equipment due to the repair costs. He releases his skill of Veil of Darkness, as it seems monsters have attacked them. All of them start fighting again. But they are surprised to see someone has stolen their hunted monster. When they see it is Hyunsung, they ask him why he is stealing their kills. Hyunsung turns towards them and asks them to repeat what they are saying. Their leader asks him why they stole the monster they were hunting. Another girl says it is a skill book that is dropped, and this is of a rare rank. They are surprised to see it. Hyunsung says it looks like the residual mana got condensed. That thing never dropped while he was actively looking for it, but now it has fallen. His opponent says that since that thing dropped by killing the monster his party was hunting, that skill book belongs to them now. His fellow also says they do not have to back down, and unless their opponent is crazy, he would not attack them first either. Hyunsung comes close to the retard person and asks if his body is okay and asks the reason as he was hunting without even using armor and a shield. He thinks those people said this to him to fight in this way. He also asks if he is receiving the correct amount that was agreed upon before hunting. He says he wants to know about his settlement amount also, but that guy remains silent. While their leader says that suddenly appearing and stealing others' kills was not enough. He is now even asking in another party's set settlement amount. Hyunsung says that something is not correct just because he is looking at his party. But that person asked him to stop bothering them and go hunting if he did not want to get the dirty treatment. He also warns him that it is just a level difference of 10 at most if he looks at the dropped items. And no matter how skilled he is, facing off against 9 won't be easy. They look ready to fight against him. Hyunsung tells them he is part of the Player Association surveillance team and now has a say in interrupting whatever is happening in their party. He also shows them his identity card. Their leader is shocked to learn about him. When Hyunsung again asks that person about the settlement he got from hunting once, that guy says a lot. Hyunsung knows he will not tell the truth even if he asks him. His psychometry skill activates, and he comes to understand what had happened earlier. A guy shouts as a monster attacks him, but he handles him bravely. Another guy says he is better than he thought. He may be lacking mentally, but he is all right. He appreciates that person for his exemplary efforts and calls him Mr. Baek Woo Shin. Another fellow asks how often he will make him repeat the same thing and why he cannot understand what he is saying. He says the settlement they are giving that retard is a bit much. That is too much for a tank who cannot even get to the required stats. They blame Beak Wuxin for everything and say he will be held responsible. When monsters attack, he fights with them all alone. They have broken through on his 6. Others get minor injuries. Their leader orders to remove Beak Wuxin's armor as it would be a waste of repair costs. Meanwhile, Beak's mom is admitted to the hospital. He remembers when his sister asked him not to push himself too hard since she has also started her weekend part-time job so she can help with mom's hospital bills. She says she really cannot have him fall back too, so he agrees with his sister. While inside the dungeon, the leader asks him not to tell others how much he gets as a settlement and also stops him from telling others about how he is taking off his armor inside the dungeons. If he does this, they won't let him hunt with them anymore. Beak requests him not to abandon him and says he will not tell anyone. After knowing all of this through psychometry, Hyunsung says they are aware of the wrong they have done. When their leader asks what they have done wrong, he must tell them. They also say they just took care of that guy. Then their leader tells Beak Wuxin that he told Hyunsung by himself, although they have treated him well. He also says they have never mocked him or not given him a proper settlement. He says Beak Wu also says it is all right and asks Hyunsung if he can leave now. But Hyunsung says he does not think he wants to do that. When their leader asks them what he will do then, Hyunsung says all of them will come outside right now and be investigated. And if they are so sure, it would not be a problem for them to meet the Inquisitors and get investigated. But their leader becomes furious and says he has no authority over whether they will undergo an investigation. He also says it looks like he thinks the association surveillance team is some government officials. Hyunsung draws out his sword and says they would better choose to be investigated while he is being nice to them. He says if they do not want to see something terrible, then must do what he says. They start discussing with each other that if that bastard disappears, nobody will know. Their leader asks if they plan to get investigated just like that. Hyunsung asks what he means. They all look together and say he has brought this on himself. Their leader says to Hyunsung that his equipment looks pretty nice. They will make good use of it. Hyunsung says they think that retard will help them. Then he says to Mr. Beak Wuxin to close his eyes and wait a bit. Then, he will be able to cure his mother's sickness. And he will be able to buy his little sister a new backpack. Then their leader comes towards them with anger, but Hyunsung attacks him and separates his arm from his body. Anyone who tries to attack Hyunsung gets injured as a result, as Hyunsung does not show any mercy on them. Others become terrified to see this and stop at one place. Hyunsung asks them to come forward and attack. But their leader falls on his knees, bows before him, and says he will be investigated. When they come outside, the investigation team has arrived there. They all follow their instructions. After they are gone with them, Hyunsung and Beak Wuxin come to the hospital where Beak's mother is admitted. Beak thanks him for his help and says he will repay him for his grace. But Housing says there is no need to do this. Beak insists he will do this when Hyunsung asks if he is again returning to the dungeon. Beak says yes, as he has to earn a lot of money. Hyunsung asks him if he can show him his status window. When Beak Wuxin shows his stats, it is clear that his main job is as a shield soldier of an ordinary rank. Lucia, who has also come there with Hyunsung, says Beak Wu's stats are impressive, and his qualities are good enough for him to become a knight. She says if Hyunsung leaves him to her, she will help him grow into a great knight, not just a soldier. Beak is surprised to hear that he can become a knight, too. She tells him his early stats are also extraordinary, and his job-exclusive skill is excellent, especially his indomitable body. It is a remarkable skill capable of the same effects as heroic rank skills. She says he can become among the top rankers if he lets it grow properly. Beak is shocked to hear this. She also says that further growth will be impossible if he does not get the required stats. She asks him if he wants to become a ranker, and he says yes. Then, she asks him to become her lord's subordinate. Hyunsung, who is listening to their conversation, asks why this conversation is going that way. She says it will be helpful to both of them. Mr. Beak Wuxin continues growing as a player, and Hyunsung will get an ally with whom he does not have to worry about leaking his secrets. Hyunsung understands what she is trying to say. Baek-woo considers whether he should give it a try and then decides that he wants to become a ranker. Hyunsung asks him if he is willing to become his subordinate, and Baek-woo says he will. Hyunsung's status window tells him he has offered player Baek-woo Shin a position as his subordinate, and player Baek-woo has accepted the offer. He is also notified that the leadership has been consumed by 20. Hyunsung says they will first raise Baek's basic stats. He gives him something and asks him just to put this in his mouth. Baek-woo does this and chews that tablet. Hyunsung also gives him a book and asks him to learn it, too. Baek is surprised, as he knows this much is approximately 7 billion points. He says solo hunting would be better than party hunting. Hyunsung also says yes, it will be better. Lucia thinks he can quickly obtain a few achievements since his level is still low. If it is something he will have to get sooner or later, she says it would be better to increase his stamina stat. She says they must test his abilities before sending him to the hunting grounds. They come to the vampire bat dungeon, and the recommended level is 10A5 for this. Lucia fights with Baek to test his abilities. She says the positioning of his stepping foot is wrong. He follows her instructions and tries to improve himself. 2 hours later, when they stop, she says it is fun teaching him, and his body learning by muscle memory makes it quick. Baek is resting on the ground. Lucia tells Hyunsung that if Baek practices a little more, she thinks he should be able to fight in real battles. His second job change is about to happen soon, but she will try training him so that he changes his job to a knight, not a soldier. Hyunsung asks if it can be done that quickly. She says that since job changes depend on the battling patterns at the time, it is possible if they do it right. Then she turns towards Baek-woo and says that since he has rested for a while, his stamina should have recovered enough, so he must get up now. Meanwhile, in Japan, players are still fighting with monsters. They are using fireballs to defeat them. Their sneak attack succeeded. Out of about 1,500 chosas, around 400 have been killed. As expected, they are gathering around the gold-colored individual. While in the control room, it is ordered to execute the plan. Missiles are launched toward the battle area. Chosas have become so furious and are fighting more aggressively. Players are also using different strategies to attack them. Some monsters fly in the sky while others fight on the ground. They are trying to save themselves from the missiles. They are gathered around them. Players are surprised to see that even missiles do not work. That is not a level of defense power a hero-tier monster can display. Back in the control room, everyone looks worried. They think they have to increase the Gold Eagle's tier to legendary. The monsters have escaped their full-force siege net, and the operation has failed. One member says a missile's explosive power is not something a hero-tier monster can withstand. The operation has failed. The unallied forces are to withdraw for now. On the other side, while traveling, Hyunsung says 3 weeks went by quickly and Baek has comfortably passed the theory and practical exams. Now, he won't have to enter dungeons secretly anymore. Later, Hyunsung sees a person talking to Lucia. He offers her to join his guild, and as a result, she will be supported actively. But she rejects his offer. That man gets angry and says she must know she is rejecting a good opportunity. He says she is going to regret it later profoundly. She says that even if something like this happens, she will regret it, not he, so he must stop worrying. She asks him to move aside now. Hyunsung comes close to them and asks if everything is all right. She says it is nothing and asks him to go. But that red-haired guy stops her and says she is not even taking him seriously. Hyunsung says that when she does not want his offer, what is he doing now? That person asks Hyunsung who he is to interfere. But Hyunsung holds his finger and breaks it, then asks Lucia about that person. She tells he said he is a scout from the Jinhin Guild. He asks if she acted particularly noticeably. She denies it and says she maintained her academic results at the normal mid to low range. Hyunsung tries to find out why that guy is trying to scout her. That red-haired person asks Hyunsung if he knows who he is to be treating him like this. Hyunsung says he must know who he is for him to act like that. Then, that person introduces himself as a scout from the Jinhin Guild and asks about Hyunsung's guild. He tells him he is from the Player Association surveillance team and asks him to stop bothering someone who told him she does not want it. He also asks him to leave. Then he takes her with him and goes back. When they are gone, the red-haired guy says they will regret this. Hyunsung says he won't regret it. That guy says he was told to make her a guild member no matter what it took. Later, they come to the hero tier Crocodile Man dungeon. A recommended level for this is 280-320. Lucia asks him to enter inside. He says Baek Woo Shin will be fine. She says that since she has trained him harshly all this time, he should be able to solo it. Even if he does fall into danger, she will know immediately, so he does not have to worry. He says that means she was aware that the training was quite harsh. She says a drop of sweat during exercise is the same as a drop of blood in an actual situation. The harsher the training, the higher the chances of Mr. Baek Woo Shin surviving in an actual situation. He says he does not think he needs to worry about his survival during hunting. Then they enter the dungeon. He asks if Mr. Baek Woo Shin can get to the required stats. She says it will be hard for now, but possible later since the mental strength stat is not only concerned with skill. She says he has changed slightly since taking the elixir he gave him. Hyunsung is curious about how it will turn out if they go all in on stamina and mental strength with the undistributed stats. She says he would become the most robust tank in the world. While conversing, they also get ready for hunting. Soon, he says there is an enemy up ahead. Arrows are in the air, thrown from all sides. Both of them save themselves and dodge the attacks. He says this is tricky. Finding an enemy is challenging, but soon he says he caught it. Few monsters are in the water. He says this is even better. He attacks them and soon kills many of them. She asks how did it go. He says they feel like the weakest among the hero tier ones. He says the one he faced last time was the strongest in the hero tier, and it was not easy. She says this is just the beginning. He is going to get much more robust and much faster as well. He says the Crocodile Man dungeon is quite tricky, but it is the best place to train passive skills like Instinct of the Wild. Then he asks her to keep going now. On the other hand, in the Jinhan Guild, Tanka is shouting at that red hired guy and says he has even failed at something as easy as recruiting a newbie. He says he has no good qualities. And if this is how he will take work, put it aside and leave right now. That guy says the Player Association surveillance team suddenly interfered. Tank is shocked to hear about the Player Association surveillance team and wonders why those players had to disturb their newbie recruitment activity. The red-haired guy says it looks like he has a friendship with their target and ultimately, the target does not seem to want to join the guild at all. Tank thinks he should have talked about the recruitment benefits first. That guy says he explained that to her multiple times, but she rejected the offer. Tanks cannot believe she declined the offer even after hearing the benefits. He thinks she may already have a sponsor, or the money they offered must be increased. That guy asks his guild master to give up now as if they were the members of the association audit team. It would create trouble for their guild. But Tanka says if he knows how much money this is, he should give up on it, as the financier said they must bring her without fail. Then he orders that guy to get the identity of that guy who is a member of the association's audit team. That guy understands his order. Tanka thinks he has never told them to get a hold of someone like this. He is sure the manager's kid is thinking of doing something stupid, so he cannot refuse it. He has to fulfill the manager's orders. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Hyunsung asks Baek Woo Shin if he faces any hunting problems. Baek Woo Shin says no, he did not face any difficulty, and then shows him some items and says he has earned this much. Hyunsung says he does not have to give them to him, they are only yours. Lucia is also happy to see his performance. Then Hyunsung asks them to follow him. Later, when they return, Hyunsung gives the money Baek Woo Shin they got from selling the magic stones, and tells the cash from selling the skill books will come in only after the auction ends. Baek Woo Shin looks happy and says he will repay his grace. Hyunsung thinks he can repay him slowly later. For now, he should keep it for his mother and little sister. Baek Woo Shin thanks him for this kindness. Then Hyunsung asks him about his new house and says it is the same apartment as theirs, so it should be comfortable. Baek Woo Shin says it is good, and his sister Woo Hee loves it. Lucia says she thinks that was a good choice. They are within the same compound, suitable for preparing against sneak attacks. Hyunsung says they cannot help, but must always be prepared since they have yet to learn how long those Japanese will remain quiet. Then he asks Beak-woo to start working tomorrow like he did today. Conversely, the guild master receives all the information about the players' association members, and cones to know that he is a little chickling who awakened only a year and a half ago. On top of that, he also has a retard with him. The red-haired guy says they can wipe them out in one strike. The guild master says this guy is a direct subordinate of the player association. His missions are all over the place and change constantly, so his skills must also be hopeless. It does not look like he has a companion to whom he is closer. Then he orders me to start working immediately tomorrow. The following day, when 3 of them are walking on the road, they see a vehicle. Hyun-sung stops there and becomes curious about this. When they enter their car, he observes someone following them. Lucia asks him if he is talking about that black van. He says yes, and from the magic power he can feel, it looks like there are players inside. When she asks if they are Japanese, he says their tailing is a little too poor for them to be Japanese, but they cannot be ruled out. He then tells them they will go to the dungeon where Mr. Beak-woo Shin will be hunting first. When they reach the dungeon, they feel those people still follow them. Hyun-sung asks Lucia and Beak-woo Shin to move further, so they continue inside the dungeon. She says they are taking longer than expected to approach them. He says it means they shall slowly get started then. Soon, those people arrive there. There are many. Hyun-sung sees that their equipment could be better. Most of them have common tier equipment. He asks them why he is chasing them. Their leader says this little one is so bold that his guts have come out of his stomach. He asks Hyun-sung to be afraid of the situation that will become so dangerous for him. When they talk, Hyun-sung says it looks like they are not Japanese. Their leader becomes angry in his comments and asks if he looks Japanese from which angle. Hyun-sung asks them why they are doing all this, but instead of replying to him, his opponent leader says he thought of leaving his body intact at least, but now he guesses he does not have a choice, and orders his fellows to teach him how to behave and tears his snout apart. So, everyone gets ready for the fight. When they take their positions, Hyun-sung wonders why he is being targeted. Soon, the fight begins. Both parties attack each other. Beak-woo Shin shows his skills effectively. He deals alone with all of them. Lucia and Hyun-sung observe his skills. She says she guesses they do not have to worry about Mr. Beak-woo Shin's safety. Beak-woo is attacking enemies with good strategies. He also dodges their attacks as well. He did not explain what would happen this time earlier in the car. It seems it took much work for Mr. Beak-woo Shin to understand. She thinks that Beak-woo believes all he has to do is to protect them, says Lucia, and this is good training for an actual situation. Hyun-sung says it is good that the enemy's levels are low. If they were high level, it could have been dangerous. She says it is all her fault. A knight who does not understand his lord's orders cannot do great things in battle. She says she will train him better so that he will obey his commands in upcoming battles. Hyun-sung says he has not said anything. Meanwhile, his opponent looks aggressive, and their leader says they can only walk on eggshells briefly. He is surprised that how that retard man is so strong. He admits it cannot be helped. He says he must get those 2 people, and it will end. His actual targets are Lucia and Hyun-sung. He says he will try to get that more expensive-looking girl there first, so he moves ahead and attacks Lucia from the backside. But she felt his movements and dodged his attack, and also attacks back more powerfully. Her sword hurts him badly. He sits down, and blood comes out of his mouth. She says he would have been good teaching material if he stayed quiet, but it looks like his health is down, and soon he falls. His fellows are shocked to see their leader is down. They move forward to attack them for revenge, but Hyun-sung comes ahead to deal with them this time. He punches their faces and dodges their attacks as well. He asks them why they are targeting them, but no one answers. They are surprised that this little monster is a newbie who just completed the player academy. One of them says his level is 220, and even his subordinates are players at around level 180. Suddenly, Lucia shouts at them and says they must hear her lord's words. One of them says they only followed the guild master's orders. They attacked because the guild master told them to attack. Hyun-sung uses his skills to understand the situation. He comes to know there is human player trafficking. He cannot believe he used the subspace skill for such work. He then tells them that if they have sinned, they should be punished for it. They look frightened after the fight. Conversely, the guild master says he won't sit here much longer. He stands you from his seat and looks ready to go. He says he should finish that work before leaving. He should be able to make a comeback if he manages to get Choi Hyun-sung in his hands. Meanwhile, the red-haired guy has gathered subordinates in one place, and they have an additional target. It is someone believed to be a comrade of the first target. When he shows the picture of the target, Lucia, his subordinates say she is a beauty, and on top of that, she is from the West. That guy further says the second target is someone who has lost her country and changed her nationality to Korean. But there are a few strange elements. According to her documents, she graduated from the Player Academy about a month ago as a newbie. But it has been confirmed that she enters hero tier dungeons along with Choi Hyun-sung. People discuss how this is even possible. If she is from the academy, it should mean that she has just awakened. The red-haired guy tells them they are only entering the hero tier dungeons. That does not necessarily mean they hunt in them. If the believed ability of their first target, Choi Hyun-sung, which can nullify 20 levels, usually works, it is not impossible. One of the fellows says he can share experience regardless of the level. The red-haired guy says there is a high chance that is possible. In the case of hunting high-level monsters, it is common sense for the experience to be distributed according to each player's contribution. But for him to take a newbie who is just awakened into a hero tier dungeon, something is going on. He further says that, of course, their assumptions may be wrong, but looking at them from a typical point of view, his actions do not make sense. He advised them not to let their guard down in any case. They must be aware that the team dispatched before them has gone missing. When one of the fellows says they might have just run away, that guy says that could also be possible. But the chances of that being the case could be higher. They agree with his view since it would have been foolish of them to have run away. He then says that first, they will move, considering the worst-case scenario to be true. When asked about the worst-case scenario, he says they assume the team dispatched earlier for the first target has been eradicated. When asked if that is even physically possible, he says a ranker can't eradicate an entire team alone. He also says they are aware of that, and for it to have been done by a guy who would only be awakened for a year at that point. He also says the target's growth rate cannot be predicted. Hence, they will move only considering the worst-case scenarios. He always asks them to ensure they are ready to be dispatched. They will move immediately if they get a call from the information team. On the other hand, while resting, Hyun-sung thinks the rate has decreased. Hunting achievements, even battery sales, are included in this. His accumulated points are 700, 255, 855 He knows that if he collects 300 billion more points, his sales tier will increase and he can purchase elixirs. He knows there is a limit to sales from electronic devices, so he decides to release some new content and plans to be patient. He also knows his game content is selling very well, so he has to solve this problem through another aspect. Then he called for the food. When he came to the dining table, he was happy to see it was kimchi stew. His mom says it is his favorite food, so enjoy it. She says she heard he typically satisfies his hunger with kimbap and hamburgers. He thanks his mom for the food. While eating, he says his mom's food is the best. She asks him to eat more. He observes his family watching American TV shows. He asks if they enjoy it, and she says, of course, it is enjoyable. He says, but she should also eat while she watches. He asks Lucia to have some food. She says she is eating well and watching TV while eating, which he feels she also enjoys. He thinks Lucia is a person from another dimension. Despite that, she likes American TV shows. When he asks her if she enjoys that, she says appreciating movies and dramas is her only hobby. His mom says she envies her since she can purchase foreign dramas or films from the internet whenever she wants to watch them. Lucia says she has to wait until they make Korean subtitles for them. She is envious of players' ability to understand foreign languages like they are natives, even without learning the language. After they finish the meal, he talks to Lucia and wants to ask her something. He asks if she likes dramas and movies that much. From her point of view, there should be many things she does not understand. She says, but it is still fun. Although she cannot understand a few things in the middle, she comprehends more as she watches the drama. She says she feels joy from learning about a whole new culture. She asks why he is asking that. He says he was thinking of selling video content. She asks if he will sell dramas or movies, and he says yes and asks about her opinion. She says she thinks it is a great idea. Even if they do happen to fail to do so, there is nothing to worry about in particular. He says this is all thanks to her. She says she did not even do anything. He says she was fully engrossed in the drama.